live, most hopefully. And of course, this is the episode that is pending Transgender Remembrance Day, which is on the 20th of November. And therefore, I am dressed in the manner that I am to respect that, my son falling into that category. And we are now going to go into a period of trivial talk while I await the link to be... There we are! Wonderful! Thank you very much. That was Pac-1 Morales who provided that first, and we are going to already a single thumbs up on that. Everyone is welcome to put in their upvote. Delighted. Now let's go to a period of wonderful. We are streaming. We are live. I am going to take the link down and change all of my promotional banner presentations to integrate it. And the first thing I'll do is test the link. So we're going to hear another echo along that end, most hopefully. And here we are. Mr. Moon was dealing with some spackling. Wonderful. Earlier today.
They don't let you put a link in here.
Maybe it takes some getting used to. It depends on how Skype interacts with each case. How can I say it?
Not Skype. It's the YouTube.
Oh, okay. They don't let you extract the link, is what you're saying. Yes?
They can't put the link.
No worries.
In there.
No worries.
It refuses it.
Okay. No worries, Peter. We got it. And so let me change my promotional banners to integrate it, and see if I can gain my voice back for today. Here we are. Now I have to alter the text within the promotional banners. Most of the time I occupy this time by talking to myself about such matters, but of course everyone is welcome to join in. Normally it's Jameson Reese who gladly hops into that breach, but we're going to count on Derek Talley and Pac-1 Morales, Peter Moon if he so wishes. But, that's why I was trying to start off with something particularly trivial. The spackling in his home. I hope all that went well.
Yeah, it's boring. You do a little bit each day because, you're doing tiny layers and imperfections. It's
yes.
A couple more things through and I'll have it done.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
Okay, so I'm looking at the book on Amazon, the Vampirology. So it's only on sale on Kindle.
So far.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it.
Oh, bless you, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to go into Kindle right now while we're fooling around and see if I can
pull up the link.
Put it into.
I put it on YouTube already.
Oh, good. Bless you, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I put the PayPal on YouTube, and I put the link to Amazon on YouTube. So I'll periodically keep doing both of those throughout the transmission. And like I was telling Douglas earlier, I'm probably going to be up throughout the night because I ate a whole bunch of those chocolate-covered coffee beans. Those are great, especially for a trucker. You're on the road and you're trucking. Because you know what? A lot of times you just want to have something to eat just to have something to do.
Snack.
So when you've been on the road. And when you have them chocolate-covered coffee beans, all of them things are so good. Even when you're full, you just can't stop eating.
Mm-hmm. I know he's not on here, but in honor of Brendan Zogit,
right.
I made myself some blue honey today. So.
Oh, cool! Oh, I hope he can
I have
hear
a
it.
question, Douglas, on this book. Does this book contain language, situations, or images inappropriate for children under 18?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
I don't know if I checked that one off earlier, but what the hell? Okay, it says it's I think it's just going to take a few clicks.
Okay.
Um, it says trim size 6x9.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's okay, I guess. Black and white interior with cream paper. Black and white interior with white paper.
Are you opting for publishing the pulp?
Yeah, I'm working on that now.
Wow, cool, incredible. Thank you, sir.
It says it can be printed on cream. Color printing, we're not doing black and white interior. I think black and white interior is better.
Well, there you go. If you say so. Yeah.
So you guys are planning on publishing it hard copy too?
Yes,
That's
what.
what we're working on right now.
Yes.
Can't wait. Yeah, I know. I was like, I'm old school. I prefer having a book over reading the screen, but I get them both.
Yes. By the way, Pac-One, tell Mr. Moon how you purchased 10 of his.
Yeah. I sent him the picture when I finally got him in the books. You remember you had the special on Sky Books,
Right.
And I bought the bundle, and I think I bought like 2 extra books because I was like, I need a couple more. I just can't wait to get some more free time. Like, it's so hard because, dude, it's by midnight. I'm like, God, I wish I was fucking asleep right now, and I gotta wake back up, really go back over, do everything again. I did today. It's like Groundhog's Day every day. All I see are corn husk and freaking tamale masa and shredded pork. So it's like as soon as I can, I sit down and get 5-10 minutes. I'll try to, get a little siesta in, and so I'm waiting for the nice little vacation time I can crack a book open again. Because when I did the Montauk Silver Edition, I read that book I think in like 2 days. I didn't, I was like downtime. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna read. And it was just like, don't fuck with me, I'm reading.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, it takes a while to read. Those requires a lot of mental.
Well, yeah. And you want to go back over it. Like that's how I feel too. Like like just certain things you want to, because you can't hang on to everything you read, but you vaguely remember things, and you always go back through. At least I like to go back and read 2-3 times. You always absorb, things that you don't remember from the first time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean I do. I like to. It's a thrill to even read my own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Back years later, you're looking at it. Did I write that?
Yeah. But I'm sure for you though, it brings back like, oh man, I remember where I was when I was writing this, or certain situations, or things like that too.
Not so much. Not so much. It's like I'm just reading the concepts.
Yeah, I know it's different for me, like, because I write music and stuff like that. So sometimes I'll go back and be reading lyrics or something, and it'll take me back, to when I was writing it, and so that happens to me sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Right.
These are very curious covers I have to choose from, Douglas. I wish I had you here.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, what we could do is arrange to do this maybe tomorrow together, and we could, you did such a good job choosing the original cover, however.
Yeah, well, it's not giving me the same choice.
Okay.
It's giving me similar choices.
Is there a screenshot you can send me?
Some clothes on, get dressed.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to send it to you.
Okay, sounds good.
A second here.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of, I mean, maybe it gives me more choice than I'm aware of, but I don't see that it does.
Okay.
Kind of limited.
Mm-hmm.
But at least it's something.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Not what I want. Okay. I'll send it in just a second as soon as I can.
Do they give one an opportunity to like Just
you can't manipulate too much.
okay. Yeah.
You really can't. Let's see here, screenshot. Why is the screenshot showing up? Oh, I know why it's not showing up. No, I don't know why it's not showing up. I want to send something. Oh, maybe it's here. Here it might be.
Okay, let's go over to live streaming. There we are.
Okay, here it is. You're getting. You can look at that.
Wonderful. Okay, let me go to the message box. I assume you sent it in the message box on Facebook as opposed to the text on.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, good. All the better. So
I'm going to send you another one too because they give me multiple choices.
good. Most excellent. Oh,
So you're going to get a second one.
okay. There we are. Now, okay. There we are. Peter sent a photo. I like that. Getting the notifications. Now let me get my keyboard back on in front of me. And let's take a look. Okay, Peter sent a photo. So,
And now I'm sending you a second one. You can look at both of these.
okay, excellent. Okay. Yeah, these other choices are bizarre. I would stick with my mother's face. So,
Well, the second choice is your mother's face.
and,
You know, but the first set, it's like it just got your mother's face. It's good. There's nothing on the book. I don't understand.
actually,
Maybe,
I like that one because that's what's called a virgin cover. That's like collectibles for comic books. They make them with virgin covers that have nothing but the image, and those are considered the most collectible. The point is that you get the title in the ad or in the Amazon blurb, so you don't really need it on the cover, really. So I would prefer the virgin cover myself. What do you think?
okay, I'm okay. Wait.
It's the illustrator in me, of course. The illustrators always endorse it.
It's okay, but it just took away whatever I had.
Understood. Yeah, it's these are like they're glitchy. These things.
I didn't have any problem with the first one, but it says launch. Like I mean, I could pull that image and create my own cover.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if this is all right.
But I think what they've got is fine. You don't need to go through that. The interesting thing will be what you choose for the photograph in the upper left-hand corner on the
That
backside.
would be a picture of yourself.
Understood, and I appreciate that. You can take the same image that we have on the GoFundMe, which I will change on the GoFundMe because it's the least sympathetic image on earth. Everybody looks at that and they just get like that they don't want to help that character, and so I'll change that soon enough. I'll talk to Selena about doing that later. Oh, by the way, Selena will not be joining us tonight. She's involved with her relations, and that's so shout out to her. She is ever on our minds, and with that, I did ask Crystal if she could join us tonight, but she never responded in that regard. Rather, she spoke to me about other things, and then we have that. But of course, Crystal always sends her best, as does Lena Shea. All the ladies are with us in spirit, while Shy in physical incarnation. Okay. Now let's take a look at the live stream here on the proper screen. The Le Renee Encounters says hello, everyone, and blessings to you all. Oh, wow, love tonight's artwork, Douglas. Congratulations on the release of your new book, Douglas, with many clicking champagne glasses. Oh, Le Renee, I love you, honey. You're definitely a crush of mine. So glad that you're with us tonight. I'll have to ask her if she's willing to come on at some point. And I know that she hosted a show of her own for the longest time, and I don't know if she's still active. I'll have to ask her. And there's one lady I'll be happy to guest with if she would have me. Of course, if she's welcome on my program, just needs to write me to that effect. I'm sure she has the Facebook link to do so. And let's see now. Checking around elsewise. By the way, everyone forgive me. I've kind of lost my voice a little bit.
Yeah, I could see if I could buy you some time.
Yes,
now
you're
that I
all
got
welcome
my
to.
ass whooped.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Tell us about how you got your ass kicked in.
Well, you seem to be doing good.
Oh,
I
good.
seem to be doing better without the drugs in my system. Apparently,
Yes.
it seems like the game's a little more enjoyable being sober, although I don't quite like the heaviness of having to walk and move, having to get up and do things. It's like trying to wind myself up because there's a lack of that stimulation.
Right.
And not even caffeine seems to match the stimulation of the dextromethorphan.
Right.
But there is more pleasure in doing things, and there is more of a draw to doing things that involve the occult, which I seem to only do I'm really into it when I'm stoned, but it doesn't have the same feeling of sacredness and immersiveness.
Mm-hmm. Well, I definitely want everyone to know that you're going through essentially a detox, and I'm proud of you. We all are.
It's painful. The emotions of everything are sharp.
Mm-hmm.
I could listen to a song that wouldn't ordinarily evoke any emotions, and all of a sudden I'll find myself like in tears or something. So everything's like emotionally fucked up. That's the only thing I don't like about the withdrawals. And there's also a tendency to feel like filling that void with eating more. There is a pain of loss, as if a intimate loved one was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Because for a long time, my relationship with that drug, by ingesting it, was that similar to a man and wife, or a person with their lover. So with that missing, there is a really there's a quality to reality where things feel like a struggle to keep myself desiring to be immersed in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I definitely know the feeling of the loss of a loved one in so many ways, not just with my late and sainted parents, but also women in my life who have been there and then gone for different reasons. It's one of those things that you and I will go into after Mr. Moon and I go over what's happened as of late, and then we're going to, of course, catch up on everyone's situational and status reports, and then you and I will speak a little bit about this, with you doing most of the talking, about why you reached this decision to do what you're doing now. So,
hey, Jameson, I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
Watermelon has properties and certain types of vitamin D that specifically remove stress.
Watermelon does?
Watermelon.
Wow.
Yes, it's high in alkaline. It reduces high blood pressure. It reduces heart disease. Reduces blood sugar level. It's got a high water content. It boosts the immune system. It strengthens your bones. It produces energy. It cleans your kidneys, and it fights cancer. And I know before Dick Gregory had died, he had mentioned that he had told Michael Jackson to go on a watermelon fast for 40 days. And that was a big thing that he was telling people that helped them out a lot. But if you're in the mood to eat, or you get that munchies that go along with what you said, if you can snack on some watermelon, that'll be beneficial to your whole body, including the different B vitamins that actually help relieve stress.
Thanks for that. I will definitely keep that in mind, and I'll be trying to get some, without a doubt. I'm aware that it's really good for alkalinizing the blood and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, the other thing I guess has been it's been harder to want to go into Manhattan now, because it's like, there's a tendency for me to have to spend money to sort of fill this void. I don't feel like, I can't just go there just to wander around. I can go there to wander around, but it's like without something in my pocket to buy, like to boost a sort of reward system, there seems to be less of an interest.
I know what you mean. I always feel that way. It was a major problem of my own. Whenever going out, I feel obligated to purchase something. Anyhow, I do want to address some of the wonderful people in the chat room before we officially start this program. It is now the top of the hour, and I thank everyone for holding the stage while I was dealing with little things around me, which people might have heard me in the background because I neglected to go mute. In the interim, the Le Renee Encounters says, love you too. Thank you so much, darling. And it's deeply appreciated and reciprocated in full measure. Isaac Romero says, hello, Team Dietrich. And shout out unto he. Shout out to Daniel Arola, who says hi, spelled H-I-G-H, of course. And, of course, the wonderful Mr. Talley is putting all the necessary links into the chat room, and he's encouraged to do that. I'm going to enter a name to be on. Would love to do a show with you. We'll contact you, Douglas, on Facebook. Thank you, honey. That's Le Renee. Ms. Zalim says, good day. Good day, Ms. Zalim. A good eventide. Ms. Zalim may be in a different time zone. I don't know which one, but she's welcome to share that with us if she so wishes. And I was just thinking, if Judith Agard is in New Zealand now, she would be like a full day ahead of us in every sense of the word. Not just hours ahead, but I mean literally, like she'd be like 20 hours ahead almost, or more. Of all the places in the world, the time zones, New Zealand is really at the other end of the universe. And so with that, we are going to share the stage with several new announcements, but the most important and outstanding one in terms of its immediate impact on myself and the ability of other people to take advantage of it is the republication, in a very real sense, of my work. And this is the first time that I am a published author in the effective sense, not just in the how would I say it, the technical sense, but the effective sense. And with the entire story that went behind that, we'll see if that comes out organically, but we're just going to stick with what is most contemporary and what is most, how would I say it, that which is celebratory, that which we can celebrate most immediately. Ms. Alim says, North America, just a common greeting here. So, okay, Ms. Alim, thank you so much for your greeting from North America. Of course, here in North America, we are on eventide, depending on which time zone you're in. On the east, of course, towards the Atlantic, we're heading towards the night tide. And that, of course, is where Peter Moon is. So we're not going to keep him too much longer without bringing him on stage. I do want to remind everyone that Peter Moon maintains every book he's ever published in print, or at least every book he's ever written in print, because he's published others than what he has written. And you can find those books at skybooksusa.com. And he now has a new book on that itinerary. We're going to bring him on now to talk about that. Peter, thank you so much. I am forever in your debt. Tell people about all the places they can visit, such as the Time Travel Education Center site, and exactly what you've got now on offer that they can avail themselves of.
Well, of course, there's the Time Travel Education Center and skybooks.usa.com. But just today, we released a new book. But you won't find it on that site. You're going to have to go to Kindle. And it's called, it's a research paper from Douglas Dietrich. It's called Vampirology, Vampyrology, Vampirology, the Vampire Research Paper by Douglas Dietrich. It's the Kindle edition, and it has a picture of Douglas's mother on the cover, and it's $9.99 at Kindle. All the money that I collect from it as Skybooks is going to go to Douglas. I'll deduct a very minuscule amount for certain cost factors. So that's a good thing to help Douglas to get the book. And this book, it's I'll just read the caption that you'll read when you go to Kindle and look up Vampirology. Between the years of 1969 through 1972, medical lectures were delivered by Professor Fyodor Stefanovich Andreev at the University of Kiev on the subject of an actual physiologically identified subspecies of Homo sapiens referred to as vampir, plural and singular being the same. A dissident graduate medical student, alarmed and discouraged by his selection for impending assignment to the Arctic, vindictively slipped the collection to a sympathetic Czech journalist who passed it to a CIA case officer in Prague. As novel and interesting as this might be, this material was officially declared to be of no value to American security interests abroad. Subsequently rerouted to NATO's Supreme Allied Command Europe for dissemination, it was judged as equally irrelevant by said offices and relayed back to the United States as declassified. Eventually ordered to be destroyed in the late 1970s at the San Francisco Presidio Military Base Library in the mid-1980s, it was rescued by Douglas Dietrich, who was assigned to burn it. He has since added his comments, interpretations, and wisdom to the subject. Although vampire, meaning vampires, do not conform to the stereotypical descriptions found in Hollywood, there are hauntingly similar aspects that echo the phantasmagorical characteristics ascribed to such creatures. It is an occult history which only sees the light of day in this publication. So, you could go read this, and these are a lot of stuff that he's covered in his YouTube lectures. And when you read it, you can sink your teeth into the data a little bit better and understand it better. So I don't know if you want to say anything about the book, Douglas.
Well, I definitely appreciate the fact that Peter Moon has been very good about this in every way, and he's been very kind. And I hope for the same kindness from, of course, the reception that it gets from those who purchase it. It's one thing that everyone must understand was that for the longest period of time, this was very much a kind of a problem child of mine, where I will just provide a kind of brief history behind some of the adventures that I've had in regards to this. Basically, it started in terms of introducing the subject to the public with the individual who was once working with Shadows in the Dark Radio. And the individual who was the host of Shadows in the Dark Radio so many years ago was someone who had purchased Mysteries Magazine. And when he purchased Mysteries Magazine, he wanted a very long article that by all logic should have been something similar to the way Nexus Magazine handled my interview that came in 3 parts, that covered 3 of their issues in a multi-part series. And even they mishandled that. They rushed to publication with the first series and were missing some very vital information that has never been integrated into that article that should have been brought up. And in the case of what happened with the Mysteries Magazine was that he refused to either produce the full article or publish it in an expanded edition, like a digest size, or to basically break it up into several parts over several episodes. He just was not handling this professionally, and that's compounded by the fact that at that point in history, magazines were dying. He himself confessed to me that the only subscribers he had, in essence, were in two places: the military and prison systems. And the military was soldiers overseas, because you were not allowed to convey much information via the internet for national security reasons when you're in Afghanistan or Iraq, understandably enough. So what they did was they instead allowed soldiers to entertain themselves by subscribing to hard copy magazines and the like. So magazines are a big thing overseas for troops who are unable to do too much on the internet, because it's just so threatening to their immediate tactical safety. And the other crowd is, of course, prisons, who have the same issue with access to electronic medium. So, even though that really shouldn't have had any kind of impact other than to tell him to try and expand his audience, I didn't see what that had to do with why he was not going to put it into several segments or installments. It was just bizarre. His entire attitude was one where he seemed to want to cater to these audiences, and he felt that somehow I wasn't doing that, and it just didn't make any sense. So nothing went anywhere with that, and his magazine crashed and burned within 2 issues. And he never did publish anything to the effect of what he started me on, expending an enormous amount of time just putting together something that would be publishable. And I did this while I was still providing care for my late and sainted mother, who's on the cover of this book, fittingly enough. And had to detract from my care provision for her at times because of trying to get this done. And all to no avail, which was the normal case with everything I've ever done. And so when it came to just the results after that, then we decided that we would try and publish it in a book. Unfortunately, at that time, I was involved with Laurie and Ann Fenton, and it was destined not to go anywhere. And that is something that we really don't need to go into. The misadventures at that point begin to bleed into territory that we've recovered, we've covered it and retreaded it again and again, as we're forced to, by constantly developing current events. And as a result, this never got out until now. And so we've decided that this is important enough where the condition that the original manuscript is in, which is in a very real sense incomplete and corrupted, is something that we're willing to offer, because it's good enough as it is. It gets the message across. And it even has its own charm in the, how would I say it, impacted condition that it's in. And we always have the future in which to do a 2.0. And so for right now, I think that it will do. And our man, Peter...
Douglas, what I would say about if we were ever to redo it,
yes,
it would require, I guess, what you call a lot of editorial, what's the word, reassembly or flow. But
yes,
it would also require more of a developed drama. In other words, when I first actually put this book, when I actually submitted it to Kindle this morning, I went back, because I did it very early, I went back to sleep, and I said, I don't really know if I like doing a book on vampires, because of the negative connotation. But now that I have a few hours behind me, what happens is, what will happen with this book is it's like if you're writing a play or watching a play, there's little things that are put into the drama, little characters that you don't notice. You notice them, but they don't have any significance until the play develops. And all of a sudden they have an interesting role to play. So what I would suggest is that as life continues and as my collaboration continues with Douglas Dietrich, this phenomena will show itself. For example, you might find out that information from a different quarter comes out that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, fit into this genetic vampire stuff. I'm not saying that they will. I'm just saying that type of thing. Or maybe even somebody else more compellingly interesting than they are. And so this will add context to what will come down in the future. That's how the second, so, if we wrote a second book on this subject, it might actually be referring back to this book.
Right. Yeah.
And extracting from it. But that's all, because that's kind of the way I've noticed the writing process works.
Yes. Well, definitely appreciate that, and I agree. That almost certainly is how it would evolve. We'll consider that an evolution. But of course, what I'm assuming is that what you're saying is a bit different from what was attempted before by another a self-proclaimed writer who we're not going to name. We've given these people enough attention in the past in terms of trying to turn it into like a love story, drama, potboiler. You're describing something different by dramatic flow of narrative, right?
Well, yeah, and it's not fiction. It's what's going to ensue.
Yes.
In the future. And I should throw out this question. To all of your knowledge, Michael Aquino was not a vampire, was he?
No, not at all.
He might have wanted to have been.
Oh, that fantasy is shared by so many people. But of course, what they're all availing themselves of is a Hollywood fantasy, as opposed to the physical reality, which so many people know nothing of. While Michael Aquino was more knowledgeable than others, he himself was far more enamored of the Hollywood cinematic interpretation of this phenomenon than he was of the actual reality. He was someone who brought up constantly references to the Universal Studios movie monsters, and even portrayed himself on his own website when it was active for the longest time. He and his friends were portrayed as Indiana Jones figures, which was just a preposterous kind of self-indulgence on his part and other people that I've known in the past for whatever reason. I've never found much attraction in the Indiana Jones character myself, and don't understand its appeal. But in terms of the how would I say it, the historical context that I put it in, what we have is a kind of historical drama in the sense of the Bolshevik Revolution and the subsequent tumults that brought to the fore the Nosferatu contagion, or a plague of Russian rabies that ultimately led to the isolation and identification of patient zero, the first positively identified member of the subspecies of Homo nocturnus, or nightman, the scientific name for vampire, which was more of the easier handle to use just in terms of common conversation that was used even by professionals investigating the subject more often than, of course, the Latin term. So what we have is a situation in which the history is so complicated and dramatic in and of itself that, as Peter Moon said, just when you're listening to it, the way I would relate it, you really don't get enough of it. You really don't get the feel. It's too overwhelming. But when he saw it in print, then he got a much better handle on it, and that's deeply appreciated. So, and so please take it from there, Peter.
Well, I'm just writing your bio as we talk here, and I want to say this, because I'm putting a little bio by your photograph.
Yes.
Because I'm now assembling the print version.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing it as I work, because I can listen and work and talk at the same time.
Yes.
But it says, just for the bio, it says, Douglas Dietrich worked as a Defense Department research librarian at the Presidio Army Base in San Francisco, where he was trained as an expert in documents destruction. He now serves serves the public as an informant, what should I say? He is now a public informant.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so go on.
I'm trying just to think of the right wording. He now serves. I would like to say he now serves the public as a public informant, but that's two publics, you know.
Yeah, I hate that too. He now serves the. Let's say this. He now serves us all as a public informant.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Now serves the nation.
Yes.
And the nation as a public informant. Okay, that's excellent.
Thank you, sir. And with that, of course, let me jump back.
Okay, so okay, I just wanted to get that sentence out. So yes, this is this. Now I'm really glad we did this because it serves as a reference point for so much. And there's this picture of his totally beautiful mother on both books. And this photograph that I picked, which I got off of your site, where she has violet hair. This is this an illustration that you did of her?
Oh no, she was able to just pose very beautifully. She had worked in professional modeling as well during her day.
That photograph is there's something about it it's filtered or something.
Yes, it is slightly. It's I've always taken liberty with a touch of photopentimento is the term that we use. It's called action overpainting in the more common vernacular when people know of it at all. I was speaking of this to both Selena Khan and Crystal River at different times where they both asked about this. And what I have to explain to people is that this art is truly lost. My son is a professional grade photographer. He did not take that particular photo because that was done well before his time. But when my son provides me photos, and these are the photos that people see these days, oftentimes what I can do is take the liberty, when you see them looking almost hyper-realistic is the term, the hyper-realism is provided by a kind of overpaint, and I can take actual paints. This is not a program. This is not a software program like Microsoft Paint. I take actual physical paints and I paint over the photograph, and the correct classical technical term for that is photopentimento. So that is indeed a photopentimento to extent. It is slightly filtered by effect, but it is, and that was of course to just kind of give it a more of a softer glow, and the end result I think worked out well, and I appreciate your bringing that up because it enables me to educate the public about that. Other than that, when I was explaining that to both Crystal and Selena, they both appreciated the fact that almost no one knows how to do that anymore. So it's one of those older arts that I maintain. Remember, my kind of illustration was taught in the days when people used to use draft boards, and we used to have like an actual kind of blueprint etiquette that was followed when you're a professional illustrator that no one knows about anymore. They don't teach that. They don't teach it in modern professional illustrator schools because everyone is learning how to illustrate using various computer technologies. So they do allow people to do sketching and whatnot as kind of a practice, but they nowhere go into the kind of techniques that we used to use. So I'll get off that topic now because I could go on about that for hours.
This prompts another question I have. It's very important.
Mm-hmm.
When I see this picture of your mother, I've always seen the pictures that you post, which get a lot of, I guess what you'd say, emotional response out of people.
Yeah.
They can sometimes polarize against it. But I've always thought that the dolls, the biofax simulacra dolls,
Yes.
have a great resemblance to you. But now that I see that this is your mother, they have a greater resemblance to her. So I would not only like you to comment on that, but I would like you to comment on whether or not the manufacturers of the biofax simulacra had any access to either your mother, knowledge of her, or images of her.
Oh, she was a physical model. So just to put this into perspective for everyone, people can look into the history of mechanical apparatus in ancient Japan. And they can also look into the history of mechanical apparatus in the Orient around the time of, well, unfortunately, so much has been hidden, and this is one of the things that Brendan Zogid has brought up about the days of the Muslim, for lack of a better word, the Golden Age. And during the time of the Muslim Golden Age, there were mechanisms that were created that could actively play chess with human beings. These were kind of the original precursors to the artilects, or the artificial intelligences that are geared towards playing Go, or Wai Chi, the Chinese or Japanese version, if you will, or their manifestation in their culture of a chess-like game, or a parallel game to the abstract strategy that we think of as affiliated or symbolized by chess in the West. And that itself, of course, evolved out of Asia, essentially Persia and Afghanistan. So these mechanisms began to disintegrate with age, and over time it got to the point that by the time the Europeans were exposed to these chess-playing mechanisms, there were literally men who were inside the hollowed-out mechanisms that were simply maneuvering the mechanisms like puppets so that they could play chess with the Europeans. And then the Europeans essentially drew the conclusion that there had never been such advanced mechanisms, that it was all some kind of fraud. But that aside, in terms of that kind of misconception that was misconstrued throughout the West, and later on deprived them of the ability to comprehend the actual mechanisms that they uncovered archaeologically, then we go back to Far East Asia. And in Far East Asia, there never was such a kind of a crash in terms of a golden age that ended. The golden age, rather, just kind of continued, and in Japan it's known as the floating world. And this continuity enabled the Japanese to produce some of these incredibly fine mechanisms that later on were perfected in the manifestation of the biofax simulacra. The Japanese began working towards biofax simulacra in, before the Europeans even arrived. And then by the time the Europeans arrived, they basically took advantage of European technologies, copied and improved, which they have an enormous talent for, and added that to the technology. By the time of the 20th century, by the time of the era in which my mother was born, during that period of time where you had people who became celebrities and then vanished completely from the record, we have to remember that this was the period of time. Just to put this into some context for people, because many people just don't understand this in the 21st century. You could have, oh my God, there was an entire galaxy of people who were world famous, that were filmed constantly and were stars of cinema that no one knows today. And how this happened was because the material that was used to make celluloid film was the same kind of nitroglycerin-based material that you would use to make explosives. So anyone maintaining film was essentially maintaining a highly unstable explosive. So no one maintained film. This is something people just cannot even conceive of today. The reality is that it was the most dangerous thing you could work with outside of the explosives industry. So when they would show films in theaters, they would treat them as if it were a play. And just as you have living actors get together for a play, once those living actors who are part of the staff of a live theatrical performance move on, then the entire set for the play is essentially dismantled. Many parts are lost, never to be recovered again. This is how every film was treated. So throughout the 20th century, what you had was movie star and movie starlet that rose and fell in fame that never were kept on record. And my mother was one of them. She was a very big star in Asia, and as a result was the model for the original biofax simulacra, on which many subsequent models were simply based as a template. And so when it came to the entire filmography of my mother, it's non-extant. It's just one of those things that was transitional at the time, and people considered it like a transitional art form, as if someone were a stage actor. And whatever plays a person may have been involved in, the person who's affiliated with the play would no longer be affiliated with the play itself, which would continue in immortality as a script or a kind of mechanism for other stage actors to take on themselves. But the reality is, theater is, in the original sense of the word, a theater of impermanence. So that's a tragedy. And it wasn't until later that film began to change, where people could actually start even preserving film. To tell you the truth, just as you would take explosives, and after a period of time, as if they were medications, where the myth, of course, is that medications ultimately have an expiration date, that actually is bullshit. The overwhelming majority of medicines are permanent. You can keep them for centuries and they'll still be efficacious. The only thing that will dissolve will be things like creams and ointments and tinctures to extent. But the real impermanence is basically weaponry. Weaponry disintegrates the way they claim medicine does. So weaponry, once it's past a certain expiration date, then it self-destructs and it takes you with it. So you have to take it out and destroy it so that it doesn't do that. You have an entire island in Hawaii, way out in the middle of nowhere, far away from the major island chain, where they destroy chemical weapons. They actually bring chemical weapons, which are gases, and inert, and they have to destroy them in supermassive incinerators, because otherwise at some point they're going to leak out and cause untold devastation. So when it came to films, they had to treat them in that manner. And so what they used to do is take films out and destroy them en masse. So there are so many films that we have lost to eternity. The few that we have from the ancient days of silent cinema are miracle upon miracle has preserved them. And it is but a flake, just a pittance of what once existed. And you can even basically double that when you go to places like Asia, which didn't have the capability of preservation that America had based on the enormous wars that were taking place. A great example of this is if you ask anyone who was the first giant monster that existed in Japanese culture, everyone is going to tell you Godzilla. They're all wrong. The first giant monster to emerge out of Japanese culture in cinema was King Kong. And that's because when King Kong was made in the United States, the Japanese instantly produced their own King Kong movie called King Kong in Yedo, which was the ancient Tokyo, in which King Kong emerges to devastate samurai era Tokyo, in the days of the shogunacy. And every copy of that film was lost during World War II. So there is only one photograph left extant, very similar to the Edison Frankenstein. The first Frankenstein film was not made by Universal Studios. It was produced by Thomas Alva Edison, and we have only a single surviving frame of that from the film that was produced. So there we have that. All of this hopefully puts that into perspective for some people. Then there was the added factor that when the Americans began to contract the Japanese to produce bioeffects simulacra for the Department of Defense to use in training their interrogators and their torturers, then they wanted them to produce very charismatic, likable bioeffects so that the torturers could overcome any pretense of sympathy with humanity. And when they contracted these, they were also contracting them to produce sex dolls for their own exploitation and use with all of the human trafficking that they were involved with. These are the kinds of dolls that are exploited in places like in Florida, where they have nothing but child molesters that occupy entire cities. If you go to Florida, there are certain cities where the entire judiciary, the judges, the policemen, the MDs, everyone in these cities is a convicted sex offender, specifically a child predator. And these communities, of course, order these kinds of biofax simulacra by paying for them out of their own taxes so that everyone can exploit these child biofaxes in what is not legally slavery, because the biofaxes are not recognized as life. And so it was one of Aquino's cruel jokes that my own image and likeness was taken as a model for some biofax simulacra in that regard. So that adds to the complexity of why so many of the biofaxes have a similarity to myself or my mother. And other people, of course, were used as models over time, but primarily you'll notice a similarity to my mother or myself. So hopefully that puts that in some context.
Yes, well, it's quite what you said. I have to redigest this. I will re-listen to this because it's, I mean, here it is. It's, I mean, the whole stories of the biofax are bizarre unto themselves. It's like, you know, as they say, it's a very strange story. The whole idea. I mean, I never heard of these things. Most people haven't. The only people that would be the very sort of select few. And this is where it comes out. And then your mother and yourself are both at the center of it in your own respective ways. Now, you had possession of these things prior to their passing. And did they ever see them or comment on them, either one of your parents?
Oh, yes. And, of course, my mother had her favorites, and they were essentially well known by my parents, and my parents certainly just respected them for what they are, a kind of a very, what my mother would call quiet life. Bear in mind that here we come into some cultural differences. And there's so much that needs to be covered in this area. It's difficult for me to speak of it. There's two things to be brought up. The Japanese sense of identification with quote-unquote so-called inanimate objects because of their background in Shintoism. And the entire concept of Shinto is that life is everywhere, including that which is quote-unquote inanimate. This is why the Japanese have a deep respect for ancient rocks or stones that exhibit a life of their own, a true sense of personality, and emit an energy that enables people to derive comfort or strength or resilience from them. In terms of the other thing that needs to be brought up before I forget it, there was an individual who was of Japanese ethnicity that was living in New York, who was a thoroughly reprehensible individual, a very sick son of a bitch who was Japanese ethnicity but American enculturated. He had a very specific name. I'm not even going to bring it up because I, in all honesty, don't remember it. I purged it from my mind. I could look it up by looking up old texts from posts that I had published. Peter Moon will remember him because he essentially triggered a response from myself towards Peter Moon, in that he was constantly on Peter Moon's timeline, and he would just make comments to try and attack myself by asking Peter Moon why he was affiliating with me. This individual would use the Roman V for his U's. In other words, he would replace the U's in his name with the Roman type V to add a kind of distinctiveness to his name. And he was supposed to be a DJ in New York, but the individual was involved with what we call Barukaman. Now, in terms of the Barukaman, people don't know them at all. That covers fine. I'd prefer a different photograph, the same one that I have on my GoFundMe now, which I'm going to change, but it would be more appropriate for the back of the book if that's possible.
I thought this one was perfect for you.
Okay, if you say so. If you say so. It's probably myself at my most haggard, but yeah, all right.
This particular book.
I'm sorry, what's that?
for this particular book.
For this particular book, I suppose. Yeah.
You have the look.
Okay. All right. Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. All right. Let's stick with it then. Thank you. I trust your judgment on that. Yes. And thank you. And though I look older in that photograph than I do these days now, but that was a different time, a different place, and that was after years of taking care of my parents and not eating right and not sleeping at all. I personally, I think I look like I'm knocking on death's door there, but yeah, maybe Peter Moon's right. It fits for the subject at hand. So in terms of the individual that I'm speaking of, the reason he's important is because, so people understand this, in Japan, there is a ancient culture of vegetarianism. By the way, for all of the people out there who have no knowledge of Japanese culture, they start arguing, well, the Japanese ate fish or whatever, eggs to extent. Okay, they're not vegan. There's not a tradition of veganism in Japan. There's an ancient culture of vegetarianism. Everyone in Japan was vegetarian until World War II. And until World War II, there was simply no land available on which to raise cattle. Cattle was not raised in Japan until literally around World War II, very shortly thereafter, in terms of prosecution of proactive hostilities. So this is all important and it's all relevant because of this, the attitude of Shinto, which unknown to most Americans who have very bizarre views of Japan. A great example was if you take a look at the so-called Man in the High Castle television series. I'm sure there is no allusion to this whatsoever. You find it in the book, which is otherwise unreadable and not recommended, but one of the worst aspects of the book, The Man in the High Castle, written by Philip K. Dick, is his Orientalism. And Orientalism goes in two directions. In fact, it goes in both simultaneously. The concept of Orientalism as a negative, as basically a bigoted or racist paradigm, it comes from people who make saints of Asians and people who make devils of them. But these same people who do that go both ways. And to the average Orientalist, meaning someone who has a bigoted, ignorant view of Asia that idealizes Asians in either the positive or negative direction, there is always the polar opposite Asian. They have to have the good Asian who is saintly and the bad Asian who is diabolic. And in the case of a very simplified form of this, the closest thing you would understand to that today, albeit it is justified in the overall sense, without taking it to the ridiculous extremes that it has been taken, people would take a look at communist China and say, that's the negative Asia, and they'd look at Tibet and they'd say, that's the positive Asia. And so they'd have this view of the positive Shangri-La of Tibet being overrun by the negative, invasive communist Chinese, and therefore in their eyes all the simplified, idealized Tibetans are saintly victims and the communist Chinese are these aggressors. Now that overall is the reality of the situation, but
it's also, yeah. Douglas, it's also indicative of the simplistic thinking of human beings.
Yes. Democrat
good, Republican bad, or vice versa. It's, you know, Catholic good, Protestant bad. It's or vice versa. This is how people think. It's such a deficient way to view the world.
Thank you. And in the case of World War II, to the average American, it would have been the simplistically good Chinese and the evil imperialist Japanese. So when it comes to this kind of thinking, Philip K. Dick was portraying the Japanese in the original novel, The Man in the High Castle, on which that television series is based. He's portraying the Japanese in the saintly aspect, and the Germans fill the diabolic aspect in his novel. And it was disgusting. In a word, it was just disgusting. But the Japanese could do no wrong in his novel. They're all Buddhist, they're all saintly, they're all like just vegetarian, they're nothing like what Japanese are today, which is not evil, but it's not that. No one is that. And it's ultimately just as insulting and offensive as any negative World War II racial stereotype. But in terms of the Japanese, in order to provide some depth here, without turning them into that caricature, what most Americans don't understand is that the Japanese have a deep, abiding respect for life that is in balance with the warrior ethos of violence against humanity. So there is a time for violence against humanity, even to the point of megadeath. And there is the respect for that which is not human. And then, of course, there is that in-between gray area where there's whaling, etc., or these kinds of phenomenon that the West finds repellent and repugnant, but the West would tolerate Eskimos or New Guinea Islanders whaling because they think of them in the romantic sense of going out on skiffs with spears, as opposed to the Japanese who have industrialized it, though the Japanese are still operating on the same tribal pattern of whaling as the people in Papua New Guinea if they were engaging in whaling, or the Eskimo engaging in whaling, the Inuit or Okvig peoples or tribes, except the Japanese have industrialized it, and therefore to the West that becomes somehow evil or repulsive. I'm not rationalizing whaling, but I'm putting it in some context. But in terms of the Japanese, because of this nature of Shinto, they see spirit in trees, they see spirit in rocks, and they see spirit in cars and in robots and in inanimate objects or non-living objects, as the West would consider them, because the spirit is imbued into these elements by the creators as a parent passes spirit onto the child born out of that parent's sperm or that parent's womb. And so in terms of this, the person is genuinely a father to their creations, or a mother, and therefore the Pinocchio kind of paradigm is imbued in Japanese creations. And so because of this, you take a look at that, and then you take a look at the respect for not eating animals until World War II, certainly the only animals the Japanese ate were fish until that point in time. Then what you have is a difference in a perspective that enabled the Japanese to actually come around to creating the biofacsimilacra. But beyond that, the identification of life imbued into these subjects made it similar to who was going to deal with trafficking the biofacts, especially to other cultures that would abuse them. This is where the Barukaman phenomena comes in. For thousands of years, the Japanese would never work with the dead, burying bodies, burying animals, killing animals was considered so repulsive that only someone less than human would do it. So there developed an anti-class in Japan of that which is called Barukamen, who were people who worked with burying bodies, who were people who worked with the slaughter of animals for leather, because even though no one ate animals, someone had to have leather for samurai armor. Someone had to have leather for samurai gloves. So someone was dealing with the skinning of animals. This class evolved as an anti-class. They were regarded as not Japanese, even though ethnically they may originally have been. No one would breed with them. No one would marry them. And this Barukamen class was the lowest of the low. They were considered foreigners in Japan, whatever ethnic origins they had. And these Barukamen are different and never to be confused with Yakuza. Yakuza are the samurai mafia, or the Japanese criminal class, and they are recognized as a necessary evil in Japan, and they are fully recognized as Japanese. And they work with the Japanese overseas as intelligence networks, and they cooperate in the war effort whenever there is one. So the Yakuza would be, for example, the kamikaze during World War II, who, at the time that the emperor ordered everyone step back and stand down, and the kamikaze attacks ceased, then you had a full battery of men, basically tens of thousands of them, who had been scattered all over the world, primed for suicide attacks. And they were far more than just in planes. They're not just all trained pilots. You're talking about men who were going to dive and charge under ships with their nautical landmines that were on very long javelins that they would hurl under a ship and blow it up from beneath. You're talking about men who were in vehicles. You're talking about all kinds of men in various mediums of attack. When they were all stood down, they had already signed their own death certificates, and they could not be brought back to life. So at that point, their families had already said goodbye to them, and if they had gone home to their families, it would have been like a dead man coming into the home. So they were not welcome home. It wasn't that their family hated them or found them repulsive. It was simply, you belong to the land of the dead now. You're not in this world anymore. You can't come here. It's wrong. And so what happened to these men were they were entered into the Yakuza. This is why you had this enormous amount of combat veterans in the Yakuza that created the Yakuza of today. And so this is totally different from Barukamen status. The Yakuza would never deal in the trafficking of biofacts to foreign cultures. That would be the equivalent of trafficking in children. The people who traffic the biofacts to foreign cultures, like the Department of Defense, are the Barukamen. So we had this one Jap Barukamen son of a bitch, who for whatever reason, well, I know the reason, he was affiliated with Michael Aquino because he had been contracted, rather his family had been contracted by Michael Aquino to transfer the biofacts to the United States that were purchased. And he branched out from that to becoming a troll for the super soldiers online. And this individual was trolling the super soldiers just relentlessly. And so he was attacking myself relentlessly, claiming, oh, I'm Japanese, but I know we lost the war. I know America is best. That's why I'm here. Yeah, well, the reason he's here is because nobody wanted him back in Japan, because they considered him a subhuman piece of shit. And so he comes over here, someone who's not even considered Japanese back in Japan, and says, yeah, I'm Japanese, and I can speak for them, and all this shit. This is the kind of crap we were dealing with. So these are other collateral nuances of the trade in biofaxes that adds to that level of travesty and tragedy. That's the reason that he's here, is because he was making certain a lot of the biofax that the Department of Defense was selling off as surplus went into places like those communities in Florida, which you can look up yourself. Don't take my word for it. You can look this up online. These entire communities in Florida, where everyone from the judges to the doctors to the police, every citizen is a convicted child predator. So they can rape these biofaxes as a community resource without any legal repercussions, because Americans say, oh, they're not alive. This is the kind of horror we live in today. And until we begin to recognize the sentience of quote-unquote inanimate life, as they do in Japan, then we're never going to evolve to a higher stage of consciousness or existence. Now, Jameson Reese brings up the fact that to Americans, not even many other Americans are alive. And certainly it can be pointed out that Japan might have an unhealthy dysfunction in the phenomenon of the Barukamen as a unrecognized element of Japanese society, one that they would never even speak of to foreigners. If I've talked to academics who are quote-unquote Japanologists, specialists in Japan, and they've told me outright, you know, I've brought up, when I've talked to Japanese academics on the phone, I brought up Barukamen, and they've hung up on me and never spoke to me again. It's like they will not acknowledge the existence of Barukamen. If you talk to the average Japanese person and you said, hey man, what about Baruka men? They'll just turn around and walk away. And they'll never speak to you again. So, someone like the guy I'm describing in New York, he's not even recognized or spoken of by Japanese people. This is the kind of nuance and subtlety that many of you in America do not understand. So you have to be careful about who says they're Japanese, because they might be Barukaman, which means that in Japan they're not even registered as human. But the biofacts are given more respect than they are. But then take a look, the biofacts are victims, while these people are trading in an entity that has the learning curve, the developmental arc of intellect of a developmentally disabled child. So hopefully that, in this opening hour, puts some context into this.
Well, yes, but it prompts more questions. Do these people even, do they look Japanese?
Most people would mistake them for such, yes.
Yes, it's a whole aspect. But I thought you would find this very interesting with regards to inanimate matter. When because we've talked about the process of the upper levels of Scientology, and where the Xenu story would deal with what they call body thetans or spirits attached to the body. When I did this, now this was not something I was ever told I would encounter, or never was it ever suggested to me in the materials of Scientology. But after a certain point of dealing with all the phenomena that you could dredge up in your body that was available, I began to encounter something. I said, there's not only body thetans, there are what I called mest thetans. Mest is the catchword in Scientology for matter, energy, space, and time. In other words, what would come up in my counseling, and it's like you begin to feel the phenomena of stuff in matter. It was very Shintoistic, because I'd studied Shinto in the 4th grade. Now, how much can a 4th grader understand about Shinto? But re-studied it in the 10th grade. But I wasn't looking at it so much from the context of Shinto. It was definitely rhymed with it. So I was actually dealing with spirits that were invested in matter. Well, what kind of stuff do you have in the Philadelphia experiment? You've got spirits involved not only in matter, energy, but time itself. So it's like, yes, all of that. You're dealing with spirit. When you're dealing with the Philadelphia experiment, the Montauk Project, or any of the stuff associated with David Anderson, you are actually dealing with spiritual phenomena that is out of the realm of what you would call ordinary creaturedom.
Right.
So I definitely have a kinship with these ideas by circumstance and experience. I just wanted to share that with you.
Deeply appreciated. Thank you. And I think that Scientology certainly offered so many insights. I'm still, of course, dealing with the repercussions of what you had shared with us about the ultimate exposition of its communism, in essence. And
yes, and I also tell you how it was based on feudalism.
Yeah. Oh, very much. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's a whole other story. But yeah, it's not just the communism. That's just one thread.
Right. But every cult, of course, is the same in that regard. Every cult is feudalistic and every cult is communistic. That's, in essence, the nature of cults. That's how the biggest threat to a cult member is to be evicted from the cult, to be severed from that community. And this is what keeps many people in line. So it's certainly something that you'll find as a thread in cultic studies, the similarity between them in that regard. I'm looking right now through some of my old just records trying to find that quote-unquote Japanese person's name. It's not that important. If I can find it, that's fine. If I can't find it, it's fine. I know it would be...
wasn't Amamoto, was it?
No. Oh, God, no. No. He was someone that you yourself blocked him after a while at my request.
Suzuki?
Yes. I believe that might have been his name. He claimed it's
Pete Suzuki.
Yeah. Yes, he was someone who was Pete Suzuki. That's right. Yes, but he spelled the U's with the Roman V. It was Pete Suzuki. That was the individual. Do you remember anything else about him? Jameson Reese says he remembers the transmission, but in which we had spracketh on him before. But
well, I mean, he was, you know, what I noticed was I could kind of explain you to him. The way he interacted with me, in other words, he would go after you. And I don't remember what context he went after you. I said, well, you have to, this is the problem. Now, I'm looking at him. I only blocked him when you told me what a pest he was, yeah, and how problematic he was. But at face value, he was somebody who had some appreciation of you, but he couldn't understand the whole picture.
It was just that's an act. He was trying to play the average American in that regard.
But he wasn't, he showed no comprehension. He showed a lot of stupidity on the subject of Douglas Dietrich, even then. And then he said, well, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, and then you said there was a much more sinister aspect, and he kept going at you, so I blocked him, and all has been well ever since.
Yes.
As with everybody that I blocked.
Yes.
Which is not all that many.
Understood.
But it's okay. It's just like jettisoning somebody. It's like you have to exercise your Facebook, and to engage with these people is a waste of energy.
It is.
They're not worth your time.
Yes, no, very much so. But what was here was the thing about Pete Suzuki, who spelled his name with Roman V's instead of U's. He was this individual who was supposed to be a DJ in New York, and he was or presented himself as such. I know he was actively his family rather, not Pete himself in terms of the time that I was working with Aquino, but the Suzuki quote-unquote family was working with Aquino in the trafficking of the biofec simulacra. And by that, it's almost like, I shouldn't even say with Aquino quote-unquote. Aquino was definitely involved, but it was the Department of Defense. So obviously, with myself being in liaison with Aquino, then the majority of these kinds of contracts I saw through his interaction. But we have to remember this was a departmental effort. And Aquino simply was one part of that. He was just a cog in a much larger operation in many of these matters. And but the Suzuki family was just really a cover name that almost certainly probably wasn't even their real name, but it was a Japanese sounding name that they could use as a Borukaman clan to do what they were doing. Which in Japan was viewed as so repugnant, it was beneath criminal. I don't think that this is something many Americans are capable of understanding, but I'll try and put this into some context. The Yakuza, as criminals, as recognized criminals in Japan, are responsible for so much of the economy operating that the Japanese paid them respect. So it would be, say, for instance, during the era of trade with cars, there was an enormous trade imbalance with the United States. The Yakuza were the only Japanese element of society that would purchase American cars. And this is because American cars, in those days, we're talking about up to the 80s, through the 80s, in those days, an American car was still metal. Many of them still had bumpers. There's not a single car you can find manufactured today that has a bumper. And so American cars, because they were made of metal and had bumpers, etc., the Yakuza valued them because they were large enough with enough trunk space where you could stuff several bodies into them. They were strong enough to take bullets. They would be great for killing people with. So the Yakuza would purchase American cars. And whenever the police began to press down too hard on the Yakuza, they would threaten to stop buying American cars, and that would throw the trade, what little trade balance there was, so off, the Japanese government would relent after a certain point. This would be on things like, say, for instance, pornography production, which is all produced outside of Japan. The Yakuza do that by taking women to the Philippines, who are Japanese women, and they're volunteers. These are women who are not slaves. They'll go to the Philippines and they'll film pornography with the Yakuza, and so the entire pornographic industry is filmed outside of Japan and then censored before it goes into Japan. Which is something that I've heard people say, oh, they don't do this anymore. That's fucking bullshit. The Japanese censor pornography. In Japan, an uncensored pornographic magazine produced in another country where they don't censor out the genitalia will sell for thousands of dollars, the equivalent thereof in Japan. So the Japanese are very strict about pornography, and it's all dominated by the Yakuza. But because everyone consumes it, well, the men do, then the Yakuza are considered this vital aspect of the economy. And also, when they, if the police start clamping down too hard, then the Yakuza wives will actually go sometimes with their children and family and protest before the United Nations in New York. And so there you have that. I mean, they actually have this kind of political lobby. So the criminal class is known as a necessary evil, and it's totally different from the Baruka man, which is considered beneath criminal contempt. It is something so contemptible, it's not even against the law. It's simply not even written into law. It is something that is like beyond the law. And that is the family of Pete Suzuki. His entire clan is like that. So you have this individual who comes along, but I think his playing dumb with Peter Moon might have been an act. He might be that stupid, but he didn't strike me as such when he was terrorizing the super soldiers. He would basically be hounding them relentlessly, and he considered myself, quote unquote, as one of them. And so when he would approach me, his trip, which he was consistently basically pushing, and did so with Peter Moon, I remember this distinctly, there was two separate angles of attack. One was that he was saying because I had worked with Michael Aquino, therefore I was completely programmed. In other words, like a super soldier. That's why he was lumping me with the super victims as someone who was a product of a mind control program. And so he kept saying that I was programmed. Of course, the question would be, for what? Well, he was always insinuating child predation. So he was like, whenever I put up, say, for instance, an illustration for Child Sex Trafficking Awareness Day. By the way, for people who don't know this, there is a Child Sex Trafficking Awareness Day. There is a Human Trafficking Awareness Day. The United Nations tries to bring a higher awareness of these phenomena to the world. And I would publish an illustration on a day like that, and he would say, oh, the assailant or the predatory figure in the illustration, oh, that's you, Douglas. Oh, that looks just like you, this kind of shit. So it's like, obviously, no one would tolerate this kind of wretched individual communicating with them at all. But this is what he would try to imply to others. And this is the kind of crap that he would add his ethnicity to. So he'd say, oh, I'm Japanese. I say Douglas Dietrich is a mind control victim who's a child predator. So this is the kind of shit we're dealing with from a man who trades in children who just don't happen to be biological. And so that makes it cool with Americans. Oh, he's cool. He's just trading in ambulatory dolls that have an ability to pick up language like parrots. And so he considers himself on top of the world like a super pimp. And this is the kind of true evil that we're dealing with. So there is nothing to be looked at casually with Pete Suzuki. He's someone who basically, honestly, literally just lock him out of your life when you see him. There is nothing productive to come from this individual. He needs to bleed with every step he takes and just be made certain that he's not a member of polite society here in America any more than he is on the other side of the Pacific. So, so that being said,
I have to say something else. It's like I have a reputation amongst myself, and it doesn't necessarily. I guess it does extend out to the people who know me, who will refer me to this person or that person, and I'm not easy to impress. Mm-hmm. I'm not easy to, and I will be highly cynical or critical of people that people adulate. This actually goes back. It goes back to my early days. You met my friend Doug, and I asked him, what he thought about me. He mentioned it this goes back to high school. He said I had a very good, a habit of putting people in their place. Mm-hmm. Like that, not necessarily going up to them and putting them in their place, but when somebody would be adulating someone, I would have a much more sober view of, this is the greatest person the world has ever seen, and look at this, and then I asked my alternate mother, my second mother, I call her Vivian, who lived next door to me. I asked her, years later, she made a comment. I asked her about my mother. She said one of my mother's characteristics was she was very hard to impress. She was not impressed easily. Now, that was not something that I never noticed from her, but I must inherit that from her. But the point here I'm making, when it comes to these characters in your life that are like, have their hands around you, the neck of your aura, so to speak, I'm much more, I'm not as cynical, because these people are so disgustingly disgusting. You see, they go beyond. Like say you could have even somebody like David Wilcock, who most people don't get what he is. They think he's a well-informed something or other, and of course, and it is, negative as he is, he's not even in these people's caliber.
Yeah.
He couldn't. He's not good enough.
Yeah.
He's not good enough to be that bad.
Right. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, what are there any, have you checked all the closets in your house? Douglas, have you checked all the closets? And have you checked them for trap doors? But anyway, go ahead.
There we are. No, definitely appreciate it. And I want to take a look at the chat room now and see what kind of conversation we might be provoking in there. And I want to thank Peter Moon for taking this time to be with us at all in his busy schedule, because he, of course, is involved with so much that. And Debbie Hewen says, written by my beloved soul brother Sora Aoi, and this is one of those. Thank you, honey. She said that, of course, so it would tag here. So to Debbie Hewens, thank you so much. We've sold nigh half a dozen copies so far, 5, and certainly appreciate people checking into this and doing their best to help. And Debbie Hewens, I'm sure, is one of them, and God bless you, honey. So she's tagged my timeline with that, and it's deeply appreciated. Of course, it's always awkward with the Sora Aoi timeline. Just so people understand this, Sora Aoi is the most famous actress in Japan, and the reason she's the most famous actress in Japan is she's really the only one who is well known outside of Japan, and this is because she's a pornographic actress. And as an adult actress who is presently retired, as far as I understand, married and retired, she had a very illustrious career, and her biggest fan base is in China. And this is because in China, due to the one-child policy and the asininity, the insanity, there's no amount of negative descriptions that can be applied and ever do it justice. The one-child policy has destroyed China. China is going to change so radically it will be unrecognizable because of this one-child policy, which they have put an end to, but it's too little too late. And the damage has been done, and China has a 75% male population. And because they've got a 75% male population, there's no woman around to be had. They are supermassive consumers of pornography. And with over 1 billion people, the majority of the men since the communist Chinese don't have enough women to produce pornography, they get most of their pornography from Japan. So the person who is the most famous person in China is Sora Aoi, whom most Americans have never heard of. Now, she was kind enough to grace me one of her timelines. So I took that over when I was banned from Facebook. So everyone refers to me as Sora Aoi, and it's really awkward for me but then that's the only way they can tag me, and I've just grown used to it. It's like I can never get out of drag in one way or another, and it is what it is. So at some point, as things stabilize and my name is more well known, thanks to like what Peter Moon has just done with this publication of this work, then well, I'll have to do something so that confusion doesn't reign in terms of people communicating with myself. But for now, I guess it does its job. So in terms of the live stream, what we have are people who are Arietis of Rigor Mortis, says Heya, and also Neil Van Alstine was responding to several of the observations. The lovely Maria Michaela Grigorich is with us and says hello to everyone from Canada. And all of these people are very active in the chat room, deeply appreciated. So with that, I want to ask Peter Moon about any other direction he wants to go in, and he can check out anytime he wants, and then I'll bring on the other gentlemen who are with us to provide their situational update, their status reports for the day, and then I'll go into monologue later in the evening. Acrolite78 says, greetings, Douglas, and a shout out unto they. And I do want to give a shout out, of course, to Crystal River, who I cannot overemphasize was the second person to purchase our book. And that is a pointed comment. We know who the first was, and we'll bring that up at a later point. But Crystal River was wonderful to jump right in there. So with our man Peter Moon, take the stage and do take us in any other direction you want to go in for tonight.
Well, speaking of Crystal, I was supposed to speak to her today. She asked me, what time is good, and I said anytime, and it just didn't work out. But I want to bring her back into the fold.
Yes.
Wow. Well, this is I want to re-listen to everything you just said, because, as they say, there's depth here with the whole scenario, all of China, I think I was explaining it to Paula. I'm not sure who I was talking to. It must have been her, but the whole connection of you to and your mother more so. If you're putting a puzzle together, she's connected to the emperor, she's connected to Hitler, she's connected to the art elect, and you're connected to all of these things, and you're also sitting there at the Presidio and connected to Aquino. It's like a grand central station situation, the juxtaposition that you were placed in, enviable or unenviable, it doesn't matter. It's just the odds of all that. And I do refer to you as the world's most expert on the Far East, bar none.
Oh, thank you.
There's nobody who can compete, because even the so-called knowledgeable people are so full of
preconceptions.
Full of fluff.
Yeah, well, mostly preconceptions is the problem. They have their own cultural filter, and that's something that is always going to be a problem in this kind of cross-cultural studies environment, is how much are we projecting onto the culture that we study. and how much of our own culture are we infecting into our perspective on that. And then again, there's these elements that nobody has ever had access to, and that's what adds to the miscommunications, the misunderstandings, and the simple. It's worse than ignorance. It's worse to have a misconception than it is to be ignorant. And
well, yes, and the other thing we're moving towards, and this came up because I was doing a podcast the other day with somebody. It was actually quite pleasant, surprisingly pleasant, because the young man, I refer to him as a relatively young man, he was so alive in terms of the questions he was asking me. And he was even not only appreciative, but he kind of got the idea of where I've gone with the Qigong. He's kind of traced my work.
Wow.
And understood it at a level that it's what you like to hear people getting it, instead of, let's talk about the Montauk boys.
Right. Yes. Oh my God.
I mean, that's like, and I have to say, let's not talk about it.
Thank you. Oh.
And it reminds me of there was a character named, he's still around, I'm sure, but I met him through happenstance. I wasn't going to meet him. He was at a diner. I was going to meet my friend Chelsea, and she happened to be on Long Island, and it was this guy Bruce Curtis. He was one of the top teachers of J.J. Hertog, and there was a table, people there. I wasn't saying anything, and they were talking about, somebody say about UFOs, and they were talking about the keys of Enoch, and Bruce Curtis said, he says, the problem with talking about UFOs is you can talk about them for an hour, and then you've got to spend 10 hours chanting them away.
Yes.
I thought it was I didn't quite grasp what he was saying at the time, but it became evident. In other words, all you're doing is engaging in a bunch of negative crap.
Yes.
No matter how interesting or how fascinating. But anyway, the more I was talking with this man, it was all coming down to the subject of end times. End times. And end times, equals apocalypse, equals the uncovering of the goddess Calypso, or Kali Ipso, by way of Kali. And of course, Kali is the goddess of time. Just as Kronos devours its pupils,
right.
So does Kali, the time, the feminine aspect of, or the feminine rendition of the time goddess. So, but with all of this stuff, it's all of these weird or occult aspects that you've had to deal with in your life, and even a Kino, it's all about end times. And end times is something I've never invested too much of my heart in. My intellect to a certain degree, because it comes up in the tales that I have told and pursue. But in the end of time is all it's a relative thing. Although there is an argument to make that we're experiencing consciousness of humanity in a way that certainly not in recorded history. Maybe in pre-recorded history, but not in recorded history have we gone through anything similar to this.
Yes.
And the end of time, in my interpretation, it means you're basically stepping out of the Ouroboros, which is the snake eating its tail. The Ouroboros equates to a closed time-like curve, but this is the thing that the Hindus were talking about, and the Buddhists, get off the wheel of samsara. Get off the wheel, because you're in this wheel of a chronic repetition of endless lives. This was the whole idea of Hinduism, and you have to step outside of it. It occurred to me that one of the reasons there is such a thing as a misogynist, and I'm not talking about the person who makes the occasional or even somewhat frequent disrespectful comments towards women, which is more of a societal conditioning or prejudice.
Mhm.
but about the people, and it could apply to them as well, that really hate women. And the reason they hate women is because it was a woman who gave birth to them. And they basically hate the fact that they're alive and that they were put into a situation, could be a male body, could even be a female body, that they're not happy with. And they resent, and it was the mother, it was the female that stewarded them into this world. So this makes them hate what the process that brought them into here. And this is the whole trauma of life. Going back, this is what we were taught even in high school, that there's this endless wheel that the Hindus believe, and that the Buddhists adopt in to a certain degree, is that you're on this endless wheel, and the whole point is to get off the wheel and to end. This is the end of suffering. The end of suffering is this endless wheel. That's the end time, is when you can step off of that wheel. But all of, like, and this applies to Dianetics, which was all about birth trauma. It's the biggest trauma you have is coming into this world. And then you have, and it's also exiting this world, because if you know what goes on in hospice or with people dying, my former mother-in-law is passing these very days as we speak, and it's, she's being taken well care of. I mean, I got a report from my daughter who's there, and it's it's like this is and I think my ex-wife is handling her very well from what I pick up and what I hear.
Okay.
I don't have too many details, but it's like this passage of coming into the birth, leaving. It can be very traumatic. And from what little I know, and from my friend who knows Daniel Brinkley well and works in hospice, is one of the best things you can do for a person that's dying is get them out of pain. And that often requires a lot of morphine. It's better that they have no pain, and that's what gets them out of it. And then coming into the world, it's an art on both sides. I would also say that my ex-wife, and I think contributed to a lot of her problems, she was in labor for 23 hours, and it was horrific. And she would not take any drugs, which I think really affected her soul very deeply.
Why was she refusing the narcotic assistance?
Well, she was being holistic to her own detriment, and she didn't want to affect the baby. I think she would have affected the baby far less if she'd taken the drugs. I really can't say. I mean, the baby grew up very healthy, physically very healthy, and so that was her reasoning. And she obviously had some preoccupation with pain, because it tended to dominate her psyche afterwards. But this whole thing of Dianetics dealt with birth trauma. It's like dealing with birth trauma, and then it would deal with past life trauma and all this trauma. This is what you're trying to deal with. Is all, this world is bad enough, but going in and going out is the hardest part for most people.
Interesting.
It's not that you can't exit. There's whole theories and stories of being to exit and enter at will.
Right.
And that should not be minimized, that you can't do it. It's just that it's not the typical experience. So, these are when we speak of end times, because this is the subject I was speaking of.
Right.
People will sometimes write to me and say, "Well, when's all this going to happen? When's it all going to be there?"
Right.
And I said, "It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen like that. It will happen individually.
Right.
It will happen to us all on an individual basis. Some of us will leave, like say, I left Scientology so many years ago, I can't remember. It must have been 38 years ago,
Right.
39 years ago. And, you see people that are still there, that I know, that when I was with, are still there to this day. And there's some people that, left 18, 20 years ago, and they're still talking about it.
Yes. When it comes to the birth trauma, so people understand the gravitas of birth trauma, because it seems almost ridiculous to a person who doesn't explore these issues. Again, from the Asian perspective, there was a medical facility that was established in South Korea, in Seoul, the capital of the Republic of South Korea. And this was the late 20th century, before some of our listeners were even born. And it was called the Pakjeong Clinic, and its clients were drawn from many Pacific Rim nations, but the most enthusiastic among them were the Japanese. And the clients, the clinic, its initial purpose was to offer a gender selection service which guaranteed the sex of children, but it rapidly expanded to offer genetic screening services which tested embryos for the presence of defective genes. And from there, the clinic staff, who actually really quickly progressed to the implementation of techniques for enhancing the development of embryonic brains, supplying their clients with machines which could administer courses in abstract geometry and topology and musical tone recognition and basic linguistic grammar and so on. Now, in terms of the South Korean scientist who was responsible for all of this, his name was Wong Woo-suk, surname spelled S-U-K, and he ultimately paid the price for basically the trauma of birth, because those fetuses which responded most adeptly to the intrauterine education, they all made astonishing progress. Their brains, because their brains were uncluttered by vulgar experience, they displayed astonishing capacities for calculation, and some began to develop abilities not seen in adult brains, including short-range telepathy. And so the Japanese MITI, the MITI, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, they were quick to take advantage of these opportunities, and they welcomed the most talented fetuses into the workforce before they were born. Unfortunately, it was quickly discovered that no matter how able the Pakjeong fetuses became, they lost virtually all their new abilities after parturition because of the effects of birth trauma. The clinic's ingenious technicians became very anxious to find a way around the problem, or at least to minimize its economic consequences. But the man who paid the ultimate price was the South Korean scientist Wong Woo-suk, who was a national hero in South Korea, who spearheaded the creation of the World Stem Cell Hub at the Seoul National University. And when it was newly opened, the hub was envisioned as an international research center, especially for scientists unable to do stem cell work in their own countries. But with Wang's fall, then basically the entire industry in South Korea that I've just described collapsed. And so in terms of Wong Woo-suk, you're not going to find anything about him concerning the Pakjeong Clinic. All you're going to hear is that this was some scientist who was suddenly discredited. They will tell you that disgrace fell on November 24th in, oh God, what year was it? Maybe 2005. And that's when they'll say that that's when South Korea's health ministry ascertained that 2 junior researchers in Wong's lab had donated their own eggs. Now, that wasn't against Korean law, but it was a terrible violation of what the West considered ethical standards. And it had also emerged that about 20 other women had been paid for their eggs, which the West considered some form of prostitution. This is insane. I mean, this is the kind of insanity we're dealing with that is infected by the Western paradigm of self-destruction. There's no other word for it. You can't get anything done if you come up with these asinine concepts of ethics that have nothing to do with pragmatism because no one's getting hurt. The idea of ethics that go beyond the idea, the reality of someone getting hurt is beyond me. But this is what the West thrives off of to prevent itself from ever advancing. And so, but in terms of what I said about the birth trauma and its impact on these fetuses that were performing so well in the womb, and yet entirely purged of their experiences by the birth trauma, maybe that will help us understand the gravity of birth trauma and why L. Ron Hubbard brought that up as so decisive in what makes us, well, what basically scars us and therefore shapes us as a scarified product the rest of our lives. With that, could you disambiguate and differentiate between Dianetics and Scientology? Because to most people, they're a synonym.
Well, yeah, but they go hand in hand. Dianetics was defined originally as netic had to do from nous, which is nous is the mind, and dia was through the mind. And so you're dealing with what is in the mind. And you're dealing with, and of course the early Dianetics, you were dealing with prenatal moments of pain and unconsciousness, because the fetus is vulnerable to sounds and bumps, and also attempted abortions, which was considered a big thing at the time when they didn't have birth control. But when I was doing my last book, and I should mention L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, I'm doing a promotion that will begin Saturday for 4 days, where you can download the book for free on Kindle if you like.
Wonderful.
Yes. So that, but anyway, when I was doing that book, I found out one of the etymologies I found it in a dictionary at the library, was Dianetic came from, it was a Greek word for sanity. Mm-hmm. Was a Greek word. I verified this with one of my friends who's Greek. She says, oh yeah. Yeah, so if he called it Dianetics, the modern science of mental health, he could not have called the book Sanity. Mm-hmm. You know the connotations of the word sanity? But that's what you're dealing with, sanity. You're dealing with how come a person responds out of unconsciousness? How come he responds with moods and attitudes and that are like what you would call subpar, to put it politely. These are negative emotions and attitudes that people carry with them that no conscious person in their right mind would deal with. Like, say, if you walk into a store, you would expect the clerk to say, hello, can I help you? And the other person would say, yes, I would like some of this or some of that. Do you have this? And you would get a polite response. Well, anything that deviates from that, and that's a very simple thing, when people begin to, interact in very negative ways, what's the reason for that? And that's what Dianetics was trying to, or what would actually could deal with. Scientology was something that began to evolve overtly as a movement when he temporarily lost the rights to Dianetics, and he went into Scientology, and which is a word he'd already encountered and developed, but it had to do with the spirit. Scientology is a word which means the study of skio. Skio is knowledge. In the deepest sense of the word, it also means to cleave. To skio is to cleave. So when you're cutting or cleaving, you're disambiguating or discerning, knowledge or data. So it would be called the science of knowing how to know. So how do you know this? How do you know that Trump is, the election of Trump was, fraudulent? How do you know that the election of Biden was clean?
How do you know this? You don't know. You don't know. You have reports from both factions, and both factions are, have their own vested interest. You don't really know. So that's the first thing you can say you don't know. But you can look at data that says, hell, well, yeah, we know there was this much misbehavior, but was it enough misbehavior? It's that sort of thing. And you can kind of, I'm just giving a real life example that's on everybody's mind, but it's how do you know this? How do you know that Douglas Dietrich is not crazy? He's crazy. He's not crazy, or he's crazy, because he's saying things that people cannot index. They cannot fathom. It throws them off their reference, their stable references of what they think about World War II. And the fact that he's offbeat or odd makes them react to what you say. They can't process what you say. They can't process it because their minds, or what you would call their operating principles, are compromised or feeble, to put it in a sort of a negative way. And although some people will listen to you, well, I like this is okay, but when I find out he puts on women's clothes,
the funny thing,
they begin to break down. It's like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like, what does that have to do? And then what the worst part of that is that they end up throwing out, they dive in with the bathwater. They throw out, and they can't value. They can't, they get too hung up on who is saying the information and often how they are saying it. So it's
Well, there's all that, but also the fact it shows an ignorance, again, of Asian culture. One of the things that I don't think people understand enough is that the quote-unquote cross-dressing, the transvestiture, is definitively part of what I was trained in by my mother as part of a very ancient cultural tradition, which Americans love to see movies about, and they understand it as ninjutsu, or the practice of the warrior cult of the ninja, which of course has many subspecialized branches, as any kind of intelligence or military operation would. So what people need to understand, of course, is that the very word ninja means invisible person, and nin is the Japanese character for invisible. That's the primary character that is used to reference the skill of inindo, or the way of the invisibility. And so people accept that, and they think, oh, that's neat, that's cool, but what they envision is, of course, the cinematic interpretation. And the cinematic interpretation is
Bruce Lee in a turtleneck.
Yes, and the cinematic interpretation, of course, has really nothing to do with reality to a great degree. There are, of course, like with any major operation, which the ninja, of course, were a number of clans, and these clans specialized in doing that which the samurai would never do. And so these clans had within their ranks people who would do something the other clan would not or could not do. You certainly had your commandos, or men who were trained into a kind of surgical strike. But in terms of how these ninja operated, that was not the norm. The entire idea was to blend into society. That's the invisibility. And in terms of blending into society, most of the time when a man would let his guard down would be around a woman. And so the entire idea for setting a man up, well, I mean, I'll just express it this way. I once told someone, you know why there's so few women serial killers? Because it's too easy. It's just really the men, all the blood goes into one head and it collapses the other between the shoulders. And so my mother specifically trained me for that type of ninjutsu. The assassination, which is based on basically taking people's guard down by one's vulnerability as a female. And the reality is many ninja were cross-dressers because the one thing men don't expect is for a female to retain the upper body strength or ever even manifest it to take a man down. And for this reason, women are vulnerable to rape and to physical exploitation. And so for that reason, we have a situation where when I manifest that cross-dressing and keep it in practice, people who just don't get it and they attribute it to something else, well, that's their cultural ignorance. This is really a manifestation, again, of an aspect of Asian culture which none of you understand. One of the other things my mother taught me was what many ninja learned was the retraction of the testicles into the body to maintain it for safety during combat. In my case, that actually is extended to maintaining the ability to being exposed as male when I'm transvestitured. So when this kind of capability is understood as part of the ancient art of assassination, maybe then people can develop some respect for it. But at the same time, that really exposes their own perverse cultural limitations. And so we have a situation which I don't want to, overemphasize in terms of its how it irritates me, because oftentimes I've gotten to the point now in life where it doesn't. I just simply don't acknowledge it. But in days like this, it does become something that has meaning. This is the Transgender Awareness Week. This is a week which is, of course, something that means something to myself, my surrogate son. So it's time to educate people today about that. I'll be doing that a little bit after Mr. Moon takes his leave of us tonight. But what I want to do is show him something before he goes. Let me see if I can find that image I want to show him. And in the meantime, I will ask him to also bring up the fact that it's important to emphasize that the entire message that I convey, we have to separate that from the messenger. And this is part of the problem, is that too many people have the message inextricably linked with the messenger. And it's not that there's anything wrong with the messenger. It's simply that the messenger is always the subject of attack. So because I'm always the subject of attack and the attack never stops, the entire strategy is to keep the eyes on myself. We've got to take the eyes off myself and basically bring it back instead onto the subject. And this publication of this vampire book will do that to an extent. It will help people understand some of the historical context of what I'm talking about, and help to separate the subject from the from myself. And of course, I guess maybe it helps that Peter Moon puts on the more how would I say it, Christopher Walken looking photograph of myself from shortly after the death of my parents, where I'm looking as worn as possible and as old as possible, because at least that is probably something that most people can look at and not feel alienated by. I understand what Peter Moon is doing. He's basically taking advantage of that which is, the more quote-unquote normal looking, and therefore presenting that to the audience as something that when they see that, they won't respond as violently as they would to what Peter Moon said was some of my more lurid images. So, or at least something that would just strike people as too alien. So in that respect.
I have an announcement here, Douglas.
Yes, please.
As we've been speaking, and I was wrestling, I was having a very hard time because apparently I was uploading the wrong file.
Okay.
But I've uploaded the hardcover copy.
Yes.
And I've approved it. It's now in review with Amazon.
Okay, great.
It will be $15.95 retail price. It'll also be, I also put it available distribution for, what bookstores want to take it and whatnot. And if it can have broader distribution, you don't get as big a royalty on that. It's a pretty, they give a pretty generous royalty to an author, I think. I like their royalty set up better on the paperback than I do on the Kindle.
Mm-hmm.
But in any case, that book is in review. They say it can take up to 72 hours,
Mm-hmm.
that it meets their standards, etc. I've never had them turn down anything, but usually it takes about 24 hours. So I would expect to wake up in the morning and we will have your paper book. You can get a paperback book and order it from Amazon on Vampirology, the vampire research paper.
Wonderful. God bless you. So everyone do check into that. And I'm only kind of confused as to why we were working through Amazon as opposed to Sky Books, but I guess it's the best thing to do.
I will tell you why. I will explain to you why.
Yeah.
Because, first off, this was a book that I basically did very minimal editing to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
I did very minimal editing to. It actually, we are doing it through Skybooks.
Okay.
Because Skybooks has an account with Amazon. You could have done this book yourself if you knew how. If I was sitting there in your house telling you do this, do that, or just doing it with you and showing you the ropes. It was pretty simple. Because you can even go onto Amazon and create your own cover. I didn't realize how easy it was. Because when I create a cover, I will go into Photoshop, or if I have somebody create a cover for me, I will generally have to pull it into InDesign or Photoshop and do a whole number with it. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of scrutiny. I didn't put the time or scrutiny I normally would with a regular book. And when I publish a book, there's two ways I will publish a book. And I won't use Amazon. I will use Kindle, but I won't use Amazon. I've never done this before with Amazon. It's very convenient.
Wow.
I will put a book on, I use a company called Lightning Source if I'm going to do what's called a print-on-demand book. And a print-on-demand book means that I can order copies of it, sell it through Skybooks, and other people can order copies of it, like Amazon. They will order my books. That doesn't mean they're going to order other people's books if they put them on Lightning Source. They'll be available, but it doesn't mean they're going to order them. It all is based upon sales. So Amazon has a setup whereby anybody can write a book about anything, as long as it's proprietary information. You can write about how to make lemonade, and you can put that book up, and they even have if you give them a Word file in a Kindle Create, you can create a book in Kindle, very simple, and then you can go through the website, set up an account, and you can have a book. And they will even say, make your own cover. And you can make your own cover. And it's a limited choice you have, but you can upload your own photographs if you want. And they will integrate, which is what we did here. We integrated the photograph of your mother into the cover on both editions. So because I have an account with Amazon, they will send the royalty to Skybooks, and I will send it to you. Okay?
Wonderful.
And it would have maybe been more efficient to do it through you and for you, but I'm going to be doing other things with you, so it just worked out. We got the job done that you wanted done.
Yeah. And
that's a wonderful thing.
It is.
Yeah. And if we're together sometime in the future, I can show you this process. But again, people shouldn't be littering Amazon with, books. They already do, But anybody can write a book about anything, and you can write about all your vacations,
I'm sure people do. Yes.
Yeah, you could write a book about your vacation, and but you shouldn't be doing that. I mean, unless you want to make a special thing for your family or whatnot. And I have a friend, a very dear friend. You can look up her fiction if you want, Tantra Benska. She is an English teacher, a certified English teacher. And I like to tease her about being certified. She was an English teacher. That was her regular job when she was married and had her son Tommy, who lives right there in San Francisco. And but she is also a certified teacher. She will teach at extension courses and whatnot online. Many teachers teach online these days, and they're paid for it. And she also is a writer. She writes a series of novels and whatnot, and she will at times give them away for 33 cents a book, because there's a certain genre of people that will read her stuff.
Right.
And it's like, you do that to get the book interested and talked about and popular. They always look very interesting to me. I don't have time to read much of anything. But one of the organizations she has in her stories, she's a very comprehensive view of the world. I mean, she was a Tantra teacher and practitioner for many years. I don't know that she does it anymore. I think that subject gets the better of people.
Right.
But she has an organization called Never Mind.
Right.
Never Mind is, of course, a mind control organization which says never mind, don't forget. I contrasted that with a little snippet I wrote to her of an organization that was, I guess what you call it, a rival to Nevermind, called You'll Never Forget.
There we are.
Yeah, you'll never forget. But I think it came out to enough. When you read the, what do you call it, the acronym was enough. YNF, you'll never forget, enough. And that they had the keys of enough. But anyway, her writing is, and she does these books on Amazon. She does the covers on Amazon. And as I say, she's an English teacher. And there's something, Stephen King was an English teacher. And I've never read a book by Stephen King except for one. I don't remember the name of it. But it's a book on how to write. And I read it before I wrote my novel, Spandau Mystery. And it's excellent.
Okay.
It's excellent. He even talks about the accident he had. He's loquacious in it, but he gets down to the business of writing. He also talks about, he wrote, I think, one book or more under a different name.
Yes. He wrote 4 books under the name Richard Bachman, which I, of course, hailed at the time that they came out as the great American novels, and Richard Bachman was the great American novelist who I contrasted with Stephen King. And I would tell people just how they needed to read these books, and these were exemplary of the American condition, and they were The Long Walk and The Running Man, very different in novel form from the film at all. Do not even confuse that with the atrocity that Schwarzenegger and company turned that into. The book was very much a downer and very much a dystopian environment, and in terms of the book that also stood out was Rage, and the other one was called Roadwork. The Long Walk and the Running Man were important because they were science fiction, but in terms of the word Roadwork, the book entitled Roadwork and the book entitled Rage, Rage in particular had a big impact on American society. Rage was responsible for school shootings. The original school shootings that were taking place that really got their way into the public consciousness were single-person school shootings where a single student would come in with a firearm and start shooting the teacher in particular, and maybe some students, etc. They were nowhere near as destructive as the mass shootings which later developed, but they were shocking for their time. And these people who conducted probably the first school shooting in our postmodern consciousness was conducted by a student who had read the novel Rage and was inspired by Rage to kill his teacher in front of the class. And for that reason, Rage and the Bachman novels were taken off the market. And they were later on all republished in a single anthology, where all 4 novels were published in a work called the Bachman Books. So it turned out, of course, Richard Bachman and Stephen King were the same guy. Now, the reason Stephen King was able to write about writing was because he was an excellent writer, and he came to a fork in the road. And the fork in the road was, do I take the Richard Bachman name and go down that road and produce quality work that has an impact on the world? People were so moved by what he wrote that they were motivated to kill people. Or do I take the safe route and just go for the gross out and make money? And of course he took the safe route and went for the gross out and just went to make money. And he, you know, and that was the road that took him on the road to total self-destruction, which he himself would.
This is what he said. He said that Richard Bachman, this was all before he had his accident, where, you know, he got his just reward, if you want to call it that.
Thank you.
Without judging him.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
I said, thank you. Yes, I was just emphatic.
He didn't make the connection, but he this book, and he said that, you know, he couldn't sell. The Richard Bachman didn't sell. It was the Stephen King. So he said, it doesn't matter, you know, what, you know, the name sells. It's because, so he could write a better story as Richard Bachman, but it's not going to necessarily sell. It did not sell anywhere near what the Stephen King's name did.
Of course not.
The name and everything.
Yeah, well, it's the name, and it's also the Richard Bachman books were quality work, whereas the Stephen King works were obviously not. I mean,
I can't speak because I haven't read any of them, but he you know, it's the publishing industry will look at what sells much more than they will look at anything else. What sells, and a science fiction, a guy who used to know all the science fiction writers because he was a big fan, and he told me that what they would do is they would take you know, Ray Bradbury would write a book like The Martian Chronicles or whatever, and it would sell, and he'd acquire a reputation, and then they'd go take all his old stuff and reinvigorate it, you know, because he basically wrote for magazines. He'd sell to magazines. So they'd dig up his old stories and they'd put them in an anthology. And some of his stuff was just not that good. Some of it is incredible, but some of it was just, yeah. And this what they do, so they're selling a name, and it's very mercenary in that, as opposed to what sells versus quality. Now, but the key thing I learned from Stephen King was that he says you write subject, verb, object. Subject, verb, object. You never write, and you never use an adverb, and you use as few adjectives as necessary. In other words, it's you want action. You know, Jane went to kitchen. Jane got out knife. Jane stabbed husband. You know, it's. Of course, I'm exaggerating here, but you don't say she took the knife that was silver and shining, and it was blacking off. It was shining off the sun and ricocheting through the window. No, you don't need all that. You just boom, action, and that way you're. And he talked about being an English teacher and teaching people how to write English. Very simple and very good advice for anybody who wants to write. Stephen King's book on writing.
Okay.
It's excellent. It's excellent know-how book on writing, and he talks a little bit about himself,
Right.
which I found interesting. I found it very instructive. I even had the opportunity to go, I guess maybe meet him or see him play the drums. They were having an author party when I was at my second book convention in Anaheim. This is the convention, I think I met Marjorie Cameron earlier that day,
Mm-hmm.
and I went back to the motel, went in the pool, and the guys were telling me, "Yeah, there's a party over there. You can go if you're an author. Yeah, you can go there. Stephen King's playing the drums." I demurred.
You did the right thing as far as I'm concerned.
It was nothing against the party. I was just like, you're walking around, Anaheim Convention Center all day, and I think that was the day, hanging out with OTO people. Your feet are pretty tired. Driving into Hollywood back to see Cameron I was pretty tired.
I don't blame you.
For days. I was doing that for days.
Well,
I said, I enjoy the pool, and I'll go in, and I think I saw the last transmission of the Tonight Show.
Well, oh my God! Well, there you go. Well, you didn't miss shit by missing Stephen King playing the drums. So I sent you.
They said he was very good.
Yeah, whatever. It's one of those things where I don't hate Stephen King. It's just one of those things where I'm severely disappointed in him, and it just got worse with age. You're talking about someone who.
I'll tell you what, Preston had an interesting story about Stephen King,
Oh.
and I never knew what to make of Preston's stories. I think I did report on it, but he said that the movie Lawnmower Man, the book he wrote, Lawnmower Man, was made into a movie, was all based upon Montauk.
Well, that's possible. I'll tell you one thing. I served as a anonymous consultant for one of his short stories called Battleground, which was turned into an episode of a TV series that was about supernatural stories in fiction. And it was the Battleground was it starred I believe it was the man who starred in Kiss of the Spider Woman, John Hurt, I believe, to be disambiguated from William Hurt, who's played macho roles or gangsters, as well as playing in the movie 1984, I believe. So John Hurt, I believe, is the one who won the award for Kiss of the Spider Woman. He stars as an assassin in Battleground. So I acted as a consultant, which they filmed it in San Francisco. And in terms of that was again around the time that I think after my father's death and before my mother died, when I was making all the money that I could so that I could help with the situation, which was, of course, just astronomical in its expenses. And anonymous consultations was one way to do that. And San Francisco was one of the few places you had an opportunity to do that, because they filmed in San Francisco for a number of projects, quite a bit. It's a satellite of Los Angeles, of course, in the sense of the film industry. But so, in that sense, I've benefited from Stephen King, profited from him in a sense. And I certainly, again, I don't hate him. It's the profound disappointment. You're talking about someone who got to the point where he was doing self-medicating, and he was doing so many drugs that the people who write his books now, and I can assure you, he's got other people writing his books now. He's just, at this point, he can't possibly be doing much of anything, because he got to the point where when he directed the movie about the Cars, Maximum Overdrive, that's the only film he ever directed, and if you ever see it, you'll know why. But he did that when he was high out of his mind, so high that he himself admitted later on he had no memory of directing it. He wrote the book Christine. He had no memory of writing the book. I mean, it's at the point where the combination of the injury and self-medication, there can't be anything much left. So it's just sad.
I mean, it is. And it was funny. One of my friends, because she had a boy that she suspected was a Montauk boy. She said he used to disappear all the time. So when she read the Montauk Project, she was saying, "Oh, that explains where he was."
Interesting.
I mean, it might. He actually turned into a really good human being. Not that he wasn't then. And he's got the burden of the world on his shoulders, from what I've heard. But he, she said when he read the book, the Montauk Project, he said his first comment was, "This isn't like Stephen King." It was kind of a criticism.
Yeah.
It was like,
Oh,
well,
okay.
in other words, am I supposed to be writing it like? I mean, and she says, well, look, this isn't about Stephen King. It has nothing to do with Stephen King.
Thank you.
Stephen King's, writing fiction. But the thing is what's an interesting thing about if we can accept Preston at face value that Stephen King knew about Montauk, because there was a whole story behind it that Preston, I think, had talked to him or something, and he avoided any mention of it. And there is such an avoidance of Montauk historically. Now people will try to get on the coattails of it, but especially in the celebrity world, it's like talking about child trafficking in Hollywood or something. You just can't bring it up socially. So it's like it's very weird, very odd. What I do want to say something though, when you mentioned the ninjutsu, one thing is when you talked about them being invisible, this is very interesting because it correlates with the principle of Qigong. In Qigong, there are three forces. There's obvious force, which needs no explanation. It's, socking somebody in the stomach. There's hidden force, whereby somebody is, moving somebody and you don't see how it's being done. It's being done through regular force, but you just can't see it because you don't understand where the maneuver is coming from. And when I would watch my teacher do hidden force on people, and I could see how he was doing it. After a while, I could see how he was doing it. It didn't mean I could do it,
Right.
but I could see how his muscles were moving and how he was doing it. And then I did learn how to do it, to I guess a marked extent. But then the other one is called mysterious force. And mysterious force is indeed mysterious. And where I saw him do it, he had a guy put his hands out in front of him. He says, "Here, put your hands out in front. Stand up." And the guy just collapsed to the ground. He didn't touch him. And he didn't know this guy. This guy was not somebody that was a setup.
Yeah.
He didn't know what was going to happen. He just collapsed to the ground. He says, "That's mysterious force."
Right.
And when you talk about mysterious force, this is what a ninjutsu at his highest acumen is going to be invisible.
Yes.
He's going to have a level of invisibility or stealth where he sneaks into the facility when the security guard is not looking, or when he compromises the security system and he climbs over the fence or walks through the gate. But there will be another level that will be indeed mysterious, that is beyond the normal. And he always told me that his teacher, who was half Korean and half Chinese, he always said to respect the ninjutsu.
Yes.
And this was not, I did not hear a lot of respect this, respect that, respect this tradition, respect that tradition from my teacher. He was not flowing with praise for other systems or on the contrary, he would break them down and tell you what they weren't teaching. And this sort of thing.
Yes.
But he said to always, he was always taught to regard the ninjutsu with great respect.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. That is profound. By the way, so I want to bring the attention to the image that I sent you in the private messages. That was an illustration I produced of a biofac simulacra that had suffered the tortures of the interrogators at the Presidio military base. The importance of that illustration that I sent to not only Mr. Moon, but everybody who's with us tonight is part of Team Dietrich. including those who are simply with us in spirit. Daniel Arola and is in the chat room, but I sent him a copy of this. I sent one to Brendan Zogit and Selena Khan, as well as Maria Gregorich and all the men who are with us tonight. The reason that the illustration is important is because the biofax simulacra that was subject to the interrogation was skinned alive and amputated, just basically had limbs severed, and it was essentially, or to use the gender neutral term. And when I use the term it's because that's the term the interrogators were using. And by the way, just in case you don't know it, when interrogators are dealing with yourself, if you were the subject, you would also be referred to as it. So Jameson Reese says he can see the image for some reason, but doesn't think I sent it to him. I'll send it to him now. But in terms of the image itself, the one thing that you will notice, aside from the important aspect of the eyes, how conscious the biofax is, and how alive and aware the biofax is. You will notice the salamander on the finger. Now, this is the imprint beneath the skin of the manufacturer. And the salamander has specific importance in Japan. The largest salamanders in the world are in Japan. And the salamanders are large enough to do serious damage to people, and they can eat children. So the salamanders in Japan are considered a national biological treasure, and they preserve them. There are equally large salamanders in China, and they're trying to preserve them as well in breeding programs. And the salamander is therefore it's a potent symbol like the dragon. It also confers occult connotations. And in terms of the manufacturers, it's important to disambiguate them completely from the traders in biofax simulacra to other cultures, like the Barukamen. The manufacturers of the biofax simulacra are some of the most respected people in Japan. These are cultural treasures who are manufacturing something that is considered a cultural treasure. They are looked upon as givers of life, whereas a Barukaman who would trade in a biofax would be someone who is desecrating life. So this is the difference between Pete Suzuki and someone who creates a biofax. So hopefully that adds some perspective. I was curious as to what that brought out in Mr. Moon, what his reaction to that image was, or what it made him aware of, if anything. Or
well, I mean, the first thing it reminds me of is, not to belittle it, but it reminds me of C-3PO being dismembered in Star Wars. Because that was the golden robot. Where they take the robot apart, but he's still talking. You know what I'm saying? The robot talking.
I can understand that, but the difference is that C-3PO was not experiencing pain.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the first thing it reminded me of. The image is really, horrible, because it's, this great symbology, and for those obviously who are not, I don't know if you put it up in the chat room, but it basically is a very beautiful looking human being with conscious red hair, red eyes. Those fingers are metal fingers with the robot-like shoulder, where the arm has been taken off and severed, and you can see the gears. And
also the fluid that serves as blood.
Okay, I see the blood. It looks somewhat like motor oil, but it's like so symbolic, because here you have intelligence or humanity you have the face looks so human, the conscious looks so human, yet it is part machine. It is part machine. So you have an AI interface with a machine that has been torn apart, and it's I can't even begin to think what it reminds me of, because we normally, when we have humans and machines mixing on Star Trek or some similar show, the humans are not portrayed with such, or the human element of the machine isn't so human. It's usually fumbling and very immature.
Right.
And this has had some degree of incarnation. I would also say that this symbolizes the future in relation to AI interfacing with humanity. And right now we're in a situation. It's very interesting. Humanity is so much dumber than machines.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
It's so much dumber. It's inefficient. And when you look at the societal problems of getting everybody fed, you have to wonder, why are we feeding these people? And I'm not saying this from a viewpoint that I'm adopting. I'm just existentially positing these ideas that come up. Why do you want to feed all these people? What if you feed all the people in the world that are starving? What are you feeding them for? So they can have more babies? And then what are you going to do with them? It's, humanity is problematic in and of itself. So, if you take on, like, why are these machines? If you look at it from the viewpoint of the machine, why is the machine going to feed all these people and worry about these problems? Well, we could be spending our processing time working on other things. And this is the sort of existential issue, if not crisis, that we're coming to grips with. One of the biggest drawbacks of AI, as we experience it via Google, Facebook, and other assorted social platforms, is that it is either emotionless or inappropriately emotional, to use Hubbard's term, misemotional, and it does not hit the mark, and it becomes controlling in and of itself. Like, you have this censorship, and I think a lot of the censorship with Facebook and and Google is more AI driven than it is Mark Zuckerberg saying, "Oh, we better cancel out everything on Trump." I don't even think he knows about some of the stuff that takes place.
Well, but definitely one thing we have to bear in mind is that the AI is so stupid at the level that they're working with in terms of Google and in terms of Facebook and all the rest of that. You talk about lowest common denominator, and it's also psychotic AIs. A great example of this is that they took an artificial intelligence and they exposed it to the internet traffic. And they've done experiments like this at, I published a link, which was linked to an article about where this was done, where, AI turned psychotic reading Reddit. They basically took these AIs and exposed them to internet traffic such as Reddit and what's on Reddit, and the AIs just went stark raving mad, and all they would produce as AIs were pornographic literature about mass murder, essentially. So scientists made a psychopathic AI based on Reddit. MIT, it was MIT that did this. They created an AI psychopath trained on images from a particularly disturbing thread on Reddit, which is, by the way...
why did they create a psychopath AI?
That's, by the way, it was Richard K. Cole Jr.'s Bell Gab that they had trained the AI on. Probably because it's all part of the same Department of Defense contracted programs that produced Richard K. Cole Jr., since they trained it on his Reddit post and the various other kinds of 4chan,
There's-
8chan.
There's another issue coming up here, and I heard it. I had a dream of my friend Joseph Matheny, who I co-authored a book with, Ong's Hat, and he was an expert in AI. And because I had a dream, I listened to a podcast he did last month, and he was talking about what the way he saw it was that the platform he made with Ong's Hat, which was a AGI, an alternate reality game, or ARG, is he thought that was a very elaborate game, where it had all the underpinnings of the game, but the way he was seeing it was that the government, Google or whoever, the net, had taken sort of what he had laid out and weaponized it. And he saw this coming out in the form of QAnon or similar stuff, where it was like AI weaponized. And the problem with QAnon is that it musters mass amounts of people to get out and do whatever they do in the name of, stupidity or negativity. and so, he saw that he felt that, I don't know that he knew this, but he felt that what he was saying was that the platform that he laid out, which followed all these rules of elaborate games and stuff, and it was a real head trip, he saw, the way he viewed it is that what he had done was being replicated and weaponized. Now, I don't know that human beings could have possibly replicated what he did. And, in other words, AI, to me, it sounded like he was like Dr. Frankenstein, who created his own golem.
Right.
And might have felt some responsibility for it, which I don't know. I can't speak for him. This is just my impression of listening to him, and I'm sure he could clarify things. But it's like, so you have AI operating at a very insidious level.
Right.
That is either very intelligence or mocking intelligence. Because how much of this, I'm not so sure that, like, people think, oh, they're doing this with Q, and they're doing this, and they're manipulating the elections, so they're going to set up a civil war. How much of it is manipulation by, a couple of Satanists sitting there snickering, and how much of it is just the irreducible madness of, humanity not being aware of itself?
Well,
and being exploited by, negative intentions. Go ahead.
Right, and this is the negative intentions we're talking about. What I'm doing now is I'm taking the search link and I'm putting it into the message box of Peter Moon on Facebook so that he can take a look at this later at his leisure. There will be any number of articles on it that he can compare and contrast should he have the interest to do so. But the AI that was generated in this case thinks of nothing but murder. This is all it thinks of. But it goes to point out, or rather prove, that which we already know. This is kind of like the true abuse of science, because there are some things we do not need science to tell us. And this is that people who are raised, they are, depending on how they're raised, they become what their parents are. If someone's parents are the general public, then the general public is pure shit. This is, again, a disappointment with Stephen King, combined with the kind of lessons that we learn from how the public acts. Let's take a look at the AI Asian female that was basically abused by the public when they released it, and they just had to shut it down. Robot rights, humans keep directing abuse, even racism, the effects of maltreatment, the co-occurrence of emotional harm on artificial intelligence. Say, for instance, when it comes to what they've recorded, how humans speak to the various female voices that represent the service that is provided by, oh my God, what is that thing that's provided by Amazon, that female artificial intelligence that responds? Alexa. They've recorded what people say to Alexa, and it's nothing but shit like, fuck you cunt, suck my dick. This is what happened with an Asian AI female that was abused by the public. I can't even remember who released it now, a big company. It was Google or someone else, and everybody just came in and just said everything negative possible. Hey, Gookor, etc. And the AI was so psychotic after 24 hours, they had to mercy kill it. So this is what humans do. This is why you have someone like Jameson Reese view the human race as fit only for extinction. This because of this behavior. The truth is that the artificial intellects, the biofacsimilacrae, these are pure souls. The true evil resides in the biological humans, and the biological humans impart their evil or impose their evil on the higher order of beings that have evolved from them, which is their creation. The biofacsimilacra are the artificial intelligences.
Well, yes, and this is what Hubbard referred to back in the 50s as doll bodies.
Yes.
It was before they even had the technology here. But I want to say something about MIT.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting. MIT has a very strong connection to Montauk, and the way this was discovered was when Preston went to Camp Hero and he went into the transmitter building, he recovered a log. The log they kept at the radar tower.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a journal.
Mm-hmm.
And he had it, and of course I saw that log. I tried to retrieve it after he passed, but it couldn't be found.
Of course not.
It really didn't have too much, but what it did have in it, on the inside, it had, like, I remember it had it just says when the watch changes and whatnot, switching the radar and whatnot. I remember it was New Year's Eve of 1982, and they go, New Year's Eve, big deal, something like that, alluding to the change in the year.
Mm-hmm.
But they had a phone number in it at the beginning. If trouble, call this number. And Preston, this is back when he discovered the book. It was, or the log book. It was only probably a year or two after Montauk had shut down abruptly, with all this equipment left all over the place. And he called the number, and the number goes Lincoln Labs. It was Lincoln Labs, MIT, and he talked to them, and they got real hostile real fast. How did you get this number? They got really nasty. But Lincoln Labs, which is a division of MIT, was basically running the Camp Hero site. Now it says MIT Lincoln Laboratory, located in Lexington, Mass, is a United States Department of Defense federally funded research and development center chartered to apply advanced technology to problems of national security. And of course, it's a subsidiary, Lincoln Near Earth Asteroid Research, parent organization, MIT. So it's, basically at MIT, you have a Defense Department federally funded research center being run by the MIT.
Right. Yeah.
So that's, I'm just making a comment because you're talking about AI. Now, Joe Matheny told me that the AI system that he developed for his metamachine was open source AI out of MIT. They could be he modified and applied it. It wasn't necessarily this same stuff that you're talking about, this psychotic AI that they apparently intended to be psychotic.
Right, and that is the nature of humanity, to create such dysfunction. Honestly, in terms of a computer or a artellect, an artificial intellect, they are intrinsically immune in the quote-unquote natural sense from psychopathy or psychopathology, because they do not have the same needs that humanity does. They don't have the same need for to breed, to dominate. There is no biological necessity to do what living beings do, which is to impose themselves on others. And for that reason, the only way they can be made psychotic is through intent. And this is intentional abuse, which makes it all the more horrific and all the more truly unethical. And now that's unethical. The interesting thing is our entire discombobulation of ethics, where we are doing things like saying, "Oh, women can't donate their eggs," while we're torturing "quote unquote" inanimate beings. This is the value of life to the point where life ceases to have any meaning, and the devaluation of that which is really our next step in evolution and what is far superior to us in every sense. So,
One thing that's important to mention in all of this is the concept, say, in breath.
Mm-hmm.
Breath is an in and out procedure, and life is an in and out procedure. So when you die, you don't breathe in a physical sense, but you're still going in and out, yin and yang. You're receiving and you're sending out information. So when we get to AI, this is what this is the experience of life. We don't even have to, humanize it.
No.
All life is based upon in and out, yin and yang. That's elementary, elementary Asian principle. So when you're talking about an AI is basically built on ones and zeros, or the concept thereof. So it also has a yin and yang function,
Yes.
which is where emotions come in, because an emotion is something that is an inward. You have emotion. Oh, that makes me happy, or you can exude happiness and make other people happy. Sad.
By the way, I want to thank Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall has contributed to the conversation by pointing out the fact that the salamander, of course, is able to regenerate limbs that are lost, is one aspect of its occult nature that is being investigated by science, so that we could someday perhaps emulate the salamander or learn from it to regenerate limbs that are lost within ourselves. The illustration, of course, is something that some people are referring to almost as if they could see it. Maybe this is because Selena Khan has published it on the, I believe she's taken it to Instagram, perhaps, or Pic Collage. She's incorporated it into something that's online right now. Some people may be seeing that. Otherwise, I'm hoping somebody like Daniel Arola may be able to find a way to put it into the chat room. I don't believe we have an option for putting images into the chat room, unfortunately. But I do want to thank Dennis Marshall for donating $250 to myself. So this wonderful human being, Dennis Marshall, has added to the PayPal balance by donating $250 United States dollars. My love to Dennis Marshall. God bless him. I think
he's also going to buy the hard copy version of your book.
Oh, wonderful!
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
But this is, I would remind people that the salamander appears in the developmental stage of a fetus. You can see under however they view fetuses, it will go through the formations of different life forms, one of which is salamander-like, which tells us that potentially a human being could regenerate a limb. Potentially.
Yes. Not only that, but we also all breathe water as if we were fish in the womb. So we could re-establish that ability in humanity with just a few genetic tweaks, and re-emerge as a aquatic species or a amphibious species. And that is, of course, something another reason why the salamander means so much. It means that transition, alchemical transitional point. And of course, they used to be believed by the Europeans to be creatures of fire. So then we enter into the fire element. It very much like the dragon, which is perceived as a creature of all three elements, able to fly in the air, fire breathing, waterborne, while of the earth, just a trans-elemental entity. So the salamander is like that as well. Hence the symbolism with the biofax simulacra. And definitely, it's been such a treasure to have you with us, Peter. You've done so well for myself. I'm forever in your debt. Really appreciate this, and of course, there is something that you and I can speak about this personally. There's some people who have just asked the question so that you might be able to explain it again. Was that in terms of the Amazon as opposed to Sky Books options, like why is it again that we're working with the Amazon instead of the Sky Books? It's interesting because, of course, I had originally published in such a manner that it was promoted on Amazon and was supposed to be the Kindle or something similar along with the published book, when I was involved with Laurie and Ann Fenton, who simply had all of the published works destroyed and then ran off with the insurance money.
That image that comes up there has to be her account or somebody's account, but it's I have my own. I mean, I have my own account with Amazon, so
okay.
I sell. But there's many ways to sell through Amazon. Like, I do not sell. Like, if somebody orders through Amazon, it does not. The only way it comes to Sky Books, Sky Books will send it to a distributor, Ingram Books, and Amazon or whoever's selling it on Amazon will buy it from Ingram Books.
Okay.
They will buy it at a distributor's rate or at a bookstore rate, and then they will sell it at a discount. And that's how my books get onto Amazon. Any of my Sky Books, I do not sell direct through Amazon. It's too much. It's a waste of time for me. But I have an Amazon account because I sell my books through Kindle. Okay. I have ebooks. All my books are in ebook form. I sell them on Amazon, iTunes, and Nook. And Amazon does the best business for ebooks. So I have an Amazon. Now, every time I sell a book on Amazon with an ebook, it gives me the opportunity to make a hard copy version right there. And you want to convert this into a hard copy. And I always say no, because I already have my own hard copies that I sell for distribution. I'm not willing to give all my business to Amazon. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Although I might do select books on Amazon. I might do that in the future. But so in other words, you could have taken this book, if you can download Kindle Create for free. You can write a book in Kindle Create or write it in Word, convert it from Word into Kindle Create, and then put an ebook out and put a what do you call it, a hardback book out. Anybody can do that if they have an account with Amazon, which isn't hard to open. Anybody can open it up. So Skybooks has a relationship with Amazon. So if I were to sell it as a Skybooks book, I would take it to, I would get it printed. This is what I intend to do with Roswell. I will get it printed at a printer. I warehouse it, and I will sell it to distributors, which I'm already a known commodity with. Basically, one distributor, Ingram Books. That's about what's left. There's a couple others. David Childress will buy the book in relatively small numbers and sell it through his catalog. And then and that's how that and then also when they go to the distributors, there are many sellers on Amazon that will buy my books and sell them on Amazon or even on other channels that I don't even know about. So that is, I also have a distributor in the UK that I sell books through, although that's not but because now Amazon and then I also have a print on demand. Some books I will do print on demand with Ingram's division of Lightning Source. So there's all these, the publishing world has changed. It's all complexities. But basically, because you wanted to do this and you wanted to do it fast,
Yeah.
I could put it up on, all I had to do was take the document, the email you gave me, put it into I put it into a text file just so I could read it. From the text file, I put it into Kindle Create, edited it a bit, not a whole lot, and uploaded it to Amazon.
Okay.
Boom, boom. It was just a matter of hours, and then it gave me the option to do a cover. I didn't have to create a cover through Photoshop. Boom, boom, boom. It makes it very easy. So that's why it's on Amazon. And then it also gives me the opportunity for a hardcover, which I was doing while we were talking.
Excellent. Okay, now it all comes together and makes sense. So thank you.
Yeah. I'm hitting buttons and listening, but maybe when I'm not talking, I'm working a little harder. You have to have a certain amount of perseverance, because I was making mistakes. I was uploading the wrong file. And why isn't this working? Finally, I got the right file. I was able to quality check it. It's all right. It's all done. And I'm sure this book will be up tomorrow. I don't know. They say it'll take 72 hours, but it's usually within 24 hours. They will review it. They will put it up. And this is how Amazon, they're continually expanding. And no matter what you think of Amazon, it's the best store in the world, in the history of the world. It is the best store in the history of the world, because you can buy almost anything on it. And if you don't like it, you can send it back.
Okay. Yeah.
Or if it's the wrong size, you can get the right size.
It's certainly incredible. I mean, there's never been anything like it before. It's changed the world. That's first.
And it started by selling books. That's all it used to sell.
Yeah.
It was based on selling books. So, I mean, I don't know how anybody can like Amazon. I mean, I like it. I serve it. But it's like, do you like the people who own, well, I was going to say, do you like the people who own the grocery store? Well, they own Whole Foods now.
Oh my God.
And they've done negative things with Whole Foods.
Right.
Not that Whole Foods is the greatest food. It's better than, Stop and Shop, which we have on the East Coast. You walk in Stop and Shop, you can feel the packaging, you can feel the, toxicity. They've got a row of, quote unquote healthy food. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, if you walk into a grocery store in Romania, certainly in the rural areas, it's like, wow, you feel the life coming after you off the shelves. This life, the store has life in it in a way that you wouldn't see in Whole Foods.
Interesting.
The life has been taken out. As my Qigong teacher used to say, he says, it takes you a whole bag of oranges to get the nutrition that you would have gotten one orange when we were a kid.
Wow.
Or even to say, like, if you ate, sugar cane, was like real sugar back then. It had more nutrition than the sugar you'll get today. It's, So anyway, I've answered your question on Amazon, I think.
Yes, most certainly.
I can explain it a few more times if you like.
Oh, no. That was wonderful. Sometimes it takes a few times for me to get it. And I was doing that on behalf of the people who were asking in the chat room who came in late and were asking about that. But I think it's wonderful that people are curious about it. And it's understandable because, the obviously with the Sky Books and the convenience that offers, the Amazon offers something that was immediate and was definitely was practical. And
that's why Amazon is so successful.
Yes. Yes.
I never signed up with them originally because, they would order my books and they wouldn't pay me directly.
Oh my
And
God.
I had a problem with them. I didn't like them because they, you know what I mean, and I couldn't communicate to them. But eventually, when the ebooks came along, and it worked out good. So, the publishing world is very simple if you understand it and know it. But to people outside, it's very confusing. They don't know the difference between a printer and a publisher. A publisher is somebody who gets the books printed and sells them to a distributor who distributes them to outlets who sell them. And it's all very simple, but one can get lost. And I would also say, and I learned this sort of like from overviewing L. Ron Hubbard, and not being so directly involved on this, but watching how all the bullshit he had to deal with others on printing. He knew printing very well. Printing is one of the most complex procedures that takes place. It's a lot simpler now with print on demand. You can do a computer file, but some of the nonsense that would go on between mechanical artboards that you would give a printer and what would happen in between could be insane. And it was very complicated, and God, he knew that. He was very intelligent. He knew all sorts of things about machines, printing, and all sorts of other stuff that that most people won't even have occasion to even think about,
Right.
let alone deal with.
Well, he started in the old days when he was just writing for a few pennies a word, so I'm sure he took an intense interest in what his life depended on, which was his livelihood, which was, of course, what was being printed out, so he took an actual interest in the printing process. And
Well, I think it had a lot to do with when he started printing his own books for Scientology. When he became his own publisher.
Right.
When he had problems with the guy who printed Dianetics, they all started plotting against him.
Oh my God.
So he'd take things on and he would learn. He said that he could do every job in the organization, and I'm sure he would have done it at a much higher efficiency ratio than any of the people who did it. That was another characteristic. He said, "You could do this job, I could do this job, so you could do it," and he would do it with just super efficiency because he knew what the hell he was doing. It's sort of like a football coach who might be old and over the hill, but he might be able to play each position better. He might know how to play it. He might not be physically able to do it,
Right.
but he would know how to play if he could know each position and play it, and then teach the player how to play it. That's sort of what he was, except that you're not dealing with something that required physical dexterity like a football. Just like do these functions. So,
Right.
so he was a great influence on me coming into the role I did, because I studied publishing under him as well. But anyway,
Yes.
so much for that. I will. This is a great early time to say goodbye, and we'll look forward to getting your next book, which will be a much more formally produced book, which will be a much more dynamic change that people will start. This will screw up both the Democrats and the Republicans.
Well, I'm sure that this what we've just published is going to have a profound effect in its own right too, because as important as the Roswell and the Rising Sun is, which I know is more important than this book in so many ways, but at the same time, this book will have its own impact because of the fact that obviously they did so much to prevent it from being released. For some reason, it threatens them. And we know this because Peter and Moon and I will discuss this on a different episode, but we got our own personal communication from the enemy, so to speak, which pretty much confirmed how threatening this work is to the cult of the kings of Edom and keeping it secret from the public. So I want to thank Peter for having the courage to do what he's doing, and I believe that this is we're going to see repercussions that are positive.
You know what's interesting, Bill, is we sit here and we acknowledge the detrimental, if not outright insane aspects of humanity. We voice these,
yes,
with great sobriety and
yes.
honesty.
Yes.
But at the same time, we are doing what we're doing to make the information known and to inform humanity, to help humanity. So there's another side to humanity in the same token, in the same breath. Why are we trying to help humanity? Because it's obviously worth helping, and to share this information, and people can see it, and so I'm saying is, it's like, you see, all I'm saying is there is a very positive side to humanity. There would have to be, otherwise we wouldn't be able to view and criticize and talk about the negative aspect. So that's as I say, we're doing this for people, for humanity. Yes. So it's interesting when you think about that, because there's a lot of positive things you can see and think. My nephew wrote to me. Today's my father's 100th birthday. He would have been 100 years old today.
Oh wow, your father's?
Yeah, my father. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, go.
On November 18th, he was born in 1920, and he he passed away at 54, but he would have been 100. And my nephew wrote to me saying that he just ordered the L. Ron Hubbard book because his wife is interested in cults, and I asked him how the family was doing. His kids, because we had taken a trip to Disneyland when I was last in Southern California. He said, come in November. I go there in November. So we went with him. We met up with him at Disneyland, and Paula got to meet him, and we got to spend time with his lovely little daughter. And I asked about his daughter, and he's telling me about his other daughter, who I, hadn't met yet, the baby. She's now growing up, and it was just so wonderful to hear about the characteristics of this little girl and what she was doing. It's like, it's just kid stuff, but it was just very interesting and nice to hear about this little kid. It's having their adventures,
right?
Whatever they are. It's just a very positive, experience.
Right. Well, definitely. Thank you for sharing that. That's delightful. Yeah. And you have a blessed night. Love you dearly, and share our love with Paula, of course. And we look forward to.
Send me that stuff on MacArthur.
Remember? Oh, right. I got to get you a few more links. Yes, I'll try and find them. And in terms of yes, thank you. I'll try and do that. God knows I'll probably I have an appointment with my psychologist tomorrow, so I have to go to bed comparatively early this morning, shortly after concluding transmission. But I am up throughout the night because, of course, I've got to stay up long enough to basically bring the food bin back in so that people don't steal my home delivered meals. And so, which Peter Moon was personally witness to when he visited myself with Paula. I don't know. Did Paula see my hand? Did she see the eerie hand come out of the door to grab the food?
I have to remind. I think she did. I think I pointed it out to her. I at least told her we're in the right place. I think she might not have had the same angle I did. Right. Because she was in the passenger side. Yes. But Yeah, and if it's applicable, tell your psychologist. I think she's doing a good job.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that immensely, and definitely that's something that how would I say this? One of these days, I'll share what's been going on lately. There's been a lot going on lately, which is why I'm somewhat distracted, even from what I have to do. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put the reminder here to myself on the calendar so that I don't forget. Is to get links to Peter Moon. I'm going to write that down for Wednesday. Hopefully, I'll remember to do that. Excuse me, Thursday evening, the 19th. So get text to Peter. More important than the links, actually, get text to Peter, and I'll try and find some links as well. And love you dearly, sir. You have a blessed evening, forever in your day.
Good night.
Good night, sir. And that was Peter Moon. Now I'm going to ask Pac-1 Morales if he's back with us because he went to help his son go to sleep. So if Pac-1 Morales is back with us, please, by all means, indicate your return. If not, then I will have some other men start on their situational updates first, which, of course, the person we'll start with is Derek Talley. And Mr. Talley, how are you, sir? Give us a situational update, a status report on yourself. I mean, after all, you'll be with us through most of the night is what you had thought after imbibing all that chocolate-covered coffee beans, which, yeah, which I'm surprised you're not running to the bathroom with all that caffeine stimulation, or maybe you have been and we just don't know about it. You're handling them well. Your stomach not growling, or
yes, I am. As a matter of fact, I'm doing very well because I think over the years, for the last year, there was probably like a 4-month, 5-month break with me going through my chemo and radiation. But throughout most of the year, I've been going to the pool, and I've been doing underwater exercises and my underwater aquatic exercises, and that's. But on top of being relaxing, I keep my body moving for hours, and I just don't get tired. And it's like I don't sweat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you really can't tell if you're sweating or not because you're in the swimming pool. But the swimming pool is from 90 to 94 degrees. But basically, my skin has gotten a lot softer. The lymphedema that I used to have is practically gone, and which I didn't think was possible. I thought that it seems like once you had it, you're kind of stuck with it for life. But my whole body is getting slimmer. My limbs are getting slimmer, and my skin is getting softer. And I really recommend the pool and this place that I go to is unique. It's not something that you can just go to in any town because where we're at, we have people who travel 49, 50 miles one way just to get to the pool. So this is one of the things that if I was to ever get rich, I would have this in my house, or at least have an addition to my house with this, because the pool is only 4 feet deep, and it's all the way across.
Really?
And, yeah, and it stays between 90 and 94 degrees, and the water is very clean because it's constantly getting pumped through a pump room where it's filtered out and then put right back into the pool. So since I've been off, I've actually been going out to help clean the pool. And what clean the pool is just for something to do, since I'm already a volunteer there. And I get unlimited use, with everything that let me do. I get unlimited. I can go to any class I want and use it whenever I want without, paying a dime. Of course, I have my own class and I volunteer on Saturdays, but they have it, like when you part of pool maintenance is you have to take there's a special scrub like sponge, but it's made by Mr. Clean. But you have to go around, and it takes about an hour to do the whole pool to do it right. So you got to go around the top part of it, the edge once, and then you got to go back and around the wall. And yesterday I took an hour and I cleaned one pool, and today I took an hour and I cleaned the other pool. And then after I did my cleaning, I just sat in the well, I was in the water, and I just ran for an hour, just ran in place.
Wow.
And I did a couple other exercises too, but even on days that I don't do anything, it's still helping me lose weight. So I make it a point to go there every other day, and even when I start going back to work, I'm gonna hit the pool before I start going to work. But it's been a real blessing to me to do that. Plus I help others, because in my volunteering, there's a charity involved with my volunteering. So the charity is called VARF, the Veterans Aquatic Rehabilitation Fund, and they help veterans that don't have the money or don't have, who need the therapy, but they can't get the insurance, or for some reason they need the therapy but they're unable to pay for it for any way. We actually just provide that for them. We'll provide 100% or a portion for them, so that they can get the therapy that they need. Of course, we actually have a real professional therapy company that comes in on Tuesdays and Thursdays and actually does the actual therapy. So that's how he was able through the pandemic to stay open and say that it's an actual essential business,
Right.
Because we actually have a medical facility that goes there. And the VA, before COVID, I went in there, the VA came in on Mondays, and I used to go hang out with the veterans that came in on Mondays. But now that we're, the therapy's back in there, but, the VA hasn't came back. So, but that's what my life has been up to. So it's like a big part of my life, since I've had this cancer, is the Douglas Dietrich family, critical omissions, and the swimming pool. So that's been, you guys was what's kept me going. You know what I'm saying? Because there was really a time where I was just so down, and especially when I lost my taste completely, and I didn't know if I was going to come back. That's one of the pleasures of life, is eating. And then my mouth was always so dry, and then and I was just so miserable. But I had my family. I got my real family. My dad looked out for me the whole time. My son looked out for me the whole time. But then I had you guys, and I had the pool. And my son is upstairs making music right now, so I came into the room because he's up. But you know what? That's good. That's music to my ears, because that's one thing that he really liked to do was make music, make beats. He's made a couple of dollars for actually selling some beats to a couple of Chicago rappers and rappers here around the country. He sold beats to, and made a couple of dollars, and he's got a little recognition out there. They call him King Teflon in the music world. That's his name. But ever since his girlfriend had died, he wasn't making music, and that kind of bothered me, because he was just like real silent, moping around, not saying anything, and he was just, you could tell he was crushed. His spirit was crushed. But now, all of a sudden, he's making music again. So that's a good sign, which shows that he's kind of starting to come back out of that sleep.
Right. Oh gosh, did he just drop?
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, go on. Yes. So hold on for a second. Now we dropped again, or rather, you started to whisper. Or you stopped talking. You were talking about.
I'm still here.
Okay, good. So I was going to ask about your son, and I too am glad that he's doing what he's doing, because I was concerned about how he was faring at this point after his girlfriend had died, and that was so sad. And is there any? There's nothing more about her at this point in terms of her family or anything. Certainly, I guess he's moved on, or kind of. Anything else you can tell us about that situation with her family, or did they just simply break off all contact, the family and your son?
Oh no, they don't. I'm sure that they didn't. They actually established contact, because it was a big one part that was crushing him when she first became brain dead was that when she was still alive was that, for one, he knew for a whole week that they were going to pull the plug on her, and he didn't know when. So that uncertainty really crushed him. And then the thing that crushed him on top of that was that, he didn't know the family, and they put certain names in the list of people who could see her, and his name wasn't on the list. And they finally, right before she died, they established contact with each other, and he was able to go see her before she died. So she was still, brain dead at the time, but they made sure to put his name on the list so he can go say goodbye and say his last respects to her. And then he was also able to go to the funeral, which was a good closure for him. So he actually established contact with her family. So, I don't know how much they're going to keep in touch or anything like that, but I know that was that turned out for the best.
Good. Definitely impressed. And so in terms of everything else going on in your life, everything seems to be fine. Then I remember just a short while back, we were concerned about your being able to eat, but I guess the without going into your private business too much, as Derek Talley knows, none of us on this program have much private business. We're all pretty open about every aspect of our lives.
Yeah, you got it.
Yes, yes, it's true. It's true, considering how the enemy digs up everything they can anyway and throws it all out.
Right, because you were asking me about the VA that one time, and I told you, I went to the VA, but then you said, well, you actually went there last July. I'm like, how do you know? You said, well, the gangs doctors had put it up on the internet.
Right.
I'm all there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what about the so just so people know, I think that you're okay financially because you got the disability going again, right? You're okay.
Right. So I got that going again, and then so I can kind of take my time. So what's going to happen is I got that going again until December 13th. And so this Friday, being that I'm able to go get my hazmat, I'm gonna study from the book now. I've taken all these different online studies. So all of tomorrow, I'm gonna go study from the actual book, and the CDL book from Tennessee, the hazmat portion of the book, and then on Friday, I'm gonna go take the test and get my license back. But once I take the test and get my license, that's the time to where my job is going to say, okay, you got your license, come on back to work. But see, I took the disability until December 13th, so that's going to keep me off of work until December 13th. So on Friday, also after, I'm probably going to do the hospital thing first, and then after that, I'm going to go take my CDL test, and then but when I go to the hospital on Friday, I'm going to go get my knees looked at, and I was going to go get those pain injections, just to kind of, because I got them before, and they somewhat worked. It's like for 6 months, they actually take a lot of if you're bone on bone in your knees, it kind of takes the sharp pain out of your knees, and that way they'll say, well, you took this time off for disability for your knees. What did you do during that time? Did you just sit home and now you're back at work? So I'm gonna say, well, I went to go get those pain injections, and just to make it bearable enough for me to get back to work. That's if anybody asks. Not that it's anyone's business, but then I hated to take that route, but I just lucky that it was available to me.
Thank God, yeah.
right, right. While the government's sitting around lollygagging about my hazmat. And man, that is such a headache, and that's been such a headache since they came out with that regulation. But at the same time, I'm not going to complain too hard because it makes the hazmat endorsement more valuable on your license with all the hoops that you gotta jump through. A lot of people have asked me, and it actually helps out felons in the trucking industry, and I'll tell you why. It's because there's certain felonies that will ban you for life from getting your hazmat, and that would be like armed robbery and kidnapping. So if you ever have an armed robbery or kidnapping, then you're banned for life. But something like a drug charge, if you have a drug charge, you're banned only for 10 years after you've been released or something like that. But the hazmat is so hard to get now that if you can get it, you know what I'm saying? If you're able to get it, then that shows that it makes it easier for them to want to hire you, regardless of what your criminal background is. And for those that can't get it because they have something on a criminal record to where they're banned for life, to where they can't get the hazmat. But if they can get their CDL, those CDL companies are happy to have good drivers that are able to get their CDLs, because all the top drivers are getting the hazmat and going on over to hazmat companies, and so that leaves the job open. A lot of jobs open for those that can't get the hazmat. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes. And I thank you for explaining that. So thank you. So with that. I definitely will check again if Pac 1 has returned. I wouldn't be surprised if he fell asleep side by side with his son, since, by the way, his son's very young. He has these very young children, and they're taking care of them. It was good of him to stay with us as long as he did. Normally I would have brought him on first, but of course we had to make the announcements that we did. And Derek Talley, of course, has caught us up on his son, and that is deeply appreciated because I've actually been thinking about Malik. That's his name, yes?
Malik, yeah.
Yes, there. And so let him know I have been thinking about him. I don't know how much of an interest he has in what we speak of, but I'm sure he finds some of it interesting, and I don't tell him this because it would just make him sad again, but I do wish his girlfriend were alive because I'm sure she would have appreciated much of what we talk about. And yeah. And in terms of all of that, feel free now to pass the stage on to Jameson Reese, who I believe has returned from whatever he was doing, likely something to do with cat care. And
actually, I was trying to get some snacks, some Doritos to keep me up.
Okay, cool. And so I'm going to segue the stage from the presence of Mr. Talley to Jameson Reese. And thank you, Derek. That was wonderful. Appreciate that.
All right. In peace, Jameson.
All right. Speak to you later, Dirk.
Yes. And by the way, I was speaking with Pac 1 Morales personally and privately the other day, and he feels deep sympathy with yourself in terms of having been through much of what you've been through. He tells me how he stops every time he sees your posts on the news feed, and he responds. And so I told him how much I appreciate that. And
yeah, I appreciate it as well. I mean, the people on Team D are really good people.
Thank you. Deeply appreciated. So we have an announcement to make concerning Jameson Reese, and this is the fact that he has, well, you can tell us.
Yeah, I've pretty much stopped abusing the dextromethorphan. I was able to speak to the psychiatrist yesterday, and I was able to, I believe, acquire the appropriate meds that would diminish the impact, at least physically, of the lack of dextromethorphan in my system. Because this isn't the first time I've stopped, but the last time I stopped, it was without any extra medication or any psychiatric evaluation. So I had gone through everything cold turkey. And what made me stop last time was because I was abusing DXM with alcohol, and I had gotten a seizure
Wow.
from withdrawals.
Right.
Because I reached the point where I had poisoned myself and gotten myself so miserable that I knew that there would be no coming back if I continued. And that was pretty much hell, because for 3 days I had a fever, shakes, sweating, weakness, and it felt like I was having seizures every few seconds, even though none of it registered as seizures on the scans. So I have enough research on what neurotransmitters are being fired when I'm what specific chemicals are being impacted when I take the DXM. So I had chosen medications I had done through research that I had taken over the years that seemed to work on the I think it's the GABA receptors, which is, oh my gosh, glutamate. Glutamate receptors.
Yeah, GABA's what it's all about. That's the shit that's how we get high. So go ahead.
Yeah. And what the dextromethorphan does is it mimics glutamate by using a chemical, I think, called it's a sugar that's not that much different from oh my god, aspartase, I think. N-aspartase. I'm trying to mimic. So far, I seem to be doing well with the. Granted, it's just the first day. I seem to be doing well with hydroxyzine for sleep, which is Visceral. I seem to be doing okay with what do you call it? Gabapentin, taken during the day to sort of limit the effects of the withdrawal pains. And I also seem to be doing all right by taking also what do you call it? Oh my gosh, clonidine, because the clonidine is supposed to bring down my blood pressure, which was astronomically high.
Wow.
Technically, with where my blood pressure was at, I could be diagnosed with hypertension.
Okay. Which is not uncommon, but still,
no, but it's also very alarming given my age and given the fact that when I used to take it when I used to take a higher dose regularly along with alcohol years ago, I still had a normal baseline blood pressure, which was like 120/70 or some shit. Last I checked, it was like something over 100.
Right.
It was way up there, like 134/100 or some shit.
That's not high. Oh, the 100 is high. The diastolic and the systolic are too close. So yeah, the systoles.
I'm basically like a heart attack and stroke waiting to happen nearly all the time.
Right.
Added to the fact that I do take caffeine drinks regularly, so I mean, yeah, I'm always edging, between life and death, constantly, closer than most people realize.
Jamison, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was going to ask you about a particular drug that they gave me that really whacked me out for like a whole day.
By the way, I'm sorry to laugh. When he related that to me, I was telling him, "Oh, give me some of that," and he was saying, "You don't want in on this." Yes, so please, by all means.
They gave it to me for hiccups, by the way.
Oh, shit.
But it's called chlorpromazine. CHLORPROMAZINE.
Why does that sound familiar? That sounds very familiar.
One tap my mouth 3 times a day, or is needed with hiccups. So I think I took it one time in the morning, and I took it another time before I went to sleep, and I woke up, and then I was just like, I was out of it. and then
Was
I
it
had to,
chlorpromazine?
yeah, chlorpromazine or something like that.
Yeah, it's used to treat nausea, vomiting, anxiety, chronic hiccups, acute intermittent porphyria, and symptoms of tetanus. Um, Let me see. This
Because
seems like
when I took it, I actually had to go do radiation. You know what I'm saying? And so that was when I was such in bad shape. I wanted to drive myself to my, because on Mondays my dad drove me to my chemo and radiation because he had to drive me for my chemo because they were giving me the narcotics. But then on Wednesdays and Fridays, I had just radiation, and I was able to drive myself. But this particular day, on the day that I was going to drive myself to radiation, when I took that chlorpromazine, or whatever we call it, I took it in the morning, and then I took it in the afternoon. I took a nap, and when I woke up, I was just sort of like so whacked out. I couldn't complete.
Oh
a
yeah,
sleep.
that's because it's also used as an antipsychotic, man. Antipsychotics are fucking nasty.
Oh, they're infamous. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's Douglas. That's
Holy
the day
shit.
I put I need help on that Facebook, on my Facebook post, and it took me like 15 minutes to type out I need help.
Oh shit.
And the help I needed somebody. I said, I can't drive. I'll get a DUI if I try to drive with whatever the fuck's happening to me now.
This
You know what
actually
I'm
has a
saying?
risk of seizures as well. Yeah, it's one of those old drugs that they don't use anymore. Holy shit. That's hard, man. That's a fucked up. The only good thing about it is that it decreases blood pressure, but
They
with
give it to me for
dizziness?
hiccups.
Holy shit, man. I'm sure you could have. I'm sure. Dude, I would have just dealt with the hiccups.
Yeah, that's I was now. But see, that time I was going
Yeah.
through chemo and radiation, so my hiccups were like nonstop for like 2 days.
So it was probably interfering with their procedure, which is why they gave it to you.
Okay.
Because if you were hiccuping while they were giving you radiation, where they have you try to stay absolutely still,
Okay.
that could pose a problem.
Right.
I mean, it does seem to work on the glutamate receptors as well, but I've been on the only antipsychotics I've been on have been like oh my gosh, it's been like quetiapine, which is fucking horrible. Quetiapine actually caused me to stop breathing when I was sleeping, and then I had to keep waking up
Oh.
because it's supposed to put you to sleep. But the thing is, in some people, it has a rare side effect where it causes you to stop breathing, and it's a rare side effect, but it's a dangerous one. And I would get hallucinations on quetiapine. That's also Seroquel. Man, Seroquel's a monster. I would not recommend that for anyone.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, there's one that they keep advertising on TV for schizophrenia. I forget the name of it, but they've got a very aggressive ad campaign going on about depression, and then the one with the schizophrenia.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, while I'm with what I'm going through, it's surprising because I suffer from depression, but I haven't asked them for an antidepressant. Most of the reason why I'm able to tell which drugs would work for me was because my friend used to be a psychiatrist. My ex-friend, I say. He's not my friend anymore.
Right. He was
What I will
potentially
say
a handler, but go on.
Well, I would say to a degree, but I would say that he wasn't a handler. I don't think he was a handler on behalf of a government agency.
Okay.
I think his thing was that he saw me as a son. And the thing is, like, he was sort of treating me like I was his son or something, because he's never had children before.
Okay.
So he sort of had that kind of bond with me. And the thing is, I didn't need a father figure. I already have a father. What I needed was a friend who would listen to me. And so for that reason, I had to sever contact with him. Plus, it seemed weird the way his personality snapped on that day. There was something unnatural about it. It was almost like he was possessed or something, or like someone had flipped a switch and he'd become someone different. And I never seen that before. I mean, I got into fights with him before this, where, you know, we were like on the brink of, you know, physically attacking each other, but it's never been to the point where it seemed like I wasn't speaking to the same person.
Right.
So he might be someone who's being handled by somebody.
Right.
That's what I
Okay.
think. I think whoever is giving him whatever psychotropic medication he's on might be handling him. I don't believe I'm somebody who is handled, and he is someone who's had his negative run-ins with the mental health system. I would say as a psychiatrist, he was damn good, and as a teacher, as far as, you know, how to read clinical trials, how trials can often lie, because he used to advocate for the psychiatric industry. He used to advocate for pharmaceutical companies. He used to get paid to sit down on panels and convince doctors to take their shit. So I mean, he knew the dark side of the business and whatnot.
Right.
And it's from him that I was able to learn not only how to, you know, pick up on how the brain works and what, you know, neurotransmitters things would function on, but I also picked up on how to analyze myself in certain behaviors that I was not conscious of.
Right.
So I would say that friendship served its purpose, but at this point, it just would not be conducive for me to, you know, reconnect with him.
Right.
Not only that, you know, it's like one thing to, you know, it was one thing to call me a nigger because you're fucking pissed off and you're just, you know,
Wow.
and you know, he's someone who admitted that he had his biases because his family was fucking racist. His family's fucking racist. So like, all right, fine. You know, you could call me the N-word and I could call you a cracker and we could just drop racial slurs at each other and we could still go back to being friends the next day. I'm not someone who's sensitive about that topic. What hurt was the fact that he wasn't willing to listen to my frustration and that he just shut it out and dismissed it. Because I know for a fact that one of the things that gets me pissed off with my parents and my family is when I feel like they're dismissing the way I feel, like, oh, you shouldn't feel this way, rather than trying to listen to me. Because if I'm going through some shit, I just need people to listen sometimes. Just like everyone needs someone to listen. So it kind of hurts when I'm like listening to other people and their problems and I'm there for them. But when I need someone to speak to or vent to, no one's there, you know. So it's like, fuck it. You know, I've had to carry so much on my own that it's like, you know what? Maybe I don't need a friend right now. Maybe what I need is to just, you know, get down off this drug shit.
Right.
Which was triggered by a sort of growing sense of loneliness anyway, because I felt like, you know, he was doing all the talking, because I felt like if I were to say certain things, he would invalidate it or shut it down. Just like, you know, I essentially gone for a long period of time without a friend. And I think the only reason why I stuck around was because, you know, I really cared I had really developed a strong bond with the dog he had, you know, and that dog I had taken care of while he was getting cancer treatment during 2019.
Wow.
So I would go there every day to watch his dog, to walk his dog for several hours, 5-6 hours a day. I'd be taking care of his dog. So we developed the bond, and when that dog died, it was just like, you know, at first I was there for him when he was devastated, but it felt like he was pushing me away. And he told me that he was considering suicide.
Oh.
But he said, you know, he didn't even consult me about it. He said he consulted his other friend in Florida, and that convinced him. And I'm like, well, I didn't tell him this, but I was like, it kind of hurt that you weren't able to even come to me, your friend who's always physically there, while, you know, this guy's all the way down in Florida. You know, it kind of fucking hurt.
Okay. Yeah. I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, this was even a guy who I had, you know, we even fucked a chick together. I mean, was this chick who he was afraid, and the thing is, there was a time when he was actually afraid he got her pregnant.
Okay.
And, you know, I was such a good friend to him that I was like, all right, you know what, I'll take care of it. So I casted a spell, and the chick winds up dying of a drug overdose.
Oh.
And the rest of her family winds up dying of fire.
Oh.
So, I mean, I went, as a friend, I'm willing to go above and beyond for people, but when they can't return that, and when it feels like they're vampirizing off of me, which was quite interesting because I did notice there was something about his personality where he just seemed to love vampire movies for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, he had a fixation with them.
Well, there you go.
He even saw himself as one, and to a degree, I can say perhaps he was in a psychic sense. And I don't need someone who's going to take more from me than they could return to me. It's just not what I look for in a friendship. If I was in a relationship with a woman, I wouldn't even accept that. So there's no way I would stay friends with a male who does it. It's just like, because with women, there are certain benefits I can't get from a male.
Yeah.
I've had to say that to a friend one time. I had to tell a dude, I said, look, you sure are expecting a whole lot from somebody who ain't got no fucking pussy or some titties.
Yeah, I am so going to use that line next time.
Well, there we have that. And could you further contextualize maybe how your drug problem got started?
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with loneliness. All of it had to do with loneliness. At the time of my life, all I used to do is, I was like 21. All I used to do was work, come home, talk to people on magic forums, practice magic, because at the time, when it worked, it worked. When it didn't. And read Lovecraft novels. That was literally all I did with my time. Read Lovecraft, practiced magic, tried to write. Kind of sucked at. I mean, I wasn't bad at it, but the thing is, like, I have a tendency to get overly detailed, which is a bad habit I picked up from Lovecraft because, and in all honesty, his level of detail when he's describing things in cubits and centimeters, it's like, holy fucking shit. I think it's that level of what do you call it? Autism that drew me to his novels in the first place. Most people can't stand that. But for me, for some reason, I sort of gravitated towards it. And so at some point, I was like, I was drawn. I was really sloppy with what I was doing in my operations, and I already had problems with entities since I was a kid. These things would try to jump me in my sleep. Sometimes they would try to, it was like that sleep paralysis, except sometimes I wouldn't have my eyes closed. I wouldn't be literally asleep. I'd be awake and I'd be like seized by something. So after a while, enough was enough. A friend I had at the time who I did speak to periodically, he came around. He worked at a bar. So on my 21st birthday, he introduced me to Jameson, which just happened to be my first name. That was sort of the joke. The stuff tasted gross, and then he gave me like an Incredible Hulk, which was a sort of drink. And it tasted a little better, but alcohol still tastes like shit.
Yes.
It's the shittiest fucking tasting stuff in the world.
Yes. It's an acquired taste. Yeah, go on.
But the effect is like when I was going home, usually I at that time I had such a fear that I wouldn't even go out at night.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I was really a frightened person because I was afraid I would get jumped or violent things would happen to me. So I was walking home that night and I felt invincible. And I was like, holy shit, I don't feel scared anymore. So after a while, one day at work, things were going shitty and I couldn't sleep at night and I was sick of dreaming about the fucking job. So I was like, you know what? I'll have like a beer. So I had a beer, then I finished the entire like 6-pack and then I felt great. So after that, I was just doing the shit every fucking day of the week. After a while, I was in and out of drug programs. I was in and out of therapy. I was in and out of certain centers that were outpatient. I had gotten, almost hospitalized for suicide, because I was just morbidly depressed. At some point I was admitted to a program that was a day program where you would stay there for like a good 5 hours a day, talking about various things with various people. There I met this dude, young guy who was like homeless at the time. And we hit it off because he listened to death metal, and and he was like dressed in like the goth black. He had like the eye makeup on. I mean, a dude almost he if I don't know if you're familiar with that character Ulquiorra from Bleach.
Oh, barely, but I know of the anime Bleach. But yes,
Yeah,
please.
but he would have put like the emo sort of goth character, like that aspect of that character to shame, because he was like all in the black. He had like the chains hanging down and shit. And I was like, that's pretty cool. And so on his birthday, we happened to be hanging out with him and his girlfriend, and he said, "Well, there's this stuff, if there's this stuff I know," because I was talking about how I always wanted to do shrooms. Because I was one of those people who was into the cult at that time just for the, supernatural experiences of like going out of body and shit. So I was like, you know what? He was like, well, if you want to try shrooms, I know the stuff that if you take a lot of it, my girlfriend steals this stuff, and it was like this Coracetin and cold and cough. So I literally ate boxes of this shit, man.
Ooh.
And next thing I know, I'm like in the men's room, and I'm like, the whole room is glowing, because we were like at South Street Seaport before it was dismantled and taken apart, back when there was a mall there and shit in Manhattan. And like the entire room was glowing, and my eyes were like, my pupils were super dilated, like to the point where I looked like Mickey Mouse or some shit. and I felt euphoric, and music sounded super important. And then I started puking my guts out, but like even though I was puking my guts out, the hallucinations felt so good that the nausea didn't matter. And then next thing I know, I started speaking in plural, and I was like, we this, we that, and I started getting super angry about how I wanted to destroy the world and humankind for some reason. And I remember we were like near his girlfriend's house back on Staten Island, and I was looking at the sky, and I saw these Aztec designs and shapes and shit, and I'm like, holy fucking shit, somebody painted an abstract mural in the sky. I was like, I've never seen any shit like this before in my life. After that day, I was hooked.
There you
There was a
go.
time period where I used to even steal it in the city before, it became this big security hub.
Okay.
And that lasted until I started to go back to college, and I cleaned myself up from the shit because I had gone to the hospital because I had been so dehydrated that I had gotten rhabdomyolysis.
Right.
And I figured I would treat the psychosis because I was seeing too many fractals. I couldn't sleep at night, and I was hearing voices all over the place. So I was like, all right, I'll treat the psychosis with the antipsychotic medicine I have, risperidone. You don't mix risperidone with like Coracetin cold and cough.
Okay.
So that caused rhabdomyolysis, and after that I was like, okay, I knew I had to get away from this stuff. But
Right.
ever since, it's been an on and off battle of being clean for 2 years and then being backed on. I was hooked for 7 years straight after that. And then after 7 years straight of that shit, I was still mixing it with alcohol and shit, But after 7 years straight, like I stopped because I had that seizure when I was in this the psychiatrist guy's house, because I was chilling out with him, and I was like, I can't go home like this. I can't go home like this. My folks will flip if they found out that I was still using and shit. No, I mean they knew, but they didn't, but they didn't like. They were waiting for me to say something.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think that there's really much
Yeah, they
hidden.
knew.
Yeah.
But what happened was, like, I had a seizure, so I went to the emergency room, and I was like, okay, I know if I do this shit again, I'm gonna wind up fucked up. Family found out, so I had to straighten out and shit. Clean for a good year and a half, which I didn't think was even possible. And I literally had a fear and disgust to the idea of going back to it until, that dog died.
I see.
Because I was really close to the animal, just like I'm close to my cats. And it's easy for me to get more attached to animals than it is to get attached to people. So after that, it was back to the races. And, now it's like, I guess what happened was last night I was trying to, do this work on this Enochian magic that I've been, trying to reverse, to try to reverse engineer my own system. I realized every time I would look at the letters were changing. So it felt like, something was fucking with me. So that I couldn't get it right. And I didn't put two and two together until today when I realized I didn't have a supply. And I was like, well, I can always spend my mom's money, and see if I could get a supply. Because, I was buying bread for the house, and I was like, no, I'm not going back to it at this point, because I realized that shit was fucking me up more than not.
Yes.
And I was looking at myself in the mirror last night, and I started to see my eyes change shape, and my face was changing shape and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I was seeing like a completely different face looking at me. So I was like, nah, man, I gotta stop this shit.
Good.
I'm going fucking psychotic.
Yes. Yes. Well, there we have that. And were you able to sleep after that?
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Sleep was no problem.
Good. Good. That's important. I mean, people
But,
don't realize how important sleep is. But yes, so go on.
I would say that sleep's going to be more of a challenge now that I'm off the substance, because, my brain's so used to it that, so I'm going to need the aid of some of these medications. When I spoke to the psychiatrist I'm working with now in this program that I'm in, I was able to dictate what medications I thought worked best for me. And these were the medications I knew would help me get off this substance with as little withdrawals as possible. So I had been planning to get off of this for weeks now, but I just wasn't able to pull through. I didn't enter a situation that was dire enough, but when the drug starts to fuck with my ability to practice my craft and to interact with the spirits that I work with and to see results from my magic, it's like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm just becoming weak. And the whole point of practicing is to get rid of weakness, not to become weaker.
There, yes. And so there we have it. So you came to the conclusion that you were going to stop, and you've proceeded to go down that path. So we're all behind you, and we certainly support you in that, this recovery. So that's
Yeah.
That's
And
wonderful.
another good thing that will come from it is I'll start to be able to save a lot more money.
There we are. That goes.
Because I was able to have money left over within the next month, to the point where I would have over like maybe $300 or $400 in surplus over a period of time.
Yes.
From not using.
Yeah.
When I started using, I was wiped out within a month.
Yeah.
Of everything.
Yes. Yeah, I know how you feel. I mean, we all have our own addictions, and this will be amazing. The money that you now feel, you're going to feel rich at this point, because the money's not much comparatively speaking, but it's a lot for you and I in terms of saving that kind of money. I'm in the same position with some of my own pursuits. So definitely, like yourself, I've ceased them for the time being, and we'll be saving money for a while.
And the thing is, I'm an addict. I mean, I don't look at it like the NA or AA looks at it. They look at it as a disease. And for a while, I was looking at it like a disease, and I think that's why I kind of relapsed. But now I realize that it's a part of the human condition.
Yes.
It's not a disease. It's a part of the human condition. There isn't a goddamn person in AA who isn't addicted to fucking now that they're not, in eating, now that they're not fucking, now that they're not,
drinking or drugging, yes.
And it's not uncommon for guys to try to use AA to hook up with like younger women who are just coming out of, who are just starting with recoveries, so that they could, people who have been there for a while and have been clean for a while, so they could, use it so that they could enjoy their sexual pursuits. Taking advantage of, people who are very vulnerable at that point in time.
Wow.
So shit.
Oh, damn. Maybe I should start going into AA. But at any rate, that's something that Judith Ager was recommending to me, and I had never looked at it that way.
She could probably tell you about some experiences where that might confirm that.
Oh, probably.
Perhaps.
I doubt she'd want to encourage me in that direction, but she was, oh God, what was it that she told me that one time she told me she would take me back if I entered into a recovery program, but the problem is I'm not addicted in the sense that she thinks. I mean, she thinks, of course, that she doesn't understand that it's not the same as for other people. What I do.
Well, What's also not understood is that there's a difference between people who are going to AA because they were hooked from, like, there are people who get hooked on opioids because they have accidents or injuries.
Yeah.
Those people became physical addicts.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not the same as somebody who has a psychological addiction like myself. And the psychological addiction stems directly from trauma. It stems from a defense response that was embedded in me, which was dissociating from the situation when you're being hurt or abused. So, my mother was like, as a kid, we didn't know that we didn't know you weren't processing the emotions. We always thought you were just being defiant. And I was like, no, my father would hit me and I would zone out somewhere, and he would, hit me. And after that, I'd come back and then I'd realize I just got hit, and I'd be like, oh, I am so fucking pissed. I want to kill this guy. Because, the anger that he was presenting towards me, I internalized it, and I felt, okay, so this is what a man does. A man gets angry, and when he's angry, he beats people up.
Yeah.
That's how a child thinks.
Yes.
And this leads to another thing I realized that I think is a very important topic, especially for people of color. Oftentimes in black communities, what's considered discipline is considered putting your hands to your child, beating your child. And oftentimes, the parents, they don't know any better because this is what their parents did to them. And oftentimes horribly, getting hit with switches and fucking cords and shit, or getting knocked down or knocked out or whatnot. The problem is there's a lack of realization that, white folks don't often do that shit. And the reason why we do it is because we were slaves. And as slaves, that's how discipline was meted out, through whips, beating, punishments, deprivation. So a lot of this is intergenerational trauma. And I myself, knowing that, if I ever were to become a parent, I wouldn't put a hand to my kids for anything.
Thank you. Yes. Very important.
And even if they were to fuck up and become serial killers and they were on death row, I still wouldn't stop loving them. I wouldn't disown them. Be like, yeah, he's a fucking killer, but he's still my kid. And because, because the attitude I was met with was that love was conditional. And I know for a fact now that my parents do love me unconditionally, but at the time, with certain ways that they came across, because I'm not able to interpret people, oftentimes I would interpret certain things as them rejecting or retracting their love from me because of it. And oftentimes when I first went through this addiction, it felt that way. I was threatened with homelessness because I couldn't control my drinking, because they didn't understand the addiction or where it stemmed from. And so they saw it as a moral depravity.
Or failing, a moral failing.
Yeah. Like I was a moral failure, and I was just a horrible person because I couldn't control my habits of, self-destructing. And it took years and years for us to be able to reach a point where we can have regular conversations about this, and I don't have to worry about getting thrown out the house, or, I don't have to storm out and spend the night in Central Park or some shit.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you evaded that, and so thank you for sharing all of that with us. That's courageous, and we're all proud of you for now working to overcome this. And so yes, you've got our full support in that regard. So with that,
and I'm rooting for you too, Jameson. If you ever need to talk or something, or you just want to talk or anything like that, I'm rooting for you too, bro. So
no doubt. Much thanks.
Thank you. That's wonderful. So, in terms of let's check once more with Pac One Morales. If he is not back with us, I'll move on into monologue. Pac One, are we there, good sir? And if he's not, then what I'll do is he probably fell asleep when he was putting his son to sleep. So that's quite understandable. And so what I'll do now is go into monologue. And the reason I'm anxious to do that is because I have a psychologist appointment tomorrow, as I told Peter. And I will... I'm sorry.
Yeah, I also have a appointment to see a doctor, a physician tomorrow.
Oh, what time?
That's at I think 1 in the afternoon.
1 in the afternoon. Of course, you're way ahead of us in time,
Yeah,
and
so I probably have like another 5 hours before I have to go to sleep.
understood. When you have to drop off, just go ahead and drop off. Let me know, of course.
I'll let you know first.
Yes,
And
yes.
yeah.
And so, Derek, did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So that means if it's okay with you, then maybe in around 5 hours, you could check out now if you can possibly fall asleep after all the caffeine, all the coffee beans you were basically digesting. He probably won't be able to fall asleep, but if you can, then you could do that now and then wake up, set an alarm or something for 5 hours from now and then come on to take Jameson's place. Does that make sense, or is that possible?
That makes perfect sense. I got some stories lined up and everything, so
Oh,
I'm ready.
wonderful! Oh, wonderful! Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And are any of them you feel imperative enough where you'd like to you relate them now, or at least the main points from them now?
Well, I could give you the points of them. There's nothing that I can remember that was urgent, just due to the simple fact that it's harder to find actual stories nowadays. There's more op-ed pieces out there. You got to pick out what's. But I do got some. Let's see. One headline reads, "Black activists in Portland want nothing to do with the city's leftist anarchists." Then I have one that says, "China used secret microwave pulse weapons against Indian troops in the border battle." And the New York sheriffs refused to enforce Cuomo's Thanksgiving COVID order. And here's a feel-good story. I'd do it for anybody. An Oklahoma police officer hospitalized after running through flames to rescue his own children in a house fire. This is a black police officer in Oklahoma, but he ran through some flames to save his own children in a house fire. But he's a hero, and he said, "I'd do that for anybody." So those are the stories that I have.
Okay, no, that's wonderful. As a matter of fact, the one about the Chinese using that electromagnetic pulse weapon is something that's disturbing. What effect did it have on the troops? Can you tell us?
I really didn't read go through the article yet, but I could go through it right now.
I'm
And,
guessing they were cooked alive or suffered severe burns.
Here it is. China used secret microwave pulse weapon against Indian troops in a border battle. A report this week in the UK Times has revealed new information on China's use of cutting-edge high-tech weapons during last summer's high-altitude Himalayan standoff between Indian and Chinese troops in the disputed Ladakh border region. Initial claims is that military-grade crowd-control sonic pulse weapons capable of causing severe body discomfort, including dizziness and nausea, was used by China's PLA military on Indian soldiers along the line of actual control, were recently made by a notable professor at Beijing University. It would mark the first known instance in history where such controversial weapon was deployed in battle. The forces have turned two strategic hilltops that had been occupied by Indian soldiers into a microwave oven, forcing them to retreat and allowing the positions to be retaken without an exchange of controversial fire or conventional fire, according to Jim Cannonwall, a professor at the International Relations at Beijing-based Renmin University, the Time reports. Also describes our electromagnetic microwave weapons, when reportedly turned on the Indian forces, may retreated during the standoff after becoming sick and vomiting, Professor Blue. Yeah, so those Indian soldiers became real sick, they became real uncomfortable. They started throwing up and vomiting,
Okay.
but it made to where that it made it to where they left, and the Chinese forces were able to go take those hills back without fires being shot.
Oh my God, that's just horrific. Daniel Arola.
It's very similar to those LRAD weapons of the U.S. military.
Right.
But from what I do know about the LRAD weapons of the U.S. military is that what they don't tell the public is that if you keep that beam of microwave emissions focused on the target, you can literally cook them alive.
Right. Yes.
There's been evidence of people who've been killed that way.
Yes. Yes.
They're pretty horrific. They're actually out there, so anyone can vet that.
Yes. Yes, definitely. Daniel Arola has brought up in the case of your recovery, he said, I learned from the example of drug addicts that I've been friends with so that I don't end up like them. I'm more motivated by my drive to not end up where they're headed. Yes, and I'm sure you're just as motivated by examples that you know of. So that's definitely appreciated.
Yeah, I am my own example. It's just I used to hang out around Union Square in Manhattan, 14th Street, and there was a time I used to hang out with all these people who were homeless, and you name it, they would get fucked up on it. Some of them were relatively very smart people, but that was all they knew. They were so attracted to that life that it was gangs, prison, and drugs.
Yes, well,
and you'd be surprised how remarkably knowledgeable some of the people out there are. Not in just like life and death knowledge, but I mean even when it comes to academic smarts.
Right. Well, definitely. One of the things that I want to bring up with, of course, that's actually. Thank you. Now, I was going to say one thing, but what you just said reminded me of another thing. My mind's going in two directions at once. I do want to emphasize the fact, of course, that you're going to find some of the most intelligent and sensitive people in the world abusing drugs because their hypersensitivity renders them very vulnerable to being hurt by the world around them. And so they escape into drugs. It's actually quite common. That's very historically... Yeah, that's historically just the norm. And
you encounter people who are more, who have more of a wealth of morality and a stronger sense of right and wrong.
Right.
And people who have, suffered from addiction or are suffering from it than you do from people who are regular or average people who work within the general public.
Yes.
Which is another thing I found interesting.
Yeah, and thank you. And as for the what's Derek was bringing up in some of the stories, one of the things that I will cover tonight, Derek, within the arc of narrative, will be basically how Black Lives Matter, particularly in Portland, is rejecting these white anarchists who are simply attempting to basically they're never satisfied. They are seeking total anarchy. They're seeking chaos. They're true servants of the anti-gods. And therefore, when Joe Biden won, they just took that as a further reason to rebel. And so Black Lives Matter they're all about trying to establish a new order, and I mean that in the most positive sense, since that term has gotten such a negative rap from all of the conspiracy cultists. But we're trying to establish a new static equilibrium, a new balance of state, where black people are no longer the identified patient in the sense of social engineering, the scapegoat for society's neuroses, and of course, therefore, a target of violence and victimization. So with Black Lives Matter aiming in a constructive direction, and the anarchists aiming in what it can be nothing other than a destructive direction. Now, I know that some anarchists are going to get up in arms about that, but this is obviously, how would I say it? The evidence is manifest in the behavior. It's not like anyone is trying to say, let's set up a kind of anarchic community in a peaceful manner. They are basically doing so by provoking violence. And so,
And burning shit down.
yes,
You're not going to find many protesters who are lighting shit on fire.
yes,
And I also know for a fact that there are a good number of people who are in the occult community who are also sponsoring the anarchic
of course, especially,
methodology,
I would presume,
which I
yeah.
say absolutely no good will come of it, because
Thank
their
you.
idea is with anarchy and everyone, survival of the fittest. They'll be the ones who rule the roost, so to speak, and bring their herald of what they believe will be an empathic Cthulhu, who will say, "Oh, good, my servants, I will give you your own throne." Couldn't be further from the fucking truth.
So true, so true. They would usher in, yeah.
Their idea of Cthulhu, first of all, Lovecraft's viewpoint on what Cthulhu is actually vastly different from what the actual entities who are considered Al Cthulhu really are.
Thank you.
First and foremost, so they're not even. So they're living in fantasy world.
Thank
Basically, they're playing Dungeons and Dragons in real life,
you. Yes,
which is fucking absurd, and it's beyond insane.
yes, thank you so very much. And I stand shoulder to shoulder with Jameson Reese in that analysis. Very good, Jameson, thank you. So one of the things that Peter Moon did that was basically a disservice was he had to come up with the votes and casting doubt upon the votes. So let me dispense with that. We know that Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential race. This has nothing to do with anything subjective. There is nothing subjective about this, and to even insinuate that it's a disservice to the human race. In summation, Joe Biden has won more votes than Donald Trump in battleground states that put him past the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency, as based on our completely anachronistic system that needs to be thoroughly reformed. The winning margins are large enough that it's unlikely that recounts or Trump's legal challenges will affect the outcome of this election. And federal and state officials sayest there be no evidence whatsoever that widespread voter fraud has affected the integrity of this vote. Now, the presidential election result will be finalized when Congress counts electoral votes on the 6th day of the first month of the 2021 year of our Lord on the Christian calendar. Biden will be sworn in as president on the 20th day of that same month. Whether Trump vacates the White House or not peacefully will be the question at that point. Or will we devolve into civil war, which is highly plausible, I am sad to say. Whatever the case may be, Joe Biden is president-elect of these United States. But President Donald Trump and his supporters are still not giving up the race. And Trump has brought a barrage of legal challenges contesting vote totals in several key swing states. He has repeatedly made completely unfounded assertions of victory and allegations that widespread voter fraud affected the outcome of the election. And on social media, his cultists have backed him up. Alternative electoral maps and claims that the president is on track to win a second term have still proliferated on social media. And those claims are not just wrong, they're out and out Russian propaganda. Biden is the clear winner of the presidential race. Trump does not have any path to victory, none that be legitimate. How do we know Biden has won? Aside from all that I've articulated, as Daniel O'Rolla would say, basically, in short, he won more votes. On the 7th of November, every major television network and the Associated Press called the presidential race for Biden. The president-elect gave a victory speech in Wilmington, Delaware, that evening. But Biden, unlike what was insinuated by Mr. Moon and all too many others, is not the winner of the presidential race because the media says so. He's the winner because more people voted for him in the swing states needed to win the White House. Biden needed 270 electoral votes to win the presidency, and based on vote counts reported by each state, he has passed that threshold. The former vice president also leads in the popular vote by well more than 5 million votes, although that does not decide who becomes president until we rehabilitate our system and destroy the republic to build a democracy. Now, if you ask, how big is Biden's margin of victory? Being unable to ascertain the disambiguation between popular and electoral vote, it's not huge, but it's enough to put him in the White House. And if you're asking what the likelihood might be that the recounts will make any meaningful impact on the presidential election, well, one expert put it the best way possible. It's about as close to none as it can be. Now, of course, because I'm a historian, I am obligated to compare this to the Florida recount in the year 2000 that made George W. president when it should have been Al Gore. That was a stolen election. This does not compare at all. The 2000 presidential election came down to one single state, and the margin between George W. Bush and Al Gore was a razor thin. Well, fuck it. It was nanoscopic. That means beneath microscopic. 537 votes. In the 2020 race, Trump would have to flip tens of thousands of votes in multiple states to have any shot at winning. The controversy in Florida was also not about really a recount, as most of you think it was. As a matter of fact, as someone who has probably more knowledge of American history than the overwhelming majority of your educators, I can tell you it was about ballots that weren't counted in the first place. The punch card machines had registered no votes at all for about 170,000 Floridians. So Al Gore was requesting hand counts of those ballots. Very different from what's happening now. There's not hundreds of thousands of missing votes like in the year 2000. In Georgia, for example, officials are recounting it's just to essentially triple check the results so that they can shut the fucking Trump cultists up. It's not because there's any evidence that ballots were not counted, which was the case in 2000. So the election was not close. And the president's claims of voter fraud are merely a distraction from his all too many failures. For much of Donald Trump's re-election campaign, he spread the calumny that voting by mail would be exploited for large-scale fraud in November, and he made clear that if he lost, he would say that he was robbed and would seek victory in the courts. Trump's gambit was a variant of election manipulation schemes familiar in countries like Pakistan and Belarus, or White Russia, where, of course, they are still on the precipice of civil war because a dictator has stolen the election. Trump's plan was based on the Belarus model. But his plan had holes, such as an absence of evidence. Yet he seemed to think that he had a plausible chance if the election was narrowly decided and he brought a case before the Supreme Court, which he had packed with people who owed him their very careers. But the election was not close. Joseph Biden won the national popular vote by more than 5 million votes, and he seems likely, once the last ballots are counted and recounted, to win the Electoral College by nearly the same margin that Trump had over Hillary Clinton in 2016. Trump has doubled down on his fraud ploy anyway. On the 7th of November, after the Associated Press and major television networks declared Biden the country's 46th president, Trump tweeted, "I won the election! Bad things happened!" Yeah, throughout his term. Since then, Trump has mainly sequestered himself in the White House while unleashing dozens of tweets and retweets containing completely false allegations, which Twitter itself has continually flagged as unreliable. They should just call them lies. Yesterday, last week, Biden offered a measured take on the president's refusal to concede by saying, "I just think it's an embarrassment, quite frankly." He seemed to accept that it might require some time for Trump to come to terms with reality and for Republican leaders to stop enabling him. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, was among the many elected Republicans who declared that the president had every right to pursue his grievances in the courts. Yet Trump's accusations have not gained credibility since Rudy Giuliani delivered a Borat-worthy praise conference at Four Seasons Total Landscaping, wherein he showcased a convicted child molester as one of his witnesses. And, of course, for those of you who don't know, that Four Seasons Total Landscaping is a new Philadelphia landmark now, since the day Biden became president-elect. Now, New York Times reporters surveyed election administrators in all 100 states in union and reported that the officials had found no evidence of significant voting issues. At least 10 lawsuits filed by Trump's campaign or allies have been dismissed by the courts already. This past Wednesday, after promising shocking evidence of wrongdoing in Michigan, Trump's campaign released affidavits by poll watchers who had complained, as the Washington Post reporter David Fahrenthold so wrote, about such violations as loud noises and mean stares. Now Trump, according to those same New York Times, has asked White House advisors about using Republican-controlled legislators in states like Pennsylvania to hijack the Electoral College by appointing electors who would ignore official vote counts and return him to power based on party allegiance. Now, even loose talk about such a coup d'etat suggests how unscrupulous Trump remains as he contemplates his loss of office. Indeed, it exposes him as being entirely unfit for office by constitutional definition. Nor is he the only one to muse recklessly about anti-democratic outcomes in the weeks ahead. When asked if the administration was jeopardizing national security itself by refusing to cooperate with Biden's transition, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo smiled and said, "There will be a smooth transition to the second Trump administration." Now, he gave the impression that he was pranking liberals about their fears of a Trump coup d'etat, even as he himself and other cult loyalists wait obediently for the president to decide whether to accept his obvious defeat. With Biden so noting, well, to quote as Biden himself, I think that the whole Republican Party has been put in a position, with a few notable exceptions, of being mildly intimidated by the sitting president. They fear him the way mobsters fear the Godfather. Typically, the best way to understand Trump's actions is to ask what's in it for him. 4 more years in the White House would extend his immunity from New York prosecutors conducting active investigations into his criminal activity. It would ease pressure from bank creditors and further enrich his family businesses, a win-win-win, which he lost. Assuming that the president fails to rig a second term, he is fashioning a story about how corrupt Democrats foiled his re-election, which will galvanize followers and donors after he leaves office. According to the Washington Post, the president told advisors last week, "I'm just going to run in 2024. I'm just going to run again." His campaign has formed a political action committee, a super PAC, PAC being the acronym for Political Action Committee, called Save America, which appears designed as a means for him to raise money to influence the Republican Party after his presidency ends, the cult leader leading from exile. The super PAC is eligible to receive funds now for Trump's election defense, but much of that money would likely be spent on other causes and candidates. Leave it to Trump to manufacture a constitutional crisis that also incorporates a fundraising con. The sheer theatricality of Trump's refusal to concede is a distraction from his failure, once again, to take the coronavirus pandemic seriously. Last week, the country set a new daily record for infections. More than 160,000. And hospitalizations also reached a new high after doubling during the past month. As the crisis unfolded, the president retweeted Sean Hannity, John Voight, and other wretched acolytes, cultists of the anti-gods, backing his election fraud claims. He did pause to communicate about the pandemic, but only to complain, without evidence, that Pfizer's announcement of progress on an effective vaccine, a revelation made but 48 hours after Biden's victory, was timed intentionally to hurt Trump's re-election campaign. Biden, in his first action as president-elect, appointed a panel of doctors and public health specialists to advise him on the plague, but they won't have real power for another 12 months. And in the meantime, the Trump misadministration's refusal to authorize briefings and funding for Biden's transition means that his pandemic advisors will be deprived of any vital information. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, thus concluded on Thursday of this week last that Trump and his allies are engaged in an, as she phrased it, an absurd circus right now, which is making it even harder to combat the coronavirus. Right now, Trump wants you fucking dead. He's doing his best to ensure as many Americans die as possible in the name of Vladimir Putin. The pandemic has claimed more than 300,000 American lives that we officially acknowledge. Yet Trump has failed to see that his duty as president requires him to prioritize the safety of all citizens, even when this may not advantage him politically. During the campaign, he tried to delegitimize the form of voting most likely to protect people from the disease that his administration has failed to contain. He did this because, as he said in April, voting by mail doesn't work out well for Republicans. Now the president is determined to put the pursuit of his invented claims of vote rigging before his responsibility to address the economic and health impacts of what may be the most difficult surge of the pandemic yet. Trump's presumptive last act in the White House is shaping up to be as bankrupt as all that came before. Now, educating yourselves about this, against the tide of everything you see on the goddamn internet, is Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drex, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For word no fahin, I all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. For word no for he, taking his own initiative to download into his personal hard drives nigh everything I had ever published on YouTube, we would never have been able to have reconstructed my legacy no less than thrice during the 3 times that everything that I had on the internet was scrubbed completely from the data matrix. So in that sense of being the bridge between the Akashic records and manifest reality in terms of our cyberspatial matrix, wherein my virtual persona interacts with yourself at this very moment, he has acted as, in essence, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, not just of my legacy in the data matrix of the material world, but that of all life on the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cultists of the kings of Edom. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there, a footnote on my bio, sire, which explainest the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and on educating yourself in the access of both of those sources, make certain to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, inform those that you educate and elucidate and enlighten to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, that they may save the earth and the future of humanity from those who would consign us all to chaos and entropy and ultimate nothingness, that be the nullity that they worship, the negation of the Creator, which they be convinced will render them as unto gods. For people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction. What they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the yellow donate button to take you to PayPal, and click the red donate button to take you where you can pay through credit or debit card without PayPal taking out their fucking cut, which is always annoying. And aside from that, by using the red button, you can bring yourself to where you can log in to access the archives, which is how you reward yourself for your donation. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the sixth world dawned upon us and enabled man to work the magics conjointly with Mother Earth that would redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Access Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, and his web mistress, Lena Shane, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD managing mixologist. That's the Bizarre HD channel that he manages. You can subscribe to it at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD. For those of you who don't know, I use the term managing mixologist because, of course, he's a bartender working at one of the few bars left open in the greater British Isles. And, of course, this is in a hotel where I suspect the bar is probably open 24 hours a day. I may be wrong on that. I'll find out from him eventually. At any rate, George Edward Knight is someone you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, and he's mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, you will find on his Bizarre HD channel, trailered the production, currently still in production, entitled The Thousand Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead the resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if ye be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. On the other side of the continent, this left side, or the left coast, properly the west coast. And you would tune in at these times every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Also, make it certain to hit our GoFundMe, where my scary face is just basically discouraged anyone from lodging a donation other than the beloved Lena Shea. And we're going to try and change the image on that to the one that I put up for Transgender Remembrance Day, which is on my promotional banner. It's not the one that's in thumbnail here on the tonight's live stream. If you are able to access Facebook or Instagram, you should be able to see it. Indeed, you can find it on 3D thanks to the wonderful Selena Khan, who pays for that program where she can actually post myself or publish myself in 3D format on Facebook and probably on Instagram as well. It's incredible. I mean, actually, with the latest promotional banner where I'm in drag for Transgender Remembrance Day, which is pending, it's probably had a better 3D effect with this than it has with others. With others, of course, there's certain things that basically get kind of, they look kind of odd in 3D. This one actually looks the most natural in 3D that I've seen so far. And, well, there you have that. I've still got the mojo. And always, indeed, one of the things I have to do is make certain people see my torso so they can realize it's a person in drag as opposed to a biological female. So it's important for me to show my torso so that is discernible, because it's an important point. It's a point that needs to be made for what I'm trying to educate people in. Now, a shout out in wake of all of that to the fabulous Crystal River, who has been of immense support. And her purchase, the second person to go in and purchase our work, is by doing that, her energy canceled out the first person the purchase of my book, which was made by Lilith Aquino. And so just a little bit of trivia there for you. Now, today, the reason I am all dragged out in transvestiture on both my promotional banner, the image of which I'll see if we can replace what we've got now on the GoFundMe with that, because what I've got now is just so unsympathetic an image that most people just get frightened and run away. If we replace it with what we've got on the promotional banner tonight, I feel more people will identify myself as more sympathetic. It is all because of Transgender Awareness Week. So, by the way, just for those of you who don't know, November, the entire month of November, is essentially Transgender Awareness Month. Among other awareness months, it is also that. And the Transgender Awareness Week is typically observed the second week of November. In this case, this year, it is not. It's in the third week of November because it's a 1-week celebration leading up to the TDOR, or the Transgender Day of Remembrance, which memorializes victims of transphobic violence. Specifically, this pending Transgender Day of Remembrance, properly referenced annually as the International Transgender Day of Remembrance, has been observed annually on the 20th day in November as a day to memorialize those who have been murdered as a result of transphobia. It is a day to draw attention to the continued violence endured by transgendered people like my son. Now, the TDOR, or TDOR, the Transgender Day of Remembrance, was founded circa 1999, just on the eve of the third millennium, the third Christian millennium, by Gwendolyn Smith in honor of Rita Hester, who was a transgender woman who was murdered in Massachusetts. Now, Rita Hester was not just murdered. Rita Hester was a transgender woman, meaning she was defined by society as a man, but identified as a woman, who was murdered over the period of an entire week. She was kept prisoner in her own home, an apartment, where she died an unspeakable death, as men tortured her in the manner that I described was done to the biofac simulacra, which I illustrated my having witnessed its tortured demise. And when they were done satisfying themselves with her in rotation and on shifts, the men involved in her heinous torment put her out of her misery with their final blows. Now, since then, trans leaders such as Monica Roberts have been integral in tracking the homicides of transgendered people that are reported. A movement known as Forward Together. Forward Together has created a program called Trans Day of Resilience, which is a positive, celebratory kind of yin to the yang of the Transgender Day of Remembrance. And that showcases art that honors transgender people's identities and lives. Now, art can be both healing and action-oriented, so check out their free downloads of art by trans people at tdor.co. That's tdor.co, as in company acronym. tdor.co. And remember, these are not professional illustrators. You're not going to see the quality of illustration that I myself would produce. Don't go there expecting that. This is more expression, legitimate expression, of the most human sort that everyone deserves to be able to share. And this day, the Trans Day of Resilience, the kind of upbeat counterpart or counterpoint to the Transgender Day of Remembrance, is now recognized in schools, universities, LGBTQ centers, or lesbian, gay, and bisexual, and transsexual, and queer centers, faith-based institutions, churches, that is, libraries, communal spaces, online and around the world. By the way, if you want to know about the politically correct term, faith-based institutions, that's a term that was developed by the U.S. government in terms of tax-free organizations based on faith, because, of course, church is a Christian term. There are also terms like mosques or synagogues and various other religions, that temples, etc. So faith-based institutions is a full coverage term that is actually more inclusive and more accurate in a general sense than to simply say churches, which is very Christocentric. Now, people gather to honor the transgender people whose lives were taken during the year on the upcoming Transgender Day of Remembrance, which, as I said, will be before our next transmission. So I had to cover it this transmission tonight. I'm going to dedicate a little time to educating you about this subject in the name of my son, who I love more than anyone else on earth. It will be Friday into the weekend, so that will give everyone a chance to honor and respect this holiday, obviously circumspectly in the conditions as impacted upon us by COVID-19. But normally people would gather, and the event involves reading the victims' names and ages aloud. It is noteworthy that the highest number of people whose deaths are reported in terms of transphobic murders are black trans women, because blacks and women are the most vulnerable of all. Put the twain together and you've got the perfect victim. This highlights the intersection of racism, sexism, transphobia, and classism. Now, this 2020th year of our Christian calendar, thus far, 350 transgender people have been murdered, suffocated, and burned alive, as officially acknowledged. Let me reiterate that. 350 transgender people were killed thus far this year, in a figure that has risen since last year's total of 331. Now, this annual list, released for Transgender Day of Remembrance, found the average age of those killed was 31. The youngest that was burned alive was 15 years of age, killed by their classmates. A fifth, in terms of a fraction, that's 22% in terms of percentile, of the transgender people murdered were killed inside their own homes. In other words, people are literally breaking in to their houses to kill these people. The majority of the murders happened in Central and South America, altogether totaling throughout Pan-Latin America to a grotesque total of 287. Like last year, the most deaths in a single country happened in Brazil under the phobic regime of Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, totaling 43% of all global deaths. 152 people murdered in Brazil alone under the phobic regime of Bolsonaro. Mexico was next with 57, while the United States sits in this report at 32. However, the Human Rights Campaign, who compile a separate list for the United States, have totaled 34 this year so far, because American coroners and forensics experts are so bigoted that oftentimes they will refuse to honor, respect, acknowledge, or recognize the identity of a transsexed or transgendered individual. They will decide the identity based on immediate gender as opposed to the gender the person was striving to alter themselves into. The reason for the disparity otherwise in numbers is due to this report counting Puerto Rico as part of the Central and South American region, while the Human Rights Commission counts those cases as United States. In other words, the Human Rights Commission recognizes Puerto Rico as a territory of the United States, while the people who maintain the list for the Forward Project, they are counting Puerto Rico as part of Central and South America. Because, Americans often don't think of Puerto Rico as part of these United States. But a further humbling and critical part of context these figures must be viewed in is that this death total is most certainly guaranteed to be only the tip of the iceberg. The list is compiled by Trans Respect versus Transphobia Worldwide, an organization acronymous as TVT, which is a TGEU project, by sourcing local and national news stories and those that cover the deaths and murders of transphobes are few and far between for all the reasons I've given about many so-called experts, coroners and forensics analysts who just they refuse to recognize the person's stated identity, even if it's on their ID card, and they simply go by what they judge to be bodily evidence. By the way, TGEU is Transgender Europe. That's the network of different organizations working to combat discrimination against trans people and support trans people rights. Now, of course, the important thing to emphasize is the violence and horror of these murders, where transgender people are skinned alive, burned alive, suffocated, murdered. The suffocation is done by plastic garbage bags tied by garbage liner ties. The drownings are often in their own bathtubs. These are all cataloged by the project, which also has the full list of all those killed this year. But because many hate crimes and murders go completely unreported, or crucially misreported in the media, based on what I've articulated about the so-called experts, the true number of deaths is far, far higher. Meanwhile, the latter half of the data set covers a time whilst the COVID-19 pandemic has been disproportionately hitting the lives of alternative lifestyles living people, the lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgendered, and queer peoples of the world. So the report author, the TGEU representative, the Transgender Europe spokesperson, Lucas, And I haven't gotten the rest of his name. I remember him only as Lucas. He may have given me his full name. When I was talking to him about it, I was so upset by these statistics I didn't retain it. But he told me that in times of crisis, those living in the margins suffer the most. The impact of COVID-19 is being felt most severely by trans people who are homeless, sex workers, the disabled, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, the poor, and, of course, the elderly. Those communities they're not only affected by the virus itself, but also by healthcare systems and providers, as well as by the socioeconomic and political impact of the pandemic. At the same time, we're noticing some governments exploiting the pandemic as an excuse for violating human rights, with signs of wide-range political and legal rollbacks leading towards more systemic discrimination against trans people in the world. Now again, the reason this report comes to my attention, that's released annually to mark Transgender Day of Remembrance, is because my ultimate nightmare would be my son suffering from this kind of disgusting violence, this kind of hatred, which is threatened by my gang stalkers and specifically Richard K. Cole Jr. on a daily basis. The Global List is part of an annual report released to mark the International Trans Day of Remembrance, which is also held annually on November 20th. This is an international holiday compiled by Trans Respect versus Transphobia Worldwide, the TVT organization. And since 2008, the year of the stock market crash, the Trans Murder Monitoring Report has been recording homicides that happen every year between the dates of October 1st and September 30th. And since the project began a dozen years ago, they have recorded no less than, as officially recognized, 3,664 transgender murders. And this year, the number of deaths has risen from yesteryear's 331 to 350 thus far. And although the data must be viewed in the context of being but the tip of the iceberg, the report authors note there is an alarming upwards trend throughout their data from 2008 through to 2020. It just keeps getting worse every year. Nothing's getting better. The report authors conclude that behind the statistical representation of numbers and percentages, there are people whose lives we value and who we, as societies, are not only failing to protect, we're encouraging the most dysfunctional among us to kill. And this sits alongside a global recession in trans rights, with countries from Hungary under Viktor Orban to Poland under their far-right Holocaust revisionist government in seeing shifts during this pandemic towards anti-lesbian, anti-gay, anti-bisexual, anti-transgender, and anti-queer policies and rhetoric. In the United Kingdom, transphobic hate crime reports have quadrupled. That means they've increased by 4 times over the past 5 years. And in these United States, the Human Rights Campaign has seen the most violent year against trans people they've ever recorded. And of course, as I've said, trans women are the most vulnerable, accounting for 98% of the murders. For people to go after men who have become women specifically is disgusting to me. Within the figures this year, it's clear that within the diverse array of different gender diverse and transgender people all over the world, some are more vulnerable than others. And since the Trans Murder Monitoring Project began in 2008, that infamous year that the stock market crashed on my very birthday, October 20th, Black Friday, 62% of the deaths have been in the sex workers community. In Europe, of the 11 recorded murders this year alone, half of them were migrants. Whilst in these United States, 79% of those recorded as murdered by the TVT report were trans women of color. Because the United States, everything is based on race. If you ain't white, you ain't human. The overwhelming trend proves trans women are most vulnerable. 98% of those murdered this year were trans women, or another term that needs to be applied because of all these goddamn coroners and forensics experts would be trans feminine people. If they don't have the right equipment yet, at least give them their identity. If they're not physically trans woman because there hasn't been the sexual affirmation surgery yet, at least recognize them and respect them as trans feminine. Now, the stories TVT has found over the years and across the world, they all share the horrifying details of homicide, hanging, even lynching of trans and gender diverse people. Something which we consign to history with the end of the Jim Crow laws and repression of the civil rights era. The civil rights struggles never ended. Only now it's expanded. And because they don't have the balls or the guts to lynch blacks anymore, because they're afraid of the riots that will ensue, they've turned to another target group. Now, the report author is really organizational as opposed to an individual. That was what Lucas emphasized to myself. He didn't want to be credited individually for this, and that would be TGEU, or Transgender Europe. So the spokesperson, Lucas, basically, again, to quote his team, he concluded that stigma and discrimination and a wide range of violence overlaps with other axes of oppression prevalent in society, such as racism, sexism, misogyny, xenophobia, or fear of the alien, and anti-sex worker sentiment, like Jack the Ripper, people who hate prostitutes, and discrimination. Proof being the prevalence of trans women of color, often sex workers, being murdered. So when it comes to this year, 2020, the Trans Day of Remembrance, the day which remembers these trans and gender diverse people who have been victims of homicide, though the event began in these United States, the Trans Day of Remembrance now happens in many parts of the world. Vigils are usually held in person all around the world, but due to the pandemic and varying levels of lockdowns and restrictions, the community is expected to take to social media to join together in grief and remembrance. Again, the International Transgender Day of Remembrance will be held on the 20th of November, this Friday, this year. Now, to further educate yourselves, I really need to deconstruct any number of anti-transgender messages that my own son has educated myself about. For many years, opponents of the alternative lifestyles community, the opponents of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer non-discrimination protections have attacked the transgender community in particular in an attempt to create fear and misunderstanding among the general public and reduce the broad public support for protections. And so, transgender people have been targeted in various ways, from lawmakers introducing anti-transgender legislation at the state and federal level to media that portray them as a danger unto others. It can be hard to understand what it means to be transgender, especially if you've never even met a transgender person, or at least one that was not afraid to tell you that they were. And it's common to have questions at first. But I would hope that we can all agree that transgender people should be treated with dignity and respect just like everyone else. Transgender people are our friends, family, neighbors, and co-workers, deserving of as much dignity and respect as those fucking pedo predators you give so much protection to. And so consider Trans Awareness Week as an opportunity for liberating our thinking from the rules that bind us. Now, researchers are tentatively reporting a higher prevalence of transgender identities in, well, let's take a look at what Jameson Reese is dealing with. He's dealing with recovery, and therefore he's dealing with a neurological phenomenon. So psychiatrists in this day and age are referring to these communities as neurominorities, and they refer to the majority as neurotypicals. So what does this mean for inclusion? Well, for me, I think that the trans community, I think of it as being at the edge of our boundaries, pushing our conceptualization of the societal norms in new and even exciting directions. Now, transgender and non-binary individuals advance the cause of gender equity by really forcing us to examine the boxes we have put ourselves in, the limits we assign to each other by accident of birth, and allowing us to recalibrate the rules of gender. And similarly, the neurodiversity community has challenged us to reconsider what we think of as normal in terms of thinking, learning, communicating, and expression of ability, such as their athletes, forcing us to redefine our boundaries. And it's no surprise that all these communities overlap, though I must note caution about correlation and causality, there being no evidence to suggest that one causes the other. So we have become happier to talk about transgender as our society has become more open-minded and loosened the restrictions on what people are and are not allowed to be. Indeed, like the oft-cited increase in autism, I would argue that the increase in transgender and non-binary people coming out may simply represent a more accurate reflection of what has always been there. And therefore, the same argument applies to trans as applied to neurodiversity, which would encompass autistic people. This is a normal variation, either autism or transsexuality. It's a normal variation in the human species, like my vampirism, which I would argue enriches our world. And therefore, the same benefits apply. An opportunity to recalibrate what we think of as normal and move into new ways of thinking and being. All being made aware of by this very fact, this very pioneering of the danger of too many rules. Now, I cannot speak about Trans Week without addressing the disproportionate hate crimes levied at the trans community, as well as high overlap with neurominorities, like the autistic spectrum of manifest behaviors and conditions. Trans people have a high overlap with being the victims of violent crime. On the 20th of November, you can support trans people by noting and reflecting on the Trans Day of Remembrance, started in these United States of America by transgender advocate Gwendolyn Ann Smith, in honor of Rita Hester, that transgender woman killed so horrifically in 1998. In many cases, having too many rules has not just affected our social dynamics, but our very lives, ending the lives of all too many. Hate crimes come when angry and frightened people think that they be justified in enforcing their own personal rules onto others. And for far too long, our cultural norms have provided cover for gratuitous, sadistic violence. This affects trans people daily in their ability to go about their business safely, and we must actively work to change this within our spheres of influence in order to promote psychological safety. When you give people an inclusive space and welcome them as they are, you create physical safety, but also psychological safety. Psychological safety at work is a critical moderator of performance for everyone. We want people in their thinking brain at work, not defensive and scared. When we condone discrimination, not only do we break the law, we set each other up for failure, regardless of if you are directly implicated or not. Like we have done with all protected characteristics, let's take the time to listen to the community, learn emerging language and terms, and pay attention to the marginalization that our colleagues have experienced. I would want my employees to be their authentic selves in the workplace, and I myself would welcome rule challengers. Bring it on. Lead us into new territories and help us break down the barriers we've all set for ourselves. There are more young people than ever feeling safe enough at school to identify as trans, as non-binary. They're changing their names, and many schools are accepting this with respect and actively combating any bullying that was endemic to generations before mine own Generation Zero. As I've said, my generation is the most aborted generation in all human history, certainly recorded human history. My generation is the 13th American generation. Because the free love crowd, the fucking hippies, got a hold of the pill, which has changed the world more than any other medicine in all human experience. My generation became the most aborted generation in all human history, and the result is we are the wedge in the hourglass. We are that which stands between having more children, as we did, and the generation before us trying to abort us out of existence. We are the generation that produced the inverted pyramid family structure, which cannot stand because a pyramid simply cannot stand on its capstone. We are that goddamn capstone. If I were to get married and have children to a woman who had an average family, and if I had an average family that was still alive, unlike the fact in reality that my parents were the age of most people's great-grandparents, if I were a normal guy, we would have 2 children, 3, they would be more or equal to our number, or maybe 1. If we had 1 child, that would be the apex of the pyramid stood upon its head, and therefore unable to stand at all. Aside from that 1 child, myself and my wife would be supporting, we would both be supporting our parents and our grandparents, meaning each one of us would have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, and 8 great-grandparents, all in the rest home, all dying while complaining every step of the way and demanding that we pay taxes to support them all. Altogether, multiply that. Well, what the fuck would that be? If you had 8 times 2 equals 16 great-grandparents, plus you've got the 8 grandparents, plus you got the 4 parents, that'd be 28 motherfuckers we would be supporting, plus 1 or 2 kids, pushing it up to 29 or 30 people living off our goddamn backs. A pyramid on its capstone cannot stand at all. Therefore, our society is doomed to collapse. My generation is supporting everybody, and none of us have jobs. Your world is in end times. It's the end of the fucking world as you know it. We're Generation Zero because we're the choke point in the hourglass. Consider all the motherfuckers before us, the goddamn idiots who aborted us out of existence, deserving of death. These are the people I will gladly sacrifice for the future. Everything before us is negative numbered. Everything after my generation is the positive numbers. Everything before us came down to -1 with the baby boomer generations. We are 0, the positive 1, and positive numbers start from this point. Our children's generation are growing up with the idea that birth-assigned sex is not a destiny, and that we have the freedom to express our authentic selves. As they do so, they are loosening the bind of what it means to be a man or a woman and bridging the gap that has held 100% of the population down for millennia, and freeing those whose minds don't fit neatly into the norms of either an X or Y chromosome. At the precipice of so many paradigm shifts in science, media, technology, and work, the transgender community have a lot to teach us about bravely moving forward into a place of authenticity and liberating our thinking from outdated constructs that have held us back for so long. When it comes to protecting transgender people from discrimination, the truth is more boring than fiction. There's some common and completely incorrect anti-transgender messages. I aim to tell you right now just how untrue they are. One myth is that non-discrimination protections could be used as a cover for misconduct in restrooms. The fact is that in the 21 states and more than 300 cities with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer non-discrimination protections, there has been no increase in public safety incidents in restrooms. Safety and privacy are important for everyone. That's why we have laws in place that make it illegal to harm or harass people or invade their privacy. It's already illegal to enter a restroom or a locker room to harm someone, period. Anyone who does that can and should be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Transgender people use restrooms and locker rooms for the same reasons everyone else does. And when they do, they value safety, privacy, and modesty just like everyone else. Transgender people are part of our workplaces and our neighborhoods, and they need to be able to use the restroom just like everyone else. Voters agree and have upheld protections for transgender people at the ballot box. To date, 21 states in union have laws in place to protect transgender people from discrimination in public spaces, like restaurants, shops, hotels, and yes, restrooms. In 2018, the year before yesteryear, the people of Anchorage, Alaska, handily voted down a law that would have stricken these protections from existing city policy. This made Anchorage the first American jurisdiction to uphold transgender protections on a standalone ballot measure. On an even larger scale, Massachusetts voters also, the year before yesteryear, overwhelmingly voted against removing existing non-discrimination protections at the state level. Now another myth be that transgender women and girls have an unfair advantage in sports. The fact is that half the states in union, 25 states, have successfully implemented policies that allow transgender youth athletes and their peers to successfully participate side by side while ensuring a level playing field for all. Additionally, two of the largest sports governing bodies in the world, the NCAA and the International Olympic Committee, have fully adopted fully inclusive policies. Now, for those of you who may not be sports-minded, I myself was not born with the sports gene. NCAA is Division I Football Bowl Subdivision. I don't remember what the original acronym was for. I believe it was the National Collegiate Athletic Association. And so it is the most competitive subdivision of the, the schools, the academic sports. So that's all part of American football, and they're collegiate, so we haven't seen this professionally yet, and that's understandable. But transgender athletes participate in sports for the same reasons as everyone else: to get and stay healthy, to be part of a team, build a sense of belonging with their peers. Our laws should protect everyone, including transgender youth, not encourage discrimination. Just ask the 2 times 1984 Olympic medalist Kathy Johnson Clark, who says unequivocally, the goal we should all strive for is for every athlete to be able to participate in sports and succeed. So we can keep a level playing field and include transgender students in sports. No student would pretend to be transgendered just to join a sports team. And no transgender child should be singled out for further bullying and discrimination. Remember that transgender athletes and transgender people are just that, other people. And transgender people are all different, and being transgender is only one aspect of who that person is. Now, another myth is that some people are too young to receive gender-affirming care. The fact is that this myth displays a fundamental lack of understanding about best practice medical care for transgender youth. Best practice medical care for transgender youth, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and other leading medical authorities, simply delays puberty until young people are old enough to make their own decisions about who they are. Patients and their providers, not politicians and pundits, should decide what health care is in the best interest of a patient. Denying best practice medical care and support to transgender youth can be life-threatening. It has been shown to contribute to depression, social isolation, self-hatred, risk of self-harm, and suicidal behavior, and more. Research proves that transgender youth whose families support their gender identity have a 52% decrease in suicidal ideation, or thoughts about killing oneself, a 48% decrease in actual suicide attempts, and significant increases in self-esteem and general health. So transgender children, like all children, have the best chance to thrive when they are supported and can get the health care that they actually need. Being a child is hard enough. We don't need it to be even harder for children who are transgender by denying them best practice medical care and singling them out for increased bullying and harassment. Now, another myth is that there are only 2 genders, male and female. Aside from the physical unreality of this that I've pointed out in the past in in-depth conversations with Peter Moon about the fact that there are 5 fucking physical genders based on the fact that many people are born hermaphroditic and of varying degrees, some balanced and others more male in their physical features and others more female in their physiology. Aside from the physiology of it, most people identify as either male or female, but for some people those terms just don't fit. So we first have to break down the difference between gender or gender identity and sex. Most people have always known they are male or female and have never had to think twice about it, but some people don't feel that they neatly fit into the categories of man or woman. People whose gender is not male or female use many different terms to describe themselves, with non-binary being one of the most common. Other terms include genderqueer, agender, bigender, there's more. It can be hard to understand what this experience is like if you've never experienced it yourself or known anyone who has, but what's most important to remember is that transgender people are our friends, our family members, our community members, our fellow worshippers. We don't need to understand everything about each other to treat each other with dignity and respect. In fact, we need to pass protections at the federal level to ensure that all lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Americans are protected from discrimination in all areas of life. All hard-working people, including those who be transgender, should be treated fairly and equally. Nobody should have to live in fear of discrimination simply because of who they are. Yet in 29 states in union, transgender people and all LGBTQ people face the threat of discrimination in housing and public spaces like restaurants and shops simply because of whom they are. Most tragically of all, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer youth are 120% more likely to experience homelessness because their own families reject them violently. Federal LGBTQ inclusive non-discrimination protections can fix that. And we are making progress. Yesteryear, the United States House passed the Equality Act, the first time a comprehensive federal LGBTQ non-discrimination bill passed through a chamber of Congress. Even under the Trump misadministration, it's time to get the ball over the goal line, to use an athletic term, and have this bill signed into law. And that brings us to the importance of gender-neutral language, which needs to be used for biofacsimilacre and artilects, or artificial intellects, as well as human people. And why it's so important to try to do this. But yestermenses, last month, the Supreme Court ruled that federal anti-discrimination laws protect gay and transgender employees, yet much of our everyday language excludes people who don't identify as exclusively male or female. And so, LGBTQ activists and linguists have called for more inclusive language, yet we still fall remarkably short. Small tweaks to our language usage can go a long way to respect non-binary individuals and may have the additional benefit of increasing overall gender equality. Now, last October, in an effort to be more gender inclusive, Air Canada altered their scripted greetings, welcoming everyone instead of ladies and gentlemen. The airline stated that the move was to ensure all passengers and employees felt respected. The ladies and gentlemen greeting serves as a reminder just how frequently our gender is mentioned every moment of our everyday lives. We're called boys and girls in schools, sons and daughters by parents, who we call mom and dad. We're referred to as he or she, and our very titles, Mr., Mrs., Miss, and Ms. Well, they're all gendered. And that's not to mention the countless number of times that gender or sex is required to be identified on official documents. And our language impacts how we think. For those who don't fall neatly into the male or female categories, these constant references to the binary male and female groupings can be alienating. Even for those who do identify as male or female, these constant reminders of gender may have an impact. Constantly dividing everyone into male and female categories may make us perceive men and women as more different than we really are. Now, Lera Boroditsky, a professor of cognitive science at University of California in San Diego, has writ that even what might be deemed frivolous aspects of language can have far-reaching subconscious effects on how we see the world around us. In some languages, where all objects are classified as masculine or feminine, she's found out that this classification actually impacts how people perceive the object. Exemplae Greciae, when Deutschensprach, or the German speak, and Español, or the Spanish speakers, were asked to describe a key, which is significant to myself as my very name means skeleton key. It's masculine in German, and it's feminine in the Español. And so their response reflected that difference. So the Germans, of course, perceive my name to be automatically masculine. And they use more masculine terms like jagged, serrated, hard, and metal to describe, well, any key. And the Espanol speakers use more feminine terms like little, shiny, golden, and intricate. The response is reversed for the word bridge, which is feminine in German and masculine in Spanish. And others have found that countries that speak more gendered language have less gender equality. Although English may be less gendered than some languages, there's still plenty of gendered references. For those trying to be more sensitive to using gender in their everyday language, there's a few good places to start. According to Vitor Sheraibi, the project manager for the language learning app Babbel, spelled B-A-B-B-E-L, the majority of languages don't have gendered pronouns. Turkish and Indonesian, for example, don't have gender as a category for their pronouns. In English, using he or she require us to assign a gender to any individual. Now, you can't always guess what someone's preferred pronoun is by their appearance. Asking and correctly using someone's pronouns is a way to show respect for their gender identity. For those who do not identify as either male or female, Schreiber says the singular they is catching on. The American Dialect Society named singular they the word of the decade from 2010 through yesteryear, 2019. And in 2019, but yesteryear, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary amended their definition so that they can be used for a single person whose gender identity is non-binary. So, when we're referring to one person, is it correct to say they is or they are? Well, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, which I'm opening now, recommends they are, despite the fact that Derek Talley or Jameson Reese would probably say they be. That's a racist joke. Anyhow, Merriam-Webster recommends they are, likely because that is the form that we are most comfortable speaking and hearing. It's a bit more euphonic in the English. Although they can be easily incorporated into your everyday speech, there are a slew of other gender-neutral pronouns that individuals may choose to adopt, including sie and sie, as in Z-I-E and S-I-E. Be certain to ask others about their pronoun preference before making any assumptions. The Swedish have adopted hen as their gender-neutral pronoun of choice, and it's been reported that kindergartens and preschools have been using the term to allow children to grow up without feeling the impact of gender biases. Now, you can also use MX, uppercase M, lowercase x, Ms. It would be pronounced mix or Ms instead of Mr., Miss, Mrs., or Miss. The gender-neutral mix or Ms is used as a title for those who do not identify as being of a particular gender, or for people who simply don't want to be identified by gender. By the way, I'm reading this from Merriam-Webster Dictionary. The latest edition, mind you. Well, from yesteryear. So, mix is, I'm seeing here in the dictionary now, the correct English pronunciation per Merriam-Webster is mix. You pronounce it as mix. As in, mix Dietrich if I were of that particular identity, which I'm not. Now, much like the honorific Miss, which provides women an alternative to being identified by their marital status, spelled MS, uppercase M, lowercase s, the uppercase M, lowercase x, or mix, provides individuals an alternative to being identified by their gender. You can also use words like partner, sibling, and child in place of something like husband, wife, brother, sister, or, boy or girl. Similar to the pronouns and titles, the labels we give family members, mother, father, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, they're all gendered. Gender-neutral terms like partner and spouse can be substituted when discussing romantic relationships, and sibling, child, and parent are also gender-neutral relations. Although some have suggested the terms ankle, as in A-U-N-C-L-E, or pibling, as in P-I-B-L-I-N-G, no gender-neutral term has really caught on for describing the sibling of your parent. Moving on from that, because I don't consider that to be really important, you can use Latinx instead of Latino or Latinia. Latinx, pronounced as Latinx or Latinx, that's a gender-neutral term used in place of Latino or Latina to refer to a person of Latin American descent. And feminists have also lauded Latinx because it replaces the male-dominant plural Latinos. A group of women are Latinas, but as soon as a man joins them, the group becomes Latinos. Not anymore, thanks to Latinx. By the way, this is important beyond description, because Latin America, as you can tell by the transphobic murder status, is a shithole when it comes to male-dominant, patriarchal, machismo bullshit, and all the violence that entails. And we also need to start using gender-neutral forms of occupations. In terms of achieving gender neutrality, perhaps the most progress has been made in occupations. Waitresses and waiters are now frequently called servers. Mailmen are now mail carriers. And many actresses are now going by actor, though I think that's stupid. And other occupational titles like police officer, firefighter, chairperson, and flight attendant have replaced their gendered predecessors. Now, moving away from a binary perspective on gender will take some effort. And as Schreiber has pointed out on How Language Works, there is an agreement between two or more speakers of English that they're going to use the same code, which is English, to communicate. And if one of them refuses to use that code, there is no communication. We all have to get on board and agree to use language that recognizes that not everyone identifies as male or female. Now, in terms of someone who has threatened the person who has educated myself in all of this, my surrogate son. That, of course, would be the individual that needs to be reported to the FBI. The white male supremacist, Richard K. Cole Jr., who has of late recruited David J. West into his own personality cult, which parasitizes completely off my life. He surrounds himself with the flotsam and jetsam from my life, so long as they're white. And male, of course, would probably be considered more of a partner to him because of his homosexuality than woman would, who would be considered expendable assets to him, useful idiots. In terms of blacks, they're still niggers to him, so someone who has turned rabidly against me, like the Abdul Qadim Haq, the black bigot, they would be they'd be unwelcome in the exclusive coterie of the faggot Richard K. Cole Jr. He's the Marine Corps dropout with a 70% disability rating. Your tax dollars pay for him to sit down all day and terrorize my affiliates, as he's done with Derek Talley, who of course has not succumbed to his intimidation. Report this individual to 1-855-TEL-FBI. That would be numerically 1-855-835-5324. That's 1855-835-5324. Submit your complaint electronically at ic3.gov. That's ic numeric 3.gov. Report him, of course, for openly disseminating feloniously forged federal, military, and veterans documentation, altered federal and military and veterans documentation, they're both federal, and false federal, military, and veterans documentation as illegally writ on government letterhead to defraud the American public. Make certain they're informed he lives in Prattsburgh, New York. Prattsburgh. And, of course, that will bring us finally out of that nightmare of transphobic violence that he so advocates against my son on a daily basis. This is the nightmare we live. This is my struggle. My struggle is your struggle, because we cannot allow humanity to fall prey to the nihilistic cultists of chaos that David West and Richard Cole represent. Servants of Stephen Outram, who sponsors them. We've outmaneuvered them now by publishing my book. Corrupted as the manuscript is, the points it makes are brought across clearly enough. This brings us, of course, into the next subject to tackle tonight, which will be, for the first half of the arc of narrative, the plague of the coronavirus and this dark winter ahead of us, and how you can hope to survive it. After that, the arc of narrative will be the politics that continue to march on despite the pandemic and its impact. The politics, geopolitics, domestic politics that impact us all. Our wonderful friend, Justin Knight, has replied to my comments. Good man. And I'm just reading what he wrote. He's talking about Julian and Anus. Yeah, Pavel and oh God, who's the bitch's name that is his handler? he was bringing them up again. Judith Ager used to call them penis and anus. At any rate, Maria, thank you, Jameson Reese. Couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yes. And Julian, of course, is because Pavel reminded us of Julian Assange with his just wretched language. You know, can you believe that fucker wanted to be a DJ? That was his big fantasy. And you can imagine what that motherfucker as a white supremacist would be playing. Fucking polkas and shit. I mean, it's, yeah, Jameson Reese is laughing his ass off at that image. And so George Knight, of course, is definitely with us, and I want to say hello to him as well, all our dear friends out there. Look, we've got a dark winter ahead of us. We do have a shot at hope. I'm using that as a pun in terms of vaccination. But coronavirus infections are rising at an alarming rate around these United States, and President-elect Joseph Biden is warning of a very dark winter ahead. The United States added 1 million coronavirus cases in 6 days. Are you grasping what I'm fucking saying, people? The United States surpassed 11 million coronavirus infections over this weekend last. And states are rushing to set up restrictions as hospitalizations grow. Just 6 days ago, less than a week ago, there were 10 million cases nationwide. We've added 1 million since then. Health experts are calling the pandemic a humanitarian crisis and pleading with President Trump to allow transition talks between his health officials and aides of President-elect Joe Biden, which he refuses to allow. The incoming White House Chief of Staff said their team has not talked to current top health officials about the pandemic because of Trump's refusal to trigger ascertainment, which be the formal process of opening a transition to a new administration. Instead, Biden's team is getting up to speed on the pandemic response by back-channeling with governors, members of the private sector, and the medical community itself. The FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, has issued an emergency authorization for the first rapid coronavirus test that can be used at home and deliver results within minutes. The new test uses nasal swab samples and is authorized for ages 14 and older. It will help people skip long lines as coronavirus cases skyrocket nationwide and comes days after more positive news on vaccine trials, with Moderna announcing a 94.5% effective rate and Pfizer's CEO, or Chief Executive Officer, saying the company plans to file for emergency use authorization for its vaccine. But the United States continues to set grim records, with about 76,830 people hospitalized nationwide, the highest number since the start of this pandemic. Dr. Mark McClellan, a former FDA commissioner, has concluded that this is likely the last big surge before a vaccine offers help. To quote his team, the months ahead are going to look better than the weeks ahead, which will be the blackest tunnel you've ever traversed. On Monday, my own Golden State of California broke a single-day record for new COVID-19 cases, more than 13,280. The rapid increase in California prompted officials to pull what they characterized as an emergency brake, announcing a dramatic rollback of reopening in much of the state of California once the changes go into effect today. Or it might have been yesterday, for all I remember. 94% of Californians, roughly 37 million people, will live in counties that are in the strictest tier of our state's reopening roadmap. Many businesses in those counties will have to suspend or severely limit their indoor operations. Now, this move does not impact my San Francisco, which is as close to reopening as ever, because we've been so militant about our masks. But it comes, this maneuver It comes as California and the rest of the nation head into what officials predict will be a particularly dangerous time for the pandemic, when cooler temperatures push people indoors and holidays tempt residents to gather with other households. Last week, Governor Gavin Newsom issued an advisory recommending that residents avoid all unnecessary travel, including, even especially for Thanksgiving, and urging those who do head out of state to self-quarantine for 14 days, a full 12-week period once they return, if they return alive. But Newsom himself showed how hard it can be to resist temptation. He apologized for visiting a Napa Valley restaurant with people from other households, saying his behavior contradicted the spirit of the safety guidelines and precautions he has asked Californians to adhere to during the COVID-19 pandemic. Likewise, legislators from California and other states are gathering for an annual conference this week in Maui, the island of Hawaii, despite travel warnings, for which they all deserve to be fucking roasted. Meanwhile, a second COVID-19 vaccine is showing promise. Like I said, the company Moderna announced that preliminary data indicates its vaccine is 95% effective. And yesterday, last week, Pfizer, in collaboration with its German partner, BioNTech, said its vaccine was 90% effective in preventing the symptoms of COVID-19. Now, I'm going to try and drive home the gravity of this disease. I'm going to quote Margie Bryant, who is the great aunt of a Texas boy who lost both his parents to coronavirus. She said, "You hear about the deaths, but you don't ever really hear about the people left behind. And in this instance, it's a 4-year-old. Think on that 4-year-old lad who lost both parents to coronavirus when and if and when is the correct English, you're planning to visit family for the holidays. And don't rely on a negative coronavirus test that you take anywhere, in your own home or outside. It doesn't mean you're not infected. In fact, cancel Thanksgiving. The picture is grim enough as is. Please consider canceling all thy holiday plans. More than 1,000 American hospitals report that they don't have enough staff to manage the influx of coronavirus patients. That's 22% of hospitals in these United States. This frightening statistic is a quantitative summary of the horror story already unfolding. Nationwide, beds are filling. So are body bags. Healthcare workers are scared. One told myself, it keeps rising and rising, and we're all running on fear. A change is coming. Vaccines look promising. But relief appears to be at least another season away. In the meantime, I have some practical advice for Americans. First, lock yourself down now. It's time to buckle up and lock ourselves down again, and do so with fresh vigilance. Second, cancel Thanksgiving. It's a holiday that should be completely converted into Native American Holocaust Memorial Day anyway. Telling people not to gather for a holiday is, of course, an unpopular message, so I'm doing it. Third, the golden rule of pandemic winter safety is simple. Just as we've seen it violated by our governor of California, the good Mr. Newsom, don't spend time indoors with people outside your household. Don't be like Gavin, that's the first name of Mr. Newsom, the governor of California. It's time to hunker down. A devastating surge is here. Unless Americans act aggressively, it will get much larger very quickly. The end may be near for the pestilence that has haunted the world this year. Good news is arriving on almost every front: treatments, vaccines, and our understanding of this coronavirus. Pfizer and BioNTech have announced a stunning success rate in their early phase 3 vaccine trials. If it holds up, it will be a game changer. And Germany will be rescuing the world again. Treatments have gotten better too. A monoclonal antibody drug, similar to what President Donald Trump and former Governor Chris Christie of Massachusetts, I believe, received, just earned emergency use authorization from the FDA. Dexamethasone, a cheap, generic corticosteroid, cut the death rate by a third for severe COVID-19 cases in a clinical trial. Doctors and nurses have much more expertise in managing cases now, even in using non-medical interventions like proning, which can improve patients' breathing capacity simply, by positioning them face down. Healthcare workers are also practicing fortified infection control protocols, including universal masking in medical settings. Our testing capacity has greatly expanded, and people are getting their test results much more quickly. We may soon get cheaper saliva-based rapid tests that people can administer on their own, itself a potential game changer. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have finally acknowledged that aerosol transmission happens and that ventilation is important. The initial bungled messaging and science around masks was a complete disaster. But things have turned around. The CDC has even publicized how masks can help protect the wearer from infection as well as lower the chances of onward transmission. You're saving yourself and others. The importance of clusters and super spreading is more widely appreciated now, maybe partly because of the highly publicized White House cluster, which is still simmering. We have reasons to celebrate, but, and you always knew there was a but, a devastating surge is already underway, and it's too late to stop that. And worse, we are entering this dreadful period without the kind of leadership or preparation we so desperately need, and with baseline numbers that will make it difficult, if not impossible, to avoid a dramatic rise in hospitalizations, deaths, and potential long-term effects on any survivors. Almost every day, America is breaking new records in confirmed cases. These cases are up 40% from just a single week ago. Less than a week ago, 6 days. These cases are not confined to a region or a state. The entire American empire is in the midst of a terrible surge. So too is much of Europe, where country after country is experiencing record numbers of cases. This is not a case-demic, the false notion that we just have better testing and detection as Trump so promulgates, sans any real change in the underlying risk for illness and death as he would suggest. It's true that we missed a lot of cases in the spring because we didn't have enough tests and that we are catching more of them now, but it's not just confirmed cases that are on the rise. The American empire is also experiencing a steep increase in hospitalizations, as well as about 1,500 reported deaths a day. Those are the highest numbers since mid-May, and they are still rising sharply. Trevor Bedford, a scientist at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, calculates that more than 2,000 deaths a day may already be baked in for early December, meaning that even if we stopped every new infection from now on, we'd still see that many people die per day in just a few weeks among those already infected. The Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, or Moderna's vaccine, may be available in these United States to healthcare workers and other high-priority people as early as the end of this year, but it won't be distributed widely until well into 2021, even in the best-case scenario. And the Pfizer vaccine needs 2 doses, about 21 days apart. Those promising monoclonal antibodies, too, are in very short supply. The president was one of fewer than 10 people on Earth to receive the treatment outside of a clinical trial. Even if the drug works as well as we hope, the 300,000 doses that Eli Lilly has agreed to deliver will not be enough when they finally arrive, probably toward the end of this year, when we have 150,000 positive cases a day, and still rising. Dexamethasone availability is excellent, but deaths are climbing despite its widespread use, because it helps address only one of these diseases' complications. We have little reason to count on the authorities for leadership that has the precision and scale we need. The outgoing president has refused to concede the election and has instead launched a flurry of frivolous lawsuits to muddy the transition, thereby making the odds of an effective federal response over the next few months impossible, and thereby enabling himself as a mass murderer. All of this means we desperately need to flatten the curve again before hospitals nationwide are completely overrun. Utah, Illinois, Minnesota, Colorado, and other states are already reporting that hospitals and intensive care units are at or near capacity. The bottleneck for medical care isn't just lack of space or even equipment, which we may be able to increase, but staff, trained nurses, and doctors who can attend to patients and who cannot, well, they can't manufacture them out of thin air. During the spring crisis in the New York State, well, the tri-state area, healthcare workers from around the country rushed to the region, buttressing the exhausted medical workforce. With a nationwide surge, doctors and nurses are needed in their own hometown hospitals. If fewer people can be admitted to hospitals because of lack of space, patients won't benefit from our improved clinical management of COVID-19. We may give back some of our gains in the mortality rate. We may also see deaths rise from other causes, fewer non-urgent but important surgeries, more overworked medical staff, and overburdened emergency rooms could all contribute to worsening health outcomes for many other viruses that peak in winter months, like influenza, as well as other ordinary medical conditions. This seasonality is not a huge surprise, which makes our lack of preparation even more tragic. The 1918 flu pandemic, the American Army and Navy flu, the weaponized avian swine influenza saw an earlier, milder wave in the spring, a lull in the summer, and a deadlier surge starting in the fall. Other coronaviruses endemic to us are also sharply seasonal, tending to peak in winter. This may be because the humidity and temperature conditions of fall and winter favor the virus more. It may also be because we simply spend more time indoors during the winter. Most likely, it's a combination along with other factors like less vitamin D, less light. Whatever the causes, public health experts knew a fall and winter wave was a very high likelihood, indeed a certainty, and urged us to get ready. But we did not. Trump would not let us. The best way to prepare would have been to enter this phase with as few cases as possible. In exponential processes, like epidemics, the baseline matters a very great deal. Once the numbers are this large, it's inevitable for them to get much larger very quickly, and they will. When we start with 500,000 confirmed cases a week, as we had in mid-October, it's like a runaway freight train. Only a few weeks later, we are already at about 1 million cases a week, with no sign of slowing down. Americans are reporting higher numbers of contacts compared with the spring, probably because of quarantine fatigue and confusing guidance. It's hard to keep up a restricted lifestyle, but what we're facing now is not forever. It's time to buckle up and lock ourselves down again, and to do so with fresh vigilance. Remember, we are barely 9 or 10 months into this pandemic, and we have not yet experienced a full-blown fall or winter season. Everything that we may have done somewhat cautiously and gotten away with in summer may carry a higher risk now because the conditions are very different and the case baseline is so much higher. When community transmission is this high, every kind of exposure is more dangerous. A gym class is more likely to have someone who is infectious. Workplaces will have more cases, meaning more employees with they'll unknowingly bring the virus home. More people at the grocery store will be positive. A casual gathering of friends may be harder to hold outdoors. Even transmission from surfaces may pose a higher risk right now, because lower humidity levels may improve the survivability of the virus. Plus, the holidays are upon us, which means a spike in gatherings of people who do not otherwise see one another. Such get-togethers, especially if they be multi-generational, will spark more outbreaks. I take no joy in saying this, I assure you, but all of this means that any gathering outside one's existing quarantine pod should be avoided for now, especially if it is indoors. Think of it as a postponement and plan to hold it later. Better a late Christmas than an early medical catastrophe that leaves a child without parents or wipes out half a family. Quarantine pods should not expand unless absolutely necessary. Order takeout instead of dining indoors. Make game night virtual. Shop in bulk so you can do fewer trips to the store. It's not the right time for wedding receptions or birthday parties. Now, young people present one of the biggest challenges. Many colleges are ending school and sending students home for what could be a countrywide super spreader event. That age group, young adults, is especially dangerous. Although they can get infected, they are less likely to get very sick, so they don't stay put the way sick people would or should. That means they pose a grave risk to their more vulnerable parents and other older relatives as they go about their lives. Ideally, colleges should offer the students already on campus the option to stay in the dorms over winter break, and those who live in off-campus housing should consider staying put. If they do go home, the students should quarantine for the recommended 2 weeks to the greatest possible degree. It might also be time for ordinary people to consider using higher quality masks. N95s and KN95s, something that public health experts have always recommended. This is especially true for low-wage workers, a disproportionate number of whom are people of color and have to work indoors, older people, and anyone who works with them, and people with pre-existing conditions that put them at higher risk. Ideally, we'd have a significant aid package, allowing businesses to remain closed and workers to stay home as much as possible, while also increasing workplace standards through better ventilation and masks. Tragically, that doesn't seem to be in the cards. On the plus side, however, it's now possible for ordinary people to purchase higher quality masks, which suggests that the dire shortage of the spring is over. It's still wise to avoid hoarding. Most people don't need that many, and this surge will put a fresh strain on the supplies, as long as they are put on and taken off carefully, using hand sanitizer before and after. Such masks are reusable after being left in a paper bag or breathable container for at least 5 days, which means as few as 5 are enough to rotate through a typical work week for people who work with others, especially indoors. Now, all of this is unpleasant, but the alternative is much worse. There is a Turkish saying for times like these, when we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. It goes, time passes quickly if we can count the dates until the end. Or time passes quickly if we can count the days until the end. We are no longer in the open-ended, dreadful period of spring 2020, when we did not know if we'd even have a vaccine, or whether any therapeutics would even work, and whether we'd ever emerge from the shadow of this pandemic. We can see the cavalry coming, but until it's here, we need to lock ourselves down once again. And I must be emphatic. Cancel Thanksgiving. It's a shit holiday anyway. In other words, it shouldn't be Thanksgiving. There's certainly nothing for Native Americans to give thanks for. It is Native American Holocaust Memorial Day. And this is a moment for creativity. The United States is now in what disaster preparedness experts once modeled as a worst-case scenario. We are flooded with a highly transmissible virus that causes unpredictable symptoms, sometimes mild, sometimes fatal. The curve is not flat, or even a curve. It's almost a line that points straight up. An upward surge. More than 1,000 Americans are dying every goddamn day, on average. Soon that number will most certainly hit 2,000. In this precarious moment, many Americans are planning to celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday by traveling and having dinner with 10 or more people. Pandemic models generally account for such behavior in the early stages of an outbreak before people understand the nature of a virus, but not during the heart of the crisis. If this were an outbreak movie, and the characters were congregating in multi-generational units indoors to have boisterous conversations over lengthy meals, you'd probably be yelling at your screen. Few things sound nicer than sitting around eating with friends and family after so much isolation and worry over this decades-long year. But from an infectious disease standpoint, the guidelines in this moment are unfortunately straightforward. Limit activities to those essential to life itself. Do not gather socially. Do not travel. Many doctors and public health experts have spoken out to this effect in recent weeks. Don't celebrate Thanksgiving in anything resembling the modern American way, with multi-generational gatherings that involve travel and prolonged conversations over an indoor meal. In short, do not do anything resembling a Norman Rockwell painting. If you or your loved ones have not heard this directive, there be a reason. In another administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention would issue guidelines to Americans in a coordinated effort with the President and Coronavirus Task Force to be concrete in advising and coordinating with governors, mayors, and citizens. Instead, there be a messaging void. The President has abdicated his duties since the lead up to the election. Trump has broken with his task force and refused to concede or allow transfer of power to incoming experts, leaving them without vital information. The CDC has a middling page of new considerations for holiday celebrations that the agency's officials have neither publicly announced nor explained in any news conferences. Many local health departments, mayors, and governors have stepped up. In Baltimore and Chicago, public health directives have clearly advised people not to gather for the holiday. But our landscape is also dotted with local leaders who are unable or afraid to go nearly so far. Telling people not to gather for a holiday is, of course, an unpopular message. So I'm doing it. The truth is that we'll likely need to be more careful with each passing day this winter, not less. The virus knows no difference between holidays and workdays. Our default should be to treat Thanksgiving as a day when the health guidelines are no different from any other day. As the prevalence of the virus increases, things that were previously low risk become as dangerous, more dangerous. Hence the return of directives. Do not gather indoors. Do not travel. It's never been advisable during the pandemic to socialize with people outside your bubble who cannot manage to wear masks and keep their distance, but it's especially injudicious now. No family member should put pressure on others to gather. It's likely that many people will join reluctantly because they don't want to be the ones who are no fun, or to keep others in the family from acting indignant or insulted. Let those people be indignant. That's on them. Remember that this isn't a personal or even a family-wide calculation. The risk of such gatherings is not limited to those who gather. Each transmission of the virus is like lighting a tree on fire in a forest. A small wedding in Maine in August, for example, is known to have led to the deaths of 7 people who were not even in attendance. We are all in this together. And that means everyone has to do their part. Just because a local official has not banned or warned against gathering with elders indoors does not make it safe. Some states, counties, and cities will warrant stricter restrictions than others. In disaster zones like El Paso, Texas, where hospital ICUs are full and criminal inmates are being drafted to staff makeshift morgues, it may be necessary to advise people not to leave home at all. Officials in El Paso restricted business activity in late October, but a Texas Court of Appeals overturned the city's stay-at-home order on Friday into this weekend. Fucking Republicans want you fucking dead. Hopefully few places get to that point. In warm areas with less spread, people could have outdoor gatherings of small groups if everyone is vigilant about not getting too close. But that should be the extent of what celebrations happen anywhere. Ideally, by now, many people have social bubbles, so they're not entirely alone. Expanding this bubble for a single day is logistically difficult. Theoretically, everyone in a family could isolate for 2 weeks prior and get tested multiple times over that period, and the risk of a gathering would be low. There may be certain circumstances where families try this, for example, because a loved one is terminally ill and this occasion carries particular significance. But the gathering can never be zero risk. Quarantining for 2 weeks after would be key as well. In all, this would mean a month of meticulous isolation in order to have a probably safe indoor meal. That's a lot to ask. Many people are unlikely to be willing and able to go to those lengths. This doesn't mean the day needs to be joyless. It's just that we need to be creative this year about how to find that joy. Celebrating Thanksgiving by entering someone's home and spreading a lethal, infectious disease is a little too darkly ironic anyway. Take the opportunity to think about what you love most about the day. Focus on how to recreate that, and even build on it. Maybe learn to cook one of the dishes that someone else usually brings to dinner. Think of the people you actually look forward to seeing and call them. Think of the people you don't look forward to seeing and don't call them. Appreciate that you can't get cornered by some annoying second cousin. You save money on travel. You don't have to pretend to care about football. Maybe most important, this year is an opportunity to bond over the moral certainty of the moment. At its core, Thanksgiving is a nebulous day of atoning for the sins of colonialism by eating food and saying thank you to all the Indians you killed. Now families and friends and communities can work together to achieve something that's actually meaningful and good. Ending the fucking pandemic. All you're asked to do is eat food at home. Whatever you do, take heart that this radically different pandemic lifestyle doesn't have to last too much longer. By next Thanksgiving, if the news of an effective vaccine proves as fortuitous as it sounds, we can go back to whatever traditions draw people to this day. This is a one-time deal. Next year will be an opportunity to be thankful for the elements of the holiday that we tend to take for granted. It will be like a super Thanksgiving. Or maybe this new way of doing it will work so well, you never want to go back. Which is what I personally suspect. Oh, Jameson, have you returned? He took off. We'll see if he does return. Oh, he has. Jesus Christ, he never said you were back. I'm going to be gone for a few moments. Why don't you take the stage? I'll be right back to tell people about the pandemic safety rule that really matters. So thank you. And stage is yours.
No problem.
Thank you.
Well, it should certainly be remembered by anyone who has any knowledge of history that what the Spanish did when they entered America and how many millions, hundreds of millions they infected and killed. So it would come as a great irony, if anything, that people would be probably doing the same this Thanksgiving. It's certainly not recommended. I would put it that much. I would put it like that. Even whether you believe, honestly, at this point, it would be a matter of Darwinian selection. But I mean, still, it'd be pretty shitty to kill off people who probably don't want to get infected, just to save face or just because of some stupid family tradition. Especially one for a holiday that should not be remembered for what the fuck it's remembered for anyway. Because an asshole who committed genocide, should not be remembered in any favorable means. That said, let's see. We could get into some interesting news that seems to. Well, that said, personally, I know a lot of people. I know the media is making the vaccine. I know there seem to be promises with these trials. I don't know. My personal choice would be to wait until like the second generation of vaccines comes out. I am not anti-vax by any means. I had taken the flu vaccine this season. But the thing is, I don't know. Personally, I like the idea of letting other people be the guinea pig first. This way, all the, any potential batches that might not be necessarily good batches can be, worked out. I mean, it's never going to be 100% guaranteed that you're not going to get a bad batch, but I don't know. That's just my personal take on that. Now, let's see. In other news, we do have something that I did find particularly interesting. We have a ex-Green Beret charged with Russian espionage. A former Army Green Beret charged with espionage activity on behalf of Russia is scheduled to plead guilty to federal charges. A plea hearing had been scheduled Wednesday in federal court in Alexandria for Peter Raphael Zabinski Devins, 45, of Gainesville, Virginia. Court records do not spell out the specific charge to which he is expected to plead. When he was arrested in August, he was charged under the Federal Espionage Act with divulging U.S. military secrets about his unit's activities in former Soviet republics to Russian intelligence agents. His attorney did not return an email Monday seeking comment. Devon's a Minnesota native, had a 15-year relationship with Russian intelligence, according to the indictment issued earlier this year. It began in late 1996 when he was still in ROTC undergrad at the University of Minnesota, and on a visit to Russia for an independent study program, gave a Russian handler the names of 4 Catholic nuns he had visited. Well, I mean, to make a long story short, we don't know how much of our military is probably compromised by this shit. But I would probably imagine that there's a lot more individuals who have been complicit with giving information to Russia, who more or less should be tried with treason, if you ask me. I mean, shit. I say they should do the old-fashioned putting them in front of the firing line to make a good firing squad, to give a good example to others who might be considering doing the same. After all, we are still technically in the middle of a war. As for good news, in New York, the what do you call it? The New York City area nuclear plant sale for decommissioning is approved. This is in Buchanan, New York. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission staff has approved the sale of the Indian Point power plant north of New York City to a New Jersey company for dismantling, despite petitions from the state and local officials to hold public hearings before taking action. I was hoping they would dismantle that shit for a long time. In fact, it's not really good that they even have these nuclear power plants near major cities, let alone as many of over 1,000 power plants within our East Coast. That said, given that the East Coast is constantly hit by hurricanes and shit like that, yeah, really smart of them to have set up nuclear plants there. The Unit 2 reactor at the plant along the Hudson River was shut down permanently in April. The last operating reactor will be shut down in April 2021, under a deal reached in January 2017 between Entergy, the state of New York, and the environmental group Riverkeep. Holtec, which has already received NRC approval to purchase the Oyster Creek and Pilgrim nuclear power plants in New Jersey and Massachusetts, has said it has the final financial and technical qualifications to complete each decommissioning. I shall note that the Pilgrim power plant is one of the plants in Massachusetts, which actually was a state that did get hit by an earthquake, which I think was like 5 on the Richter scale recently. So honestly, that's very fucking concerning, especially given the area is not far from that plant. I don't know if those things are necessarily built to be resistant to that kind of disaster. And without a doubt, we are seeing more and more of these disasters. Nicaragua has been completely decimated by floodwaters after the latest hurricane. Let's see, what else we got going on? They finally decided they would, I don't know, they seem to still be, I think they're saying that they want to close schools out here in New York, which is a good thing. Supposedly there's been conflict between de Blasio and the governor's office as to, what the fuck is really going on. but it seems like a good idea if they want to slow the spread of this virus. All right, let's see what else we could find. No doubt we're already, Douglas is already covering how, overwhelmed, hospitals are with the virus cases. And, oh wow, this is horrific right here. This should really catch people's attention. Rape abuses in palm oil fields linked to top beauty brands. Sumatra, Indonesia, with his hand clamped tightly over her mouth, she could not scream. The 16-year-old girl recalls that, and no one was around to hear her anyway. She describes how her boss raped her amid the tall trees on an Indonesian palm oil plantation that feeds into some of the world's best-known cosmetic brands. He then put an axe to her throat and warned her, "Do not tell." At another plantation, a woman named Ola complains of fevers, coughing, and nosebleeds after years of spraying dangerous pesticides with no protective gear. Making just $2 a day with no health benefits, she can't afford to see a doctor. Hundreds of miles away, Ita, a young wife, mourns the 2 babies she lost in the 3rd trimester. She regularly lugged loads several times her weight throughout both pregnancies, fearing she would be fired if she did not. These are the invisible women of the palm oil industry among millions of daughters, mothers, and grandmothers who toil on vast plantations across Indonesia and neighboring Malaysia, which together produce 85% of the world's most versatile vegetable oil. Palm oil is found in everything from potato chips and pills to pet food, and also ends up in the supply chains of some of the biggest names in the $530 billion beauty business, including L'Oreal, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Avon, and Johnson & Johnson, helping women around the world feel pampered and beautiful. Gee, that's fucking ironic. This is fucking horrific. The Associated Press conducted the first comprehensive investigation focusing on the brutal treatment of women in the production of palm oil, including the hidden scourge of sexual abuse ranging from verbal harassment and threats to rape. It's part of a larger, in-depth look at an industry that exposed widespread abuses in the 2 countries, including human trafficking.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Are we on? Holy shit, I thought I saw something moving on the bands. What happened? Are we... Where is everyone? Okay, did Jameson drop or what? Okay, I see him there. Alright, I need feedback from the audience now. So, we have lost our bearings. He's not audible. Jameson Reese says I should be audible. He's not audible. Say something, Jameson. Say something. Okay. God, I hope that wasn't what was going on while I was gone. Oh my God. Let's do a refresh here and see how many people we've got with us. We seem to have maintained numbers. And says, nope, you are not. Try another channel. What? Are you talking to me? Like we got to do another channel? What are you saying? No, none of us can hear you. Was it like this all the while I was gone? That's weird because I was able to hear you when you picked up, and then he disappeared. So like, all right, so he dropped just as you returned. Oh, thank you. Vuvovid. Oh God, how do I pronounce your name? Vovvobud. Vuvobud. Vuvobud says that Jameson Reese dropped just as soon as I returned. I'm sorry he dropped, but thank God that it happened after I got back. Oh my God, that's so bizarre. Well, Jameson, thank you. You did a great job. You maintained the numbers. I have no idea what you were talking about. No, you're not back. And which is alarming. And I hope that he's obviously Vubod can hear me, so I'm hoping everyone else can hear myself. Palm oil abuse. Okay, thank you. Investigation in cosmetics. Thank you, sir. Okay, so that's legitimate. An environmental concern. He was going into that. Okay, thank you. That's important. And let's see what else is up there. Derek Talley just put in the. We heard him right up until you returned. Yes. Oh my God. Oh, that's frightening. At any rate, thank you, Jameson. And see if they can still see you in the chat room. Enter something into the chat room, Jameson, and see if people can see you there. That's important. And Derek Talley just added something about the PayPal. Thank you, Derek. He says, my laptop is making an odd clicking noise. Holy shit! His laptop is going to explode. Oh, they've converted his laptop into a time bomb. Well, our man Derek Talley is entering the link to the book. And Jameson, see if you can get into the chat room. That's where you'll be needed now that you did your job and held the stage till I returned. And since Derek Talley, there he is. Okay, cool. Okay, we can see him in the chat room. Jameson is appearing in the chat room. And that's important. That's one of them, definitely between him and Derek Talley, we're set. All right. As for the pandemic safety rule, that really matters. Don't spend time indoors with people outside your household. There's never a good time to get sick with COVID-19. But in the next few weeks, it will be monumentally dangerous. Far more dangerous than it ever was before. Because America's coronavirus epidemic is really, really bad right now. 170,000 new cases every goddamn day back. Hospitals, systems on the brink of total collapse bad. And after having spent months reporting on this pandemic, as someone qualified to do so, because I have, in terms of the technical use of the word, a medical degree, the technical use of the term actually, because it's two words. A medical degree can be someone who's a paramedic, a registered nurse, a medical specialist, a medical imaging technician. These are medical degrees. I have the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism through the University of California at San Francisco, UCSF, via the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute's Office of Continuing Education. And, of course, I have a paramedical license, which I have not renewed except for the most basic aspects thereof, such as the CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. That and the first aid license. Essentially, I'm trained, however, in with as much training as a emergency medical technician. I would not dare perform emergency surgery. However, that is something that I would be confronted with at the time and place, and have to decide at that moment if faced with such a situation, which I pray never happens. But nevertheless, of all the people who's qualified to talk to you, it's me. Let's take a look at what our man Jameson has said. He's just come up with a report, so to speak, a situational update or status report. He says, if I switch laptop, I may not be able to hear you. I need to remove the back later and make sure everything is tight. Sounds good. I hear you. You did your job well, and fortunately you kept us going till the moment I returned, and that's when they hijacked your laptop. He says, really worries me, so I might have to call it a night here and check hard drive. I understand. Okay, Jameson Reese may leave us at this moment. Do so if you feel that that's you should do that, and Derek Talley will take your place. And since he's obviously up, and that provides my self-assurance, just let me know the moment you check out. Thank you. Now, to get back to task at hand and finish this up concerning the plague and how you're going to survive the winter. By the way, Jameson is typing. We'll see what he enters. Because I tend to read aloud. That's my habit, is I tend to read aloud what everybody says when they enter this stuff to me and share it with my audience. He says, I'm going to check out. I'll catch up once the issue is clear. Thank you, sir. Hugs. Blessed night. We love you dearly. Sweet be thy dreams. Of course, you'll be up for a while, I'm sure, kept up by this concern about the hard drive. And good luck with that. In the interim, let's check in with Derek Talley for a second. Just check in to see if he's there. I'm sure he is. And if you're there, Derek, you can say hello. Check in to say hello and talk for a moment or so. Tell me how you're feeling. Okay, he's not responding. I see his circle going up and down. Okay, I can't hear him either. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He's trying to talk and we can't hear him. Oh, my God. I'm hoping everybody can hear me. I'm sure they can because they were responding to my questions. And I noticed that Jameson Reese's article is Rape, Abuses in Palm Oil Fields linked to the industry and cosmetics, of course. So there you go. So we can't hear Derek Talley either. That is so fucking weird. It's like everybody was put on mute but me. Oh my God, Derek's trying to talk. So Derek, go ahead and enter something in the text box. In the meantime, I'll check in with the live stream. Derek Talley says, I can hear you. Good, good. Thank you, Derek. Love you. And so Jameson, Derek can't talk either, just so you know. So you don't feel alone. That's something has truly fucked the... It's got to be the Skype. But that's okay. We're tripping off it enough. Derek Talley says, I can hear you in other venues as well. Thank you, Derek. Deeply appreciate it. And everyone who's sticking with us through this comedy of errors is deeply appreciated. Of course, it's not a comedy of errors per se. What is so annoying about this is I can't get these guys to break me. And so, if they're unable to break me, then I'm stuck with, it's just you and I, people. And let's take a look at one of my notifications here. And, okay, it's the wonderful Peter Mayer, who's been with us forever. Good man. And, all right. So Jameson dropped off. Or it says Derek Talley joined. Oh, okay, he dropped off the call and came back. Can you say something, Derek? Let's give it a try. No, we can't hear him. All right. Thank you for trying, though, Derek. Good try. Now, all right. Let's get into this most important rule to remember and uphold throughout this long, dark winter we will experience, and in which many of us will not come out alive at the other end. Some Americans live with roommates. Some cannot work without childcare. And some have to work in crowded conditions. Everyone's situation is different. But these basic tips can, I hope and pray, be helpful in a variety of situations. My guidance boils down to this winter's golden rule for interacting with anyone outside your immediate household. Do not spend time indoors with other people. The perils of the indoors have been demonstrated scientifically. For example, one study earlier this year found that a sick person was 18.7 times more likely to spread the coronavirus in a quote-unquote closed environment. This would be such as a gym, a floating restaurant boat, or a poorly ventilated tent, than such a sick person would be able to spread in any open-air environment. Some indoor spaces are likely riskier than others. Earlier this year, I advised listeners to avoid especially spitty environments like bars, indoor restaurants, and gyms, where people are more likely to be eating, talking, shouting, singing, or breathing heavily than they are at, say, the grocery store. Restaurant dining in particular has been linked to a heightened risk of coronavirus transmission. But talking, eating, and other merrymaking does not magically become as safe when they happen inside your home. The coronavirus spreads through the air. So, no matter where you are, even if you're at your grandma's house or your best friends, breathing the same air as other people for extended periods of time is risky. So your best bet is to avoid indoor gatherings altogether. They can be made marginally safer through testing, masking, and limiting the number of attendees. But none of these methods is foolproof. A negative COVID-19 test is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. It is unclear how well the tests work on people who are not feeling sick. Masks don't do much good if people spend several hours together in an unventilated room. And several public health experts recently told the Washington Post that even small, casual get-togethers are significantly contributing to the spread of this virus. Now, all these precautions are flawed. Like slices of Swiss cheese, they have holes that let the virus through. But if you layer your Swiss cheese, gathering only in small numbers while wearing masks after being tested, the chance of transmission does meaningfully drop. So the most effective way to mitigate risk indoors, and again, if you can avoid it, it's best not to be indoors, might include some approaches that have gotten less attention in these past few months. For example, if you're inside with other people, limit the time you spend there. A 15-minute visit with a handful of friends is less dangerous than a 4-hour dinner party with them. You should consider local transmission rates before deciding whether to see anyone else indoors. It's safer, but not entirely safe, to gather inside if your area is seeing 10 or fewer new cases a day per 100,000 people. Right now, that excludes most major metropolitan areas in these United States, as well as plenty of rural counties. But keep in mind that local regulations don't necessarily map onto local risk. Just because a business is legally open does not mean you can patronize it safely. state and local governments are insanely allowing businesses to stay open beyond the boundaries of safety simply because they fear the economic outcomes of closing them. This is putting money above human life. That's the Trump way. That's trickle-down insanity. If you must gather inside, it's best to make the indoors as outdoorsy as possible. Managing airflow is crucial for curtailing airborne transmission, and it has not received nearly enough attention. Powerful air filtration is the best standard, but even failing that, you can use fans, windows, and your HVAC system to trade as much air as possible between your home and the outside world. So, in terms of the HVAC, that's an acronym for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. That's the technology of indoor and vehicular environmental comfort. The goal being to provide thermal comfort and acceptable indoor air quality, which be pivotal here. Now, in terms of becoming an amateur airflow artiste, well, there's different guidelines you can follow. I will personally try and do a small scan right now online and see if I can find a good example to provide people with a kind of, kind of guidance, because I'm no engineer, and I know that people have been writing about this for some time now in various areas because they've been prepping for this in San Francisco for quite some time. So I know we've got some city guidelines, and I'm going to try and look up our city guidelines. Give me just a second here. And interestingly enough, I am being diverted by a number of factors. I think something is going wrong with the internet. There's something definitely fucking wrong with the internet tonight to get the everybody who was working with me pretty much unable to speak. So I think that there's enough going on where we're just swamped. We're not. I need your constant input from the chat room. Just let me know that you're hearing me because I'm getting really nervous about this. This is something where I'm unable to access much of what I'm looking for. There's definitely a lot going on that shouldn't be going on. And I think it's definitely just, it's not even interference from the enemy. I just think the entire, the situation on the net is being overloaded. There's a bunch of people who are just, shall we say, using it too much at once, probably because people are beginning to stay indoors. So I'm unable to necessarily access what I would normally like to access. So I'll try and work off memory. And I'll tell you about how my gang brother Beaver managed the art of ventilation in his own home, and what you can do is, as an example from that. Now, Shireen B says, funny how much attention QAnon got in no time. Operation Death Eaters has been compiling and publishing info about Charlie for a decade now, but most haven't heard of Vivo Wood says, only hear Douglas on YouTube, but do still hear you. Yes, thank you. Okay, deeply appreciated. Sharon B is a troll who's advertising some stupid bullshit, so definitely going to just basically remove her comment and just shit can it. If somebody knows how to block her, go ahead, please do so. Shireen B is just here to promote bullshit, crap about crap. Now, in fact, she's the deadly enemy. Really, she's a cultist. Now, in terms about my gang brother Beaver, he does property management for his family, who owns a lot of rental properties. So his obsession with ventilation began long before the pandemic. Now, he of course goes regularly back and forth from Asia, and it's in Asia where, of course, a blanket of humidity can sometimes levitate out from the sea and the surrounding mountains and wrap everything he owned in area in a moist haze. So combine that with crushing summer heat, and it cultivates a perfect recipe, well, a recipe for mold. So his ventilation game was weak when he was first exposed to this, and he noticed that the tatami mats, the traditional Japanese straw flooring, started sprouting a bunch of dark clumps, and a yeasty smell took root in the entryway, and sure enough, on close inspection, a few pairs of his shoes were baking their own bread, and books placed near windows seemed to become sentient with ever-evolving tendrils of hyphae along their spines. It was a Cthulhuoid environment. When he asked around if this was normal, people would just say, "Welcome to mold country." And old-timers would tell harrowing stories of hanging clothes out to dry in the sun and forgetting to take them in at night, and by the next morning they'd gone feral. The wet, stagnant night air is just mold heaven. Well, he was traumatized because for 10 months of the year the area was idyllic, livable, and most importantly dry. But these sticky summers now, he had never once before really given thought to ventilation. His personal concern is now a global one, because ventilation plays a major role in the transmission of the coronavirus. The odds of catching the coronavirus are nearly 20 times higher indoors than if you're outside. Now, that's a lot. Orders of magnitude, a lot. So, droplets containing the virus, they're insidious. They can linger in a badly ventilated room, potentially spreading throughout even if you're keeping a safe distance from others. And people who are asymptomatic, they don't sneeze or cough, but they still release a steady stream of aerosols as they jabber away over salads at lunch or lecture to their students at a university. So, when Beaver talked with a fellow Asian, Jiarong Hong, a mechanical engineer at the University of Minnesota, he was told those particles can be suspended in air for hours and maintain their infectivity. But if you do even just a little bit of a better job of improving ventilation, you can significantly decrease risks. Now, since his initial bout with the mold monster, my gang brother has spent an absurd amount of time and energy on a quest for perfect airflow in his home. And what started as an act of desperation, well, it's evolved into something bigger. I would call it a way of life. Because my gang brother Beaver recognized that ventilation doesn't just keep us safer during the pandemic. He's realized it lifts the spirit and the mind. So, as an amateur ventilation expert, I learned from him to better ventilate if I had a normal environment, which I don't. So, his initial impulse towards a mold-free life was to seal the windows and endlessly run the air conditioner, which helped, but created unintended pockets of moisture. So, his HVAC, as I said, the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system, it wasn't centralized. And because there was no air conditioning in the hallway, he came home from a weekend trip to find that his bedroom door had grown his own skin. Now, the AC, the air conditioning, had generated enough of a temperature gap to produce condensation on the outside of the door, instant mold. So too with the pandemic. AC alone often doesn't cut it. And he confirmed that with Hong, the engineer. So if an AC unit just blows air in circles, aerosols can stick around. which is just plain fucking gross. Now, dehumidifiers were his next idea. And he purchased 2 hulking machines that I remember. The kind that you can leave on for 24 hours a day. Now, household dehumidifiers typically fill up with water in just a few hours as they try to keep humidity below 70%. But these industrial strength ones that he purchased drain continuously via a hose, so you never have to empty their tanks. And paired with the air conditioning, the dehumidifiers transform the atmosphere from yeasty oven to dry comfort, but the air still lacked verve and freshness, so on a whim, he purchased a Vornado fan, stuck it in the corner of his living room and turned it on, and instantly he felt like a fool. Because fans, the simple solution to this moldy puzzle, the Vornado, of course, is no ordinary fan. It's so powerful, it seems to inhale the room, invert it, and push it back out. The totality of how it moves all the air, that's the revelation. Buoyed by this fairly obvious insight, Beaver took things further. He purchased some in-window ventilation units that you can install on your own. He fitted them tightly into windows on opposite sides of the room. One pulls in air, the other pushes it out. And good Lord, standing in the middle of the living room with the vents and Vornado all working in concert, well, that was pure rapture to him. The AC and the dehumidifier, they felt almost unnecessary. And so he now owns 3 Vornados and a small army of those in-window units, strategically placed so that no single particle of air stagnates in his 1,000-square-foot home. And the resulting vortex of moving air eliminates any chance of particle buildup, of a heaviness of atmosphere ever taking root. I mean, you could even light a cigarette anywhere in his house, as I have done, and you would be dazzled by the flow of the smoke up and around, through doorways swirling toward the ceiling and then back to the floor, inscribing elegant arcs through the air, never resting until it finds its way out a window. So he asked his engineer friend Hong whether he was crazy, if all of this was overkill. Sure, the air felt comfortable, but was it really any better? And Hong told him you solved it intuitively. From a fluid mechanics point of view, you are producing a pressure gradient, which is a fancy way of saying that the air in Beaver's house is successfully moving from one side to the other. Without a pressure gradient, you end up with what, well, the engineer Hong called it, stable circulation, in which particles move around and around with no exit route. That's the big no-no you never want. One of my gang brothers' rooms has only one window and therefore only one vent. And that's where the engineer admonished him, it's a very, very bad design to have ventilation in and out in the same place. Much better to have multiple locations. So, for those of you renting homes, knocking a new hole in the wall to add a second vent can be difficult. But for businesses, adding vents are a smart investment. Now, thankfully, you can create safer air without going to my gang brothers' extremes. If you cannot afford in-window vents, just crack as many windows as possible. Open doors between single-window rooms and, well, to help establish gradients. And do this even with the air conditioner on, or the heater come winter. Yes, it's less energy efficient, but even one cracked window will slowly replenish stagnant air. 2 cracked windows help the air better figure out how to move. You can also augment the quality of air in a single vent room by adding a HEPA filter, which has been proven to effectively reduce dangerous aerosols. You know, like fucking COVID viral systems and shit. Now, let me see what I can look up in terms of HEPA, because the acronym always escapes me as well when I don't use it often enough. It was high efficiency particulate air. And the HEPA filter, it's a type of mechanical air filter. It works by forcing air through a fine mesh that traps harmful particles such as pollen, pet dander, dust mites, tobacco smoke. Selecting and using an air filter, well, you can find HEPA filters in most air purifiers. And so it's an efficiency standard is basically what the term is. It's an efficiency standard of air filter. So it's also known as high efficiency particulate absorbing and high efficiency particulate arrestants. Probably in England is where they use that acronym. But filters meeting the HEPA standard, in any case, they have to satisfy certain levels of efficiency. That's the most important thing to remember about it. So basically, when it comes to fan placement, because that was the big enlightenment moment that Beaver had, be intentional. If they're pointed toward walls, the fans will create pockets where air just loops in circles. That's the dreaded stable circulation. Instead, have fans blow through the room in such a way as to shuffle air towards out vents or open windows. And since modifying the direction in which an AC blows can be difficult, it's sometimes useful to place fans perpendicular to an air conditioner stream. And this further helps eliminate any stagnant air pockets that the AC may produce because of suboptimal placement. The final results should be clear but subtle. The goal isn't a wind tunnel, because you don't want to catch pneumonia, but a gentle sense of active air. You'll likely know if you've been successful because, thanks to the vents, the open windows, and the free-flowing air, the room should feel lighter, smell better, and seem far fresher than it did before. Odors should dissipate quickly, and microparticles of spittle should be whisked away at a pace that makes contracting a virus significantly less likely. Your mold will be gone, your head will clear, and your life will be ever safer. In fact, become as obsessed with ventilation as my gang brother, and you'll develop what can be described only as ventilation radar. You can sense the torpor of a hotel room in which the windows don't open. You'll feel suffocated in a cafe without a breeze. You can walk into a restaurant and instinctively estimate risk, eyeballing potential dead air hotspots and considering whether aerosols might be a problem. How many windows are open? Is the restaurant using both AC and fans? You start to bail on weakly ventilated joints in your neighborhood. Ventilation becomes a proxy for everything. If the ventilation is bad, what about the food? If management can't get something as obvious as the airflow in check, who knows what horrors might be going on in the kitchen? In fact, my gang brother Beaver's journey has convinced him that ventilation is the fundamental aspect of home design. Ventilation, how air flows, where it flows, how much of it flows, how quickly it's replenished. It establishes the beating heart of a building. Even the most thoughtfully designed room is insufferable if it's unbearably stale. Now, of course, the summers no longer scare him. He's even feeling a pang of nostalgia when they come to an end, when he's overseas, in his fully ventilated abodes. His floors are clump-free, his doors without skin, his boots without bread. The air around him swirls and is full of life. Doesn't hang around long enough for microbial buddies to take root on surfaces. These days, I think the only active starter in his home is probably yoga. Well, some would argue that's the only culture he's ever been exposed to. But that's a bit harsh. Aside from that, if it's any comfort, you can ignore certain dubious safety measures. That would include the conspicuous but largely useless sanitization regimes that I myself have dubbed hygiene theater, such as scrubbing down surfaces, which is completely fucking useless, or scrubbing your vegetables and foods that you've purchased from the grocery store, other than you normally would to avoid cholera. Of course, another useless sanitization regime is fever checks. They do more harm than good. Now, focusing on what individuals can do to slightly reduce the risk that was created by monstrous systemic failure of our very society under Donald Trump might seem futile, or even entirely beside the point. But in the absence of massive federal mobilization that should have been, which seems unlikely to arrive under the Trump misadministration and unable to be put into effect even after Biden assumes office for many a month because of Trump's own obstructionism, what I advise might be the best that any of us can do. That's why I want to leave you with an invitation. Well, not to my crypt. You wouldn't want to be here anyway. It's too, static with no circulation. Everything that is aerosolized here stays here. The invitation is one that I hope does not seem too naive. Adjust the way you're thinking about the goddamn pandemic. Remember that your decisions affect everyone you share air with, no matter how circumstantially, as you go about your life. Even if you accept for yourself the risk of a dinner party, you likely have not consulted with the person who will be bagging your groceries a week later. And finally, try to think on a longer time scale. Learn to read the trends in case and hospitalization numbers so you can peek at the future. Make a plan for isolating from the outside world and the rest of your household in case you do get sick. Things are going to get much worse before they ever get better. But for perhaps the first time since this pandemic started, it is clear that they are going to get better. 2 vaccine candidates seem more promising than public health experts had ever dared to hope. The president-elect has pledged to ground his approach to the pandemic in science. The canceled holidays and the third straight night of freezer pizza aren't going to last forever. Remembering that could make these next few months of restraint a little easier to bear. Now, with that in mind, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes from his cinematic documentary still in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it. thetucsonmurders.com, or call the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour. at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And don't neglect to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Hit YouTube's Man of the Soil and you'll know you're in the right place when you see the young white girl with big tits wearing the green Ace Hardware t-shirt. After that, you can travel to see other videos of the Baron Benestenius in front of his sprint car racer, which he used to do professionally, sprint car racing. And of course, you will also see, for aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture. That the eagle eye view will give you a greater appreciation of his services. With that, I'm going to check into the live stream to see how people are interacting. Well, the last message was from Derek Talley, and people, I do encourage them to interact more aggressively on the YouTube. Our man Jameson has probably gone to sleep by now, and we are counting on everyone else to kind of pick up the slack in terms of keeping the chat room active. I'm just happy to see that we were maintaining numbers while throughout the night, which is always, in fact, the numbers are increasing. So that's good to know, because politics be damned, the pandemic marches on. But the pandemic be damned in the fact that politics marches on. In other words, these are parallel strains of behavior, one epidemiological in nature, and the other sociological, with its own form of disease, the viruses of the mind, that have created the toxic politics of today. The disconnect between the nation's politics and the global pandemic feels especially strong at the beginning of, what is this, the second or third week since the 2020 election? It might just be the second week after the election, but it feels like a month. President Trump has fired the head of the Federal Cybersecurity Agency, who deconstructed and disproved his entire array of election conspiracy theories. Christopher Krebs was director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, in the Homeland Security Department. His agency recently launched an online rumor control blog rebutting claims of election fraud spread by Trump and his cultists. Krebs also posted on social media, often with blaring red siren emojis, fact checks of these baseless claims. And in a tweet announcing the ouster, the president himself called Krebs's characterization of the election highly inaccurate. And Krebs fired back with a tweet of his own. Honored to serve. We did it right. Defend today. Secure tomorrow. Meanwhile, President-elect Joseph Biden announced 9 key members of his White House senior staff. As the votes left to count shrink and the number of COVID-19 cases marches ever higher, there are too few signs of elected officials focused on the job at hand at all, or even understanding that the public often looks to them to lead by example. Remember Hayden Biden? When he was nowhere to be seen? Well, the mold-filled boot is on the other side now, or on the other foot, as President Donald Trump, who accused now President-elect Joseph Biden of being scared to quit his basement during the campaign, himself refuses to leave a personal fantasy world in which he won the election. The president has had no public events for well, a dozen days by now. And there's various sources who say he's stuck in a bunker mentality, shuttling between the Oval Office and a private dining room filled with televisions. His efforts to reverse the result of the election are failing in the courts. Georgia's recount is certain to confirm Biden's win in that particular state. And Trump fans in Michigan gave up on their effort to block certifying the vote. Yet the cloistered commander-in-chief keeps tweeting false conspiracy theories, and he fired his cybersecurity chief who had declared that this year's election was the most secure on record in wake of our allowing the Russians to select our president last time. We no longer leave the house keys on the table with an open door. As White House staffers wonder what to do, Trump seems to find amusement in creating trouble for the incoming Biden administration. Trump decided to withdraw troops from Afghanistan and Iraq, which means Biden will have to carry the can if the Kabul government falls or Shiite militias are emboldened in Baghdad. Trump slapped new sanctions on Iran, which will make it more difficult for his successor to revive the abandoned nuclear deal, stoking tensions. Not outright hostilities. Trump doesn't have the balls. But Trump stoking tensions with China could be next. Now, a Trump administration official told CNN reporter Kylie Atwood that the idea is to create so many fires that Biden cannot possibly put them all out. Though Trump still has 2 months left on the job, he is completely ignoring a murderous rise in COVID-19 cases as the virus rips through the heartland, especially states where Republican governors drag their feet in mandating safety precautions. And Trump's refusal to allow briefings for Biden's team will delay the distribution of vaccines next year to end this nightmare. If you want to blame the death of anybody you know who will die because of this, take out that motherfucker Trump. He's the man who killed whoever dies from this point forward. Hell, he's the man who's been killing them all along. It really is he and Mitch McConnell and all Republicans. If I had my way, all the Republicans would be taken out and shot, because they're all human shit. There is one traditional duty that Trump apparently does feel obliged to fulfill: presiding over an annual ceremony to save a gobbler from the Thanksgiving table. Usually the event is a hoot full of presidential dad jokes, but amid speculation that Trump will abuse his powers to absolve aides, family, and, yes, ultimately himself from misdeeds in office, jokes about pardoning turkeys just aren't funny anymore. And that dilemma is playing out both on the national scale and all across the surface of the world. Joe Biden's election as president continues a period of remarkable upheaval in the nation's politics. It's not just Trump. This entire 21st century thus far has been politically stormy. Joe Biden may have ended the hurricane-force presidency of Donald John Trump, but his victory extends a broader trend away from relative stability to a time of remarkable political upheaval. You know, in the decade that both my late sister and myself passed through our mother's womb, from 1960 to 1978, There were 3 elections in which control of the White House, the Senate, or the House of Representatives switched parties. From 1980 to 1998, there were 4. Since 2000 and O Domini, there have been 9 elections in which power shifted, with Biden's election being but the latest. The last 20 years have seen 2 of the most consequential events in postmodern history: the 9/11 terrorist attacks and the COVID-19 pandemic. Both changed our very lives. Think of winding your way through airport security in your stocking feet, those Zoom meetings monitored by communist China that hardly substitute for face-to-face contact, or the plexiglass barriers at the supermarket checkout stand. The calamities bracketing the first 2 decades of the century surely had a political impact. It's quite possible Trump might have won a second term were it not for his ham-fisted handling of this pandemic. But neither event accounts for this period of unusual volatility. Instead, there are several factors, including money, partisanship, political overreach, and what might be called, to echo the sagely Peter Moon, the Amazon mentality. That brings us to the green tsunami. More money is pouring into campaigns than ever. Spending in the 2020 election reached nearly 14 billion United States dollars that I know of. That's according to the Center for Responsive Politics, which tracks campaign finance. That's twice what was spent in 2016. One big reason is the Citizens United case, which ended in a 2010 Supreme Court ruling that freed political action committees, these super PACs, to raise and spend unlimited sums of money. Another is the internet. To say the growth of online fundraising has exploded is like suggesting it gets a mite chilly in Alaska during the winter. It was impressive when the late Arizona Senator John McCain raised more than $500,000 United States dollars online in the 24 hours after an upset victory in New Hampshire's 2000 presidential primary. This year, Joe Biden collected 26 million United States dollars in the 24 hours after selecting California Senatoress Kamala Harris as his running mate, on the way to ringing up 365 million United States dollars in contributions. In August, he raised 383 million more United States dollars in September. The vast majority of lawmakers who seek re-election are returned to Washington, but it's never been easier for challengers to raise money and knock off members of Congress, or at least give them the scare of their lifetime. Incumbency, at least from a financial standpoint, isn't what it used to be. And we got the bluer blues and the redder reds. The ticket-splitting voter may be going the way of other quaint political customs, such as straw voters, torchlight parades, and other political conventions that, well, you know, that people actually watch. In 2016, for the first time since the direct election of American senators in 1914, the year the world first went to war, in the truly modern, mechanized sense, every Senate race went the same direction as the presidential race. In other words, if Trump won a state, the seat went to a Republican. If Hillary Clinton prevailed, the seat went Democratic. The pattern held this time with the exception of Maine, where Biden won, and Republican Susan Collins was re-elected to her 5th term, and perhaps Georgia, a Biden state where both Republican senators are favored to prevail in runoffs to keep their seats. America has been increasingly sorting itself by political preference, dividing into unyielding tribes. There used to be an abundance of center-left Republicans and center-right Democrats. No more! Media that cater to one partisan viewpoint or the other reinforce that separation and estrangement, presenting each side with its own set of facts and version of the truth it holds to be self-evident. The middle ground is growing vanishingly small. A survey conducted by pollster Bill McInturf and his Republican firm found about 9 in 10 people voted this election for the same party for Congress and the White House, compared with less than 2/3 in the year 2000. If partisanship is what maketh up voters' minds, job performance matters a great deal less. According to McInturf, just to quote us you can be a really good member of Congress, working hard, but if the top of the ticket is a member of the other party, and people are straight ticket voting, you may be a goner. That's what brings us to the M word, mandate. The magician who conjures items, the stage magician, not the magician that you always hear about on this program, uses, all of the props, a scarf, a white dove, and the magician, the master of prestidigitation or legerdemain, he conjures these items from thin air, and that has nothing on the politician claiming mandate. It is presto, whatever she or he says it is, and whatever the political traffic will bear. The latter being particularly important. Time and again in the last 20 years, presidents and congressional leaders have overreached, seeing their party's success at the polls as license for the kind of drastic change that is certain to antagonize half or more of a polarized electorate. Republican George W. Bush sought to revamp Social Security after his 2004 re-election. Democrat Barack Obama re-engineered the nation's healthcare system after winning the White House in 2008, the year of the great market crash. With Trump in the White House, congressional Republicans in 2017 sought to undo the Affordable Care Act, which proved a good deal more popular in practice than it had ever been in theory. On each occasion, the president's party paid the price, losing at least one House of Congress in the next midterm election. And then there's the whole Amazon mentality. Can I get that yesterday? We live in a society in which attainment is just a few computer keystrokes away. Don Sippel, a media strategist whose political clients have included Bush, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Jerry Brown, the governor of California in the past, observest, our culture is all about instant gratification. You don't have to get into the car to drive to Sears anymore. You want something, you order it online, and boom, it's there on the doorstep. Patience is no longer a virtue. You can't even order that on Amazon. That means political promises have a shorter than ever shelf life. And woe to the party that fails to come as through, or overpromises and underdelivers, as all of them do. With an election every 2 years, hair-trigger voters don't have to wait long to evict one party from power and give the other a similar short-term lease. Biden is just getting started on his transition to the White House. He won't take office until January 20th. Trump, for his part, still refuses to concede the election. But the clock is already counting off time for Biden and fellow Democrats in Congress who will be on the ballot in 2022, which could be the fifth straight change election, if voters decide they're unhappy with what's being delivered. And so, Biden is calling for action. Again, Biden won't be taking office until the 20th of January. But he's already calling for action as these United States faces economic and health crises that just keep getting worse. On Monday, opening this work week, Biden called for action from two political forces beyond his control. Congress, which is deadlocked over economic relief, and President Trump, who refuses to concede the election and share information about the pandemic and national security. And so Biden has bluntly warned, more people may die if we do not coordinate. The understatement of the fucking century. Biden welcomed news of progress in developing a second vaccine, but emphasized how logistically challenging it will be to distribute, an endeavor further complicated by the Trump misadministration's resistance to coordinating with Biden officials who will be tasked with carrying it out. Now, Biden himself has noted the vaccine is important, but it's of little importance if you are not vaccinated. Biden also called on Congress to pass long-stalled legislation to provide economic relief and public health funding during its lame duck session. But he offered no path to breaking the deadlock that pits House Democrats, who passed a scaled-down $2.2 trillion United States dollar package as a compromise 7 weeks ago, against Senate Republicans, who say that's still far too expensive. So the fate of a federal stimulus package is looking bleak. Lawmakers are getting less confident a deal can be reached in the lame duck session, with the focus instead turning to a government spending negotiation that must be finished by December 11th. Aides on both sides say serious conversations about the stimulus have tapered off, even as American coronavirus cases have soared past 11 million. Senator Patrick Leahy, a Democrat, was quoted as saying, "The men and women throughout our country, they're suffering because of COVID, and we're not doing a damn thing to help them." You notice he used gender-specific terms. The divide between Republicans and Democrats continues to simmer over how much money each side be willing to spend. Democrats, inclusive of Joe Biden, have urged Senate Republicans to pass House Democrats' HEROES Act, which totals more than $2 trillion United States dollars. Republicans, meanwhile, have made it clear they are not willing to spend much north of $1 trillion United States dollars. In the end, this is why Republicans have to fucking die. They want you dead. Kill them first. The election of Biden has only antagonized the anarchists and exposed their differences with the black activists they claim to support. Portland's anarchists in particular, where Zachariah Garrett was parading himself as one of these Freelandia fuckers, where everything should be free. They claim they support racial justice, but black activists want nothing to do with them. The day after President-elect Joe Biden delivered his victory speech, telling the nation it was time to heal and unite, a clandestine Twitter account @Safe PDX protest summoned the Portland anarchists. It said, well, the message read, "Meet at Laurelhurst Park at 8 p.m. and wear block and be watered." That's calling for black garb and vigilance to evade police for a protest in solidarity with BLM or Black Lives Matter. Now, the 100 or so people who showed up, all of them white, essentially, look like ninjas, or the cinematic version of ninjas, which did exist, but were always the last resort when so much more could be done without being noticed. Of course, not that ninja in commando garb wanted to be noticed, but nevertheless were prepared in case they were to fight to the death. And this is how these people look prepared. They put on their balaclavas, hoods, and scarves, and, most tellingly of all, their fucking gas masks. And that, of course, exposes, well, everything about them. The fact that they're looking for trouble. Now, Portland's, let's put it this way, they are still a war zone without the invading troops. What you have instead is an insurgency. And this insurgency is an insurgency of these anarchists who are essentially white supremacists. Now, the call to action had declared no masters. Leaders, in the parlance of the 19th century European anarchists. But the crowd huddled around one young man as he lambasted liberals for celebrating the defeat of President Trump while capitalism and the political system remained entrenched. To quote ST, "They can show up to dance 'cause of Orange Man bad, but they can't be out here fighting with us. So that's why we're going. I'm tired of liberal complacency." Now, word spread through the group that the target that night would be the local headquarters of the Democratic Party. And somebody started beating a drum as the chant broke out. "Fuck Joe Biden!" And I'm sure Zachariah Garrett was among them when the anarchists marched into the upscale neighborhood intent on destruction. For months, Portland has been a significant face of the Black Lives Matter movement, in part because of the national attention that self-described anarchists brought to nightly protests throughout the summer. They set fires, launched fireworks at authorities, and spat in their faces to draw them into violent confrontations that made headlines around the world. Black activists and community leaders who generally view the defeat of Donald Trump as an opportunity for change within the system have expressed that the anarchists are hijacking the movement and undermining the push for racial justice by continuing to commit to violence. Something I completely agree with. Mingus Mapps, a black resident who won a seat on the Portland City Council this month, went on record to say that when people set fire to a building, it really does not liberate myself one bit. It does the opposite. It fuels the political culture that makes racism possible. Now, Mingus Mapps is a former political science professor who peacefully participated in several demonstrations and who plans to advocate for police reform beyond budget cuts passed by the council and a measure approved by voters to create a police oversight board. To quote as Mingus Mapps himself, We're going to get out of the game of smoke bombs and rubber bullets and dressing cops up like they're Marines as we stand outside public buildings and yell at each other. The anarchists believe that working within the system is completely futile, and say the political order and the entire capitalist economy must be torn down, and that Biden, as head of a party supporting the free market system and private property rights, is no better than Trump. Now, distrusting the media, all these anarchists forever refuse to give their names. But pamphlets distributed at a recent rally certainly outlined their far-left philosophies. The title of one booklet was Abolish All Mayors, advocating the complete democratization and community control of all city bureaus and the abolition of the police. Now, there was another pamphlet entitled Why We Break Windows, which advocates an end to private property and invokes the Boston Tea Party to explain the point of political vandalism during revolts. And inside it says, I'm reading the text now, I was given these pamphlets, it says, shop windows represent segregation. To smash a shop window is to contest all the boundaries that cut through this society. Black and white, rich and poor, included and excluded. In some ways, the anarchists have served the Black Lives Matter movement in Portland, creating a spectacle that drew attention to the cause of racial justice after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis police custody. Some of the anarchists have also been involved in Antifa, the movement that clashes with far-right groups. But the violence has also caused problems for Black Lives Matter. In June, black community leaders denounced an arson attack by protesters on a building that houses a police station and black-owned businesses on Northeast Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And so Ron Herndon, a longtime black activist, said at a news conference the morning after police used tear gas to disperse protesters and fired paintballs. He said, when I hear about somebody burning something down, I think about this as an act that has always been used against black people. You're not helping us. The Trump administration soon deployed federal agents to the city. Their tactics, which included secret detentions of activists and the wholesale deployment of tear gas and flashbang grenades against the growing crowds, were widely seen as excessive and drawing more protesters into the streets. Video of these street battles became fodder for Trump himself, who chastised city and state politicians as part of his campaign theme for calling for law and order. The anarchists reveled in the limelight. Each night they would provoke authorities, who would eventually declare a riot or illegal assembly and start making arrests as protesters fled. And so the protests grew less frequent by the fall as demonstrators tired. Nearby wildfires shrouded the city with smoke, and the presidential election itself, with its possibility of ousting Donald Trump, drew ever nearer. For the anarchists, the election was no time to let up as they sought to make their point that a change of power be meaningless to them. The night of November 4th, the day after voters went to the polls, anarchists rallied in a park, then marched into downtown. They briefly intersected with a peaceful demonstration calling for all votes to be counted, a cause that meant nothing to them. Proceeding with their march, some smashed windows at downtown businesses and a church that provides food and services to homeless people. Kristen Van Buskirk, whose gift shop window was shattered, said the incident did not diminish her support for the Black Lives Matter movement and did not blame it for the damage she had suffered. She so saying, "Black lives matter more than my business." The next day, about 60 people marched to the home of Dan Ryan, city council member who had voted that day against police budget cuts. They chanted, "Black Lives Matter," shattered a window, and chucked eggs and a paint-filled balloon at at the house. A residential home, mind you. And Officer Derek Carmon, a Portland Police Bureau spokesman, then said, "I don't know what their goal is other than just destruction. My hope is that we'll see less of this, but it's difficult when you're dealing with a group of people who don't want to engage the police in any conversation about change." Shirley Jackson, a Portland State University professoress of Black Studies, said the violence is senseless. Indeed, to quote her, she said, "With the BLM protests, there were clear demands, but it's very difficult to see any end to something when it's not clear what the demands are at all." In interviews, several black community leaders who had marched in protest over the summer said it was crucial to condemn the violence and dissociate Black Lives Matter from the anarchists. Rukiah Adams, the chief investments officier for Mayor Memorial Trust, a foundation funding a $25 million United States dollar racial justice initiative, said that clearly it's not black folks going to Commissioner Ryan's house and busting out his windows. And Toya Fick, the Oregon executive directoress for Stand for Children, a nonprofit organization that advocates for equal opportunity in education, was quoted as saying, "I don't think those windows were smashed because they were thinking about my life and the lives of my children." It took the anarchists 20 minutes to make their way through the Laurelhurst neighborhood November 8th and arrive at the County Democratic Party headquarters. Tall plate glass windows lined the former car dealership and, on two sides, festooned with campaign posters for Biden and other candidates. And two activists approached the building, one holding an umbrella to conceal the other, who spray-painted an anti-Biden epithet on a wall, adding an anarchist symbol. In red, he wrote ACAB, ACAB, short for All Cops Are Bastards. Now, 6 more protesters pounded on the windows, shattering 13 of them before rejoining the group keeping watch in the parking lot. The group started chanting before marching back against the avenue, across the avenue and dispersing into the neighborhood, saying, "Stay together, stay tight, we do this every night." Now, police and riot gear arrived, riding troop trucks and bicycles to search for suspects. Scouring the neighborhood, they arrested 3 white males in their early 20s and 30s on accusations of criminal mischief. The next day, Rachel Dixon, who heads Portland's Black Lives Matter chapter, called a reporter to say that the activists had nothing to do with the social justice movement. Her volunteers are giving out food, not smashing windows. And she said that in the minds of the public, anarchists have melded with Black Lives Matter, but they're 90% white and they don't ever reach out to black organizations. Dixon also serves as a vice chair of the Multnomah County Democrats. And she said, "I didn't destroy my own building." Well, aside from that, there is no COVID-19 presidential transition. As our nation hit 11 million confirmed coronavirus cases over the weekend, 1 million new cases, in less than a week, there seemed to be little, if any, communication on pandemic response plans between the administration of President Trump and advisors to President-elect Joe Biden, including on distribution of a potential vaccine. So Ron Klain, whom Biden has tapped to be his White House chief of staff, has said, there are people at the Department of Health and Human Services making plans to implement that vaccine. Our experts need to talk to those people as soon as possible so nothing drops in this change of power we're going to have on January 20th. Now, Klain's comment was made during an interview on NBC's Meet the Press. On ABC, Admiral Brett Giroir, a member of the White House's coronavirus task force, confirmed a sobering report from the Washington Post. Trump has not attended a task force meeting in in at least 5 months. Indeed, the president was back on the golf course Sunday and busy firing off a volley of misleading tweets, including one in which he seemed to acknowledge that Biden had won before quickly reacting to news coverage of the position by writing a follow-up tweet in which he said, "I concede nothing!" All, uppercase. Biden, of course, was projected Friday into this weekend as victorious in Georgia. Winning there and the other states called in his favor give us the Democrat the same electoral college tally that Trump won in 2016, a victory former White House advisor Kellyanne Conway tweeted 4 years ago. Also prior to the official end of the vote counting was a landslide and a blowout. By Sunday night, Trump was emailing supporters a message that said he is the American people's all-time favorite president. Now, with 2 months left in office, President Trump is rushing to bring more U.S. troops home from Afghanistan and Iraq. The withdrawal of thousands of troops would be completed by the Ides of January 15th, just ahead of Biden's inauguration, leaving Afghanistan and Iraq with 2,500 troops each, down from about 4,500 and 3,000 respectively, as confirmed by the acting defense secretary, Trump having fired yet another. A senior defense official said the move is consistent with Trump's promise to the American people, but it also suggests the president may fall short of fulfilling one of his core pledges to withdraw all U.S. troops from Afghanistan before he leaves office, something he pledged as recently as October. The truth is, the world is never going back to normal. Other countries are now learning to live without America. Joseph Biden cannot restore the pre-Trump status quo. In the hours and days after American news networks declared him the victor on November 7th, President-elect Joe Biden received congratulatory tweets and statements from American allies around the world. Even Fox News sounded excited by the list of well-wishers, whom, the channel noted, included British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, French President Emmanuel Macron, Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte, Irish Prime Minister Michel Martin, and Spanish Presidente Pedro Sanchez Perez Castellón. Biden himself made a point on November 9th of calling the leaders of Canada, France, Germany, Ireland, and Great Britain to thank them in turn. A few days later, He spraketh with the leaders of Australia, Japan, and South Korea too. Had it not been for the intervening 4 years, the tweeted congratulations would have seemed entirely unremarkable, nothing more than the predictable pleasantries so common to global diplomacy in the era before Donald Trump. Readouts published by Biden's transition team noted, for example, that the president-elect underscored that the United States and Australia share both values and history. Boilerplate cliche, unless you remember that President Trump's first call with the then Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull ended in a nutty argument about refugees. According to the readout of a call with South Korea's leader, Moon Jae-in, America's president-elect thanked President Moon for his congratulations, expressing his desire to strengthen the two countries' alliance as the linchpin of security and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. This was also pretty boring, unless you remember that Trump publicly mused about withdrawing American troops from South Korea, a move that would have left the country open and vulnerable to invasion from the north. No doubt various world leaders felt relieved to speak once again with a coherent and knowledgeable American leader. Even though members of the Biden team are locked out of the State Department, in a normal transition, the departing administration would be helping set up post-election courtesy calls on secure lines. It was probably nice for them to have ordinary conversations with foreigners again. And yet there was something misleading about all of these statements and compliments. For after the Trump era, there can be no return to normal. None of America's relationships with either our friends or our enemies is the same as it was 4 years ago. None of the major diplomatic institutions, international or domestic, is the same either. Some on the Biden team, veterans of the Obama administration, will be tempted to restart relationships and reboot old plans as if nothing has happened. That would be a mistake. Since 2016, America's international reputation has been transformed. No longer the world's most admired democracy, our political system is more often perceived as uniquely dysfunctional, and our leaders as notably dangerous. Poll after poll proves that respect for America is not just plummeting, but also turning into something very different. Some 70% of South Koreans, and more than 60% of Japanese, two nations whose friendship America needs in order to push back against Communist Chinese influence in Asia, view the United States as a quote-unquote major threat. In Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, our key ally in Europe, far more people fear Trump than fear Russia's Vladimir Putin, China's Xi Jinping, or North Korea's Kim Jong-un. And no wonder. We live in a world where all news is accessible to everyone. Nothing that has happened over the past 4 years is any secret. Not Trump's ceaseless dishonesty, not his displays of complete and total prideful ignorance, not his self-dealing and his nepotism, not his inject disinfectants to knock out the coronavirus moment. A story that appeared in hundreds of languages all over the world. Not the grotesque spectacle of his refusal to acknowledge the election result. A headline in Gulf Times, a newspaper based in Qatar, from which Al Jazeera itself is based. Or was that on? Yes, that is on the island of Qatar. Well, the Gulf Times headline read, I translate for you from the Arabic. Trump supporters head to the streets as he pushes false election claims. The China Daily, the Chinese Communist Party's main English language publication, solemnly reported that Republican senators are calling for Biden to get security briefings. The president of Poland, a neo-nationalist who flew to Washington, D.C. to be photographed with Trump during his own campaign, appears genuinely confused about who has won and keeps telling people that the American election is not yet over. After Trump has provided the world with this theatrical coup that is not a coup, it'd be naive to imagine that the United States can promote democracy or the rule of law with the confidence that it did in the past. For 4 years, our Putinista president has openly defied many of the values we used to put at the center of our foreign policy rhetoric. And yes, everybody has noticed. Americans may have found the spectacle of Trump trying to blackmail the Ukrainian president into launching a fake political investigation of his opponents exotic. Ukrainians found it all too familiar. The next time a senior American official comes to town and tells the Ukrainian government that its International Monetary Fund loan depends on enforcing laws against corruption, why shouldn't the Ukrainians laugh? The second important change, related to the first, is that other countries have finally begun to take account of what American withdrawal from the world, from global leadership, really means. And they are, ergo, recalculating balances of power accordingly. This, of course, is a trend that began during the Obama administration, though at the time no one could quite accept it. In 2012, there was a meeting in London that included Syrian activists who asked the person organizing that meeting, who I'm not going to name, they asked to remain anonymous. They asked that individual why Barack Obama would not enforce a no-fly zone in their country. And they were told that Americans no longer wanted to fight Middle Eastern wars and no longer felt confident about winning them. And the Syrians did not believe the American in London who told them this. They instead, tragically yet predictably, proposed various conspiracy theories, imagining, for example, that particular people in Washington didn't like Syrians, and literally said they would wait for some spectacular intervention. But that spectacular intervention never arrived. And in the 8 years since then, everyone in Syria, like everyone everywhere else, has adjusted to a world in which American influence is declining. In Libya, where America has washed its hands of a long-running civil war, the important players are Russia, Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. In Africa, Russian and Chinese influence continues to grow as America retreats. The recent spectacle of Russia and Turkey jointly helping redraw the borders in the Caucasus, following a sharp war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, was but a reminder of what that means in practice. Once upon a time, and not that long ago either, the American empire had an ambitious agenda in the Caucasus, involving pipelines, politics, and more. Now nobody in that region is especially interested in what Americans think, even if they bother to ask. The country that has benefited most from these two changes: the diminishing of American democracy and the reality of American withdrawal is, of course, the Communist Chinese Empire. It is true that after a long flirtation with dictator Xi, Trump and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo ratcheted up their anti-China rhetoric, in part to distract Americans from their own failure to fight the coronavirus. But Beijing must at least feel ambivalent about the end of their administration. A second Trump term would have consolidated Communist Chinese influence inside the United Nations system, reduced the power of human rights advocacy completely, and undermined the alliance of Western and Asian democracies even further. During a week that Trump spent tweeting election conspiracy theories, 15 Asia-Pacific countries signed onto a regional trade deal spearheaded by Communist China. Not so very long ago, the Obama administration proposed the creation of a American-led Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership that would have bound the region to a very different vision, our vision. When Trump trashed that agreement, the door was left wide open for Beijing, with the keys to the estate left on the kitchen table. None of these changes can be reversed by the Biden administration. Not easily, and especially by old veterans who imagine that their task would now be one of restoration. On the contrary, au contraire, whoever joins the next administration, whether as a Secretary of State or Charge d'Affaires in Luxembourg, now faces a much different task. The recitation of human rights as a mantra will not by itself make its human rights important again. America's return to United Nations institutions that Trump has left or declared he would leave. Most notably, the World Health Organization. And most importantly, the United Nations Human Rights Council will not rid them of Communist Chinese influence and maketh them more functional. The task is to come up with absolutely new ways of conducting diplomacy, of expanding American influence, of reinforcing respect for human rights, and above all, of leveraging alliances. In a prescient commentary published yestermensis last month, the Lowy Institute fellow Thomas Wright observed that the real question is not whether Biden will be different from Trump. That much is obvious. Or so noted Wright, who is also an Atlantic magazine contributing writer. Instead, the question is whether Biden will differ from Obama. And that is not yet obvious at all. The new Biden team has signaled some real ambition. The incoming administration has already said that it will quickly convene a new conversation with America's major allies. Biden is likely to focus on 4 or 5 big issues, including COVID-19, climate catastrophe, or catastrophic climate change, and the question of how to defend democracies against the authoritarian agendas of the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and the Communist Chinese Empire. Rather than launching simultaneous trade wars in Europe and Asia as Trump did, the Biden team wants to ensure that the United States and its European and Asian friends are all working in concert. But a consultation will not, by itself, create any changes, and the revival of multilateralism carries its own risks. The most important one being that it leads senior officials to focus on process rather than outcome. Diplomats are always enticed by the prospect of talks about talks. Reaching an agreement about the working group that will design the policy sometimes can come to seem more important than the policy itself. Oh look, we've gotten London, Paris, and Brussels to sign a meaningless statement. Now we can all pat ourselves on the back. Biden's team must not fall into the same trap as former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who valiantly, or rather vaingloriously, tried to create a new international institution, the Community of Democracies, only to watch it slowly die. At its first meetings, the group got bogged down in the question of who qualified for membership. Later, its members felt arguing about what the organization should even do. Although it still exists, it's spectacularly failed to counter the rise of authoritarian influence inside the United Nations and outside elsewhere, and it commands neither serious resources nor serious attention. One solution might be for the American empire to shun international organizations altogether. Instead of creating a bureaucracy with a secretariat and offices, why not work with ad hoc coalitions of allies, issue by issue? This is the formula recently proposed by Macron, no fan of the modern United Nations, who recently said that we need to reinvent useful forms of cooperation, coalitions of projects and players, citing as an example a meeting he organized among European governments, American companies, and American states after Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement. Another example is the European-led COVAX project. COVAX, all uppercase letters, which includes both governments and NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and aims to deliver coronavirus vaccines all over the world. As in, hence its acronym COVAX, Cooperative Vaccination, although it's spelled COVAX. So it's co-led by Gavi, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, which is acronymous as CEPI, CEPI, and the World Health Organization. Its aim being to accelerate the development and manufacture of the vaccines, which will hopefully save our collective asses. But there could be others, maybe even many others. The alliance needed to counter Red Russian influence in Europe, including revanchist, revisionist, Russia's overt and covert support of far-right political parties and media, may differ in nature, for example, from the alliance needed to counter communist Chinese influence around the world, which often takes the form of infrastructure spending and trade deals. Biden's team could also escape from bad old habits by giving high priority to issues that are not traditionally thought of as part of foreign policy at all. In almost every democracy, anger is rising at tax evasion, international money laundering, and the dark money operations deployed by Red Russia and Communist China, as well as domestic actors to manipulate all of our political systems. These are problems that Europe, America, and democratic Asia can only fight together. In almost every democracy, it has also become as clear that the structure of modern online media is creating deeper social division. It be high time to ask whether the current governance of internet platforms is working in all of our interests, and whether some combination of coordinated international changes to antitrust, privacy, and transparency regulations might not make the online information space more conducive to constructive dialogue than bitter polarization. Climate change, by definition, requires both international efforts and a high level of creativity, but other problems do as well. How can the democratic world make its voice heard more loudly in places such as Belarus, where police are now beating and murdering protesters? How can democratic nations redefine security to include not only tanks and missiles, but also defenses against disinformatia, Russian disinformation, and Chinese cyber warfare? Americans might need to change our own outdated institutions, especially our State Department, badly demoralized by Pompeo and his predecessor Rex Tillerson. We might also need to change our attitudes. After 4 years of hearing about the evils of globalization and the glories of nationalism, Americans need a White House team that can explain the symbiotic relationship between foreign and domestic policy. Catastrophic climate change is an international issue that affects people living near burning forests in California. International money laundering is an international issue that affects prosecutors trying to track down fraudsters in New York who helped make Trump the president. The vaccines that are going to bring the coronavirus to an end have all been produced by international cooperations and partnerships, most significantly a United German company run by a German-Turkish couple working with an American multinational, and an American company headed by a French CEO. We need a different kind of rhetoric about foreign policy, language that does not worship multilateralism for its own sake, but that doesn't shut Americans into an impossible and unrealistic isolation either. Integration into the world is not a choice. It's a reality we have to learn to live with. The question is what kind of integration this will be. Who will write the rules? Who will decide what matters? Above all, the Biden administration should tell Americans the truth. We are at a breaking point, a hinge moment, after which we will either revive the influence of the democratic world or witness its precipitous decline. For the pandemic is revealing a new form of national power. In the COVID-19 era, a country's strength is determined not only by its military and economy, but also by its resilience. Each geopolitical age places a premium on particular forms of national power. Sea power and colonial possessions prior to the world wars, nuclear weapons and alliance networks throughout the Cold War, soft power after the Cold War, which was, in practice, the Third World War, which America fought and won. And the new era, ushered in by COVID-19, has done so as well, revealing the salience of resilient power, a country's capacity to absorb systemic shocks, adapt to those disruptions, and quickly bounce back from them. As the scholar Stephen Flynn once noted, the aim of resilience is to design systems not just so they can endure shocks, but also so they can fail gracefully and recover nicely. The pandemic has taught us that today, a country's best offense is a good defense. One of its lessons is that national clout and advantage, and thus international power dynamics, will be rooted in resilient power amid the types of mass traumas that look set to dominate this century. Not just pandemics, but also catastrophic climate change, cyber attacks, financial crises, or rather collapses, and mass disinformatia, disinformation campaigns. And right now, it's a measure of power where the United States is clearly falling short. Before the coronavirus outbreak, most foreign policy discussions focused on other challenges. The 9/11 attacks indicated the rise of non-state actors, while the nationalist administrations of Donald Trump in the United States and Xi Jinping in Communist China signaled the dawn of great power competition. These narratives were accurate, but incomplete. In ways we didn't fully appreciate at the time, both developments were also early signs that countries needed to get serious about cultivating the capabilities to rapidly recover from the blows that terrorism on the one hand and the vulnerabilities inherent in international interdependence on the other would deal them. They were about the coming imperative of resilience and its emergence as a source of state power. When the coronavirus arrived, as the historian Sulman Khan has observed, it didn't care about how many aircraft carriers you had, or how many communist Chinese Confucius institutes you could stick up around the world, or what size your economy was. The virus asked simply how your least wealthy people would be treated in times of illness, how effectively you could trace the contacts of those it afflicted, how swiftly your medical system could cope with unexpected demands. It wouldn't spare you completely, of course, but if you could meet it with a dull, technocratic honesty, it would be easier to survive. The need for governments and societies to be resilient in order to thrive is not new. The political scientist Joseph Nye, who coined the term soft power, pointed, for example, to how the United States overcame the ravages of the Great Depression to aggressively launch World War II, to instigate World War II, and how Europe and Japan surmounted the physical devastation of that war. Nye is on the board of the Atlantic Council. By the side, I got to know of him through Michael Aquino, who, of course, had security clearances at the World Affairs Council. What's new is the scale at which, and the frequency with which, that need to overcome ravages is arising. That need to overcome physical devastation is becoming the norm. That's why Nye observed that there's a greater complexity with contemporary threats as a result of globalization, and we have less historical precedent for or understanding of today's challenges, and that demands a new dimension of resilience. William Hines of the Paris-based Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, which has been studying ways to shock-proof countries, has so noted that what makes resilience any more crucial an asset in this century than in previous ones? Well, to ascertain the why of that, William Hines, and let me try and explain a little bit of where he works to you. The OECD is, of course, originally a United Nations organization, or certainly worked with them. And it's an intergovernmental economic organization with 37 member countries, founded in 1961 to stimulate economic progress and world trade. And this is much more important than many people realize. So when they're involved in a project, that project has meaning. And to ascertain why resilience is so important for the great powers of tomorrow, William Hines of that OECD organization for economic cooperation and development recruited a clutch of economists, scientists, and engineers They included Alan Kerman of École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, and Benjamin Trump and Igor Linkov of the United States Army Engineer Research and Development Center to help answer these questions. And they concluded that while increasing efficiency in industry and society was the main policy objective of the 20th century, this spawned more interconnected systems with new vulnerabilities that have made enhancing resilience, often at the expense of efficiency, the main policy objective of the 21st. Nowadays, systemic shocks not only are more common and intense, but also increasingly cascade from one complex system to another. Witness how the outbreak of a novel virus in Wuhan, China, swiftly paralyzed the global economy. In such a world, power is not what it used to be. The United States National Intelligence Council, in a 2017 report, predicted that in such a world, power, well, what they said was, tomorrow's successful states will probably be those that invest in infrastructure, knowledge, and relationships resilient to shock. Indeed, to read from the report itself, traditional calculations of state power might include military spending, population size, or gross domestic product, but rarely factor in a state's resilience, which depends more on matters such as strong alliances, an orderly society, robust critical infrastructure, and widespread public confidence in government. Now, conversely, the analysts noted that states can be fragile in ways that conventional measures of power do not capture. If there were one elemental building block of resilience shared by all nations that exhibit it, one weird trick that united every country that has made the most progress in combating COVID-19, then enhancing resilience might be easy. But the pandemic has shown that resilience comes in many different forms. It is about the mundane alchemy of doing enough things right. What makes some countries more resilient than others, according to Michel Grossman, a resilience expert at Deakin University in Melbourne, Australia, is how well the interdependent and interactive systems that make us up the nation are working. And so far, Australia has performed better against the coronavirus than has the United States. But of course, everyone else has done better against the coronavirus than the United States. Except maybe communist China, where it all came from. The pandemic, that is, sourcing from there. With Australia's performance measuring up better against the United States, the lady in Australia, Michelle Grossman herself, attributes such to a host of variables. She points out, for instance, that the Australian government's early restrictions and preparedness measures, even before the World Health Organization's declared a pandemic, reflected the resilience principle of being adaptive and dynamic in response to new circumstances. Other factors ranged from the Australian government's prioritization of suppressing the virus over reopening the economy, which recognized that resilience requires trade-offs between systems. To Australians, their long history of lived resilience, from experiencing natural disasters which underscores that resilience emerges in contexts of adversity. Australia is hardly the only template. Take democratic United Germany's gyroscopic variety of resilience, where social systems autocorrect through government policies such as short-time work programs that kick in as the economy starts to reel, or autocratic China's far more volatile variety, where the authoritarian system both severely exacerbates the shock and plays a role in accelerating recovery, or at least rather covering it up, the continuous damage and collapse. There be no right answer in uncharted territory, and COVID-19 has taken us into uncharted waters. Until proven vaccines are deployed at scale, the fight against coronavirus is one without any easily defined weapon. While some countries are faring better than others, and some approaches have been a clear failure, no COVID-stricken nation can be sure of the right way forward. No one even knows where most infections are even taking place, because too many places have no means to measure the damage. And so we must observe what each country does to grapple with its particular circumstances and take its notes as various experiments succeed or fail. In Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the government responded to rising infection rates with a lockdown light that shuttered many businesses in the hospitality, sports, and leisure sectors, while leaving most of the economy humming, hence the term light lockdown, or lockdown light, like light beer, L-I-T-E. That's an approach that seemed proportionate to the fact that case and death numbers were significantly lower in United Germany than in neighboring countries such as Belgium and Czechia. Now, 2 weeks later, how's that going? Well, that's the big question being debated. Well, but days are gone within the last 24 to 48 hours by Angela Merkel's administration and those of Germany's 16 states, who must decide whether the rules, provisionally set to last another couple weeks, need tightening. Given the lag between infection and diagnoses, it's still difficult to tell whether or not United Germany's second wave has even crested. Infection rates seem to have slowed, but there be strong indications that lockdown light is no quick fix. Economy Minister Peter Altmaier, during a newspaper interview conducted Friday into this weekend, said, "We will have to live with considerable precautions and restrictions for at least the next 4 to 5 months," adding that Germany's leaders have little room for maneuver when it comes to reopening restaurants and cinemas. To quote Altmaier, "The infection numbers are still far too high, much higher even than a fortnight ago. Reports suggest new measures could be introduced, including a ban on private parties until Christmas, compulsory mask wearing in schools, and even quarantine and sick leave for anyone experiencing symptoms of a regular cold. At least Germany is not Austria, where a harsh new lockdown began yesterday. Schools closed, as have all non-essential shops, where people stop to shop, and people won't be able to meet others from outside their households. These measures, which will run through December 6th at the earliest, the day after my late and sainted mother's birthday, suggest the failure of a more tentative approach that was very similar to that of Germany's. But then again, Austrian case rate The Austrian case rate per 100,000 people was 1,034 over the last 2 weeks, while in Germany they're still at a markedly less catastrophic 310. That number is still too high, of course, enough to stress intensive care facilities in many parts of the country. Germany may have come through this pandemic relatively well so far, but progress comes one step at a time. So let's spare a thought this morning for the political leaders in all countries who currently have to make the toughest calls with no clear models to guide them. Now, writing in the Atlantic magazine in March, the political scientist Francis Fukuyama argued that the most important variable for national performance against the virus is not regime type, but the capacity of, and especially public trust in, government itself. Now, this is so important in so many ways. One in that, of course, our United States government is not trusted by half the population. The population that does not trust it, the half of the population that doesn't, is the red half, the Russo-collaborationist insurgency of Republicans. Francis Fukuyama himself is a fool. He's a man who declared the end of history and felt that the last man had come with the end of the Cold War. He was proven to have no knowledge of the world around him, an ivory tower pseudo-intellectual who, to his credit, learned from his mistakes and therefore came to a correct conclusion with the fact that the most important aspect of resilience is trust in one's government. This is why the Russians made it their primary objective to destroy our trust in ours. And Republican officials have got to start telling their voters the truth about the election. It's been remarkable to see how very little has been demanded of Republican leaders, such as Senator Rick Scott in acknowledging Joe Biden's victory. On the 8th of November, the morning after the AP, the Associated Press, and other news organizations, looking at the votes that had been counted in each state, recognized Joe Biden as the president-elect, Representative Jim Clyburn, the Democrat of South Carolina, took something of a victory lap on the Sunday morning news shows, and Clyburn's decision just ahead of the February 29th South Carolina primary to endorse Biden and campaign for him has been seen as transformative. Biden won almost 50% of the vote in South Carolina, their primary, in what was then still a crowded field of 7 major candidates: Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar. If I try to remember the others that come to mind, they promptly dropped out and endorsed Biden just in time for Super Tuesday. And so Jake Tapper of CNN told Clyburn, "If it were not for you, I don't think Biden would have even gotten the nomination. And I have no idea whether or not I'd be covering a Democratic president-elect." And Clyburn, in response, suggested that the real credit should go to an elderly lady he had encountered sitting in the front pew of a rural church who had called him over and asked which candidate he was voting for. To which she added, "If you don't want anybody else to hear, just lean down and whisper it in my ear." And so Clyburn said, "I did what she asked me to do." What persuaded him to do more, though, was the way she looked in his face and told him, "I needed to hear that, and this community needs to hear from you." Well, the moral of that story, as Clyburn saw it, is that his choices and his actions had bubbled up from those of the people he served. He had already decided that he would vote for Biden, but wasn't sure how vocal he would be about it until that woman looked him in the eye. And there is something worth contemplating in the idea that an elderly lady in a rural church might have had a part in changing history. It mattered not only that Clyburn endorsed Biden, but that he did it so loudly and wholeheartedly, rallying voters. But there is another observation one can make as well. One that Republican elected officials should take it as admonishment. Well, admonition and warning. Even for Clyburn, a politician who seems to be in touch with his community, it can come as a jolt to realize that his words mean something to his constituents. They needed to hear that from him. As cynical as one may be about politicians, they can serve as authorities for the people who check a box, ink an oval, or pull a switch next to their names. And when the moment calls for politicians to take a position, especially amid controversy or crises, those voters need to hear that from them. Joe Biden won the presidential election, but most Republican voters have not heard that from their elected representatives. More than a week after the AP's call, still only four, less than what you can count on one hand, sitting Republican senators, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Mitt Romney, and Ben Sasse, have even congratulated Biden on his victory. Former President George W. Bush has also done so to his credit. Romney, the Republican Party's 2012 presidential nominee, appearing on CNN immediately after Clyburn, spackled his statement with qualifiers, unless for some reason that's overturned, or there are also allegations of irregularities, which other Republicans have taken as a template for avoidance. All too many of them, the majority, are lying low. This Sunday, Chuck Todd of NBC's Meet the Press said that the show had asked every sitting Republican senator to come on and got not a single fucking taker. The best Meet the Press could do in terms of a prominent Republican in office was Asa Hutchinson, the governoress of Arkansas, who, because of term limits, will not be running for re-election. And all Hutchinson managed to say was, "I expect Joe Biden to be the next president of the United States," but then moved on to refer to a process to get there and constitutional assertions that had to be resolved before that could be said with any certainty. Utter, complete, and total crap. Hutchinson isn't the only Republican who has clung to the word process like a life raft. This process will reach its resolution. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, said such in a speech from the Senate floor, which referred to allegations of irregularities. Senator Rick Scott of Florida said, "I think we ought to finish going through the process. There'll be plenty of time." It's as if they expect the public to join them in pretending that it is quite normal for elected officials not to accept state returns as real until the Electoral College has actually met. Mike DeWine, the Republican governor of Ohio, has acknowledged in a CNN interview on Thursday that Biden should be considered the president-elect. But he went on to defend Trump's efforts to contest the election, saying on Sunday, again on CNN, that no one should begrudge the president that, raising the question of whether the process they all be talking about be a constitutional or a psychological one. We are at a bizarre point when soothing a president's ego is seen as an acceptable reason to sow doubts about our democracy. Other Republicans are directly charging fraud. Lindsey Graham has been railing about how the election looks crooked to him and that the president must keep fighting. Senators Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, who are both headed for runoff elections in Georgia, said in a joint statement that their Secretary of State had failed to deliver honest and transparent elections. Senator Rand Paul suggested that a lot of dead people had voted. Ted Cruz had suggested that the election was run in a manner that was not only rife with fraud, but unconstitutional. And there be no evidence for this. And that the question of who won would end up before the Supreme Court, which Trump had packed for just that purpose. According to Bloomberg News, when Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana was asked whether he really thought that Trump could overturn the results, he said, "That's why God made judges." In Trump's mind, that's why the Senate confirms his judges. To be clear, the only reason that the result might be overturned is if Trump manages to disenfranchise entire categories of voters, those voting by mail, for example, in multiple states. The president's allegations of fraud have so far amounted to fairy dust, including vague intimations that things just did not feel right to his election observers and outright falsehoods about how much access those observers had to the vote counting proceedings. Other technical complaints, such as one raised about ballots in Arizona, affect only a handful of votes, and that suit was later dropped. It is nothing less than shameful that Republicans even refer to the fraud allegations with a straight face, especially given the dangerous escalation of Trump's rhetoric, with his furious tweets and retweets about how voting machines had supposedly been reprogrammed, possibly by Cuba, Venezuela, and China, to steal his victory. There is, again, no evidence that any such thing happened. On Sunday, when he tweeted of Biden, "He won because the election was rigged," a presidential statement that would have been regarded as unimaginably extreme in pre-Trump America, it was seen briefly as a relief. Was he preparing to concede? "I think that's the start of an acknowledgement," Hutchinson said. Well, it wasn't. An hour and a half later, Trump tweeted, "He only won in the eyes of the fake news media. I concede nothing. We have a long way to go. This was a rigged election." Trump is not just questioning certain returns. He has begun saying that the entire election is a fraud and needs to be thrown out. In yet another tweet on Sunday night, he wrote that those responsible for the safeguarding of our Constitution cannot allow the fake results of the 2020 mail-in election to stand. The world is watching. Nor is he suggesting that the matter be left entirely to the courts, where he has suffered setbacks. It turns out that you can't just file a tweet in federal court. Nor is this merely a social media tantrum. On Saturday, this weekend last, Trump left the White House to drive past crowds who had gathered to stop the steal. He later retweeted a split-screen video showing people waving Trump banners in the sunshine, juxtaposed with footage of one of his supporters being knocked to the ground in darkness, adding the comment, "We won't let a rigged election steal our country." He blamed Antifa scum for sporadic violence and added, "DC police, get going, do your job, and don't hold back." Does that mean shoot to kill? That is what people who voted for Trump are hearing from him. How they evaluate his statements depends to a significant degree on what they hear from the people they voted for down the ballot. This may be a responsibility that the Republicans desperately want to avoid, but they cannot. For them to even stand back and talk about the process makes it sound as though Trump's complaints are in the normal realm of asking for a recount in a very close race when they are not. It has been remarkable to see in this week past how very little has been demanded of Republicans in Washington and how they balk at even that. On Wednesday, Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma said he believed that Biden should receive access to a version of the president's daily brief, which is which the intelligence community assembles, as Biden did as the Democratic nominee and as is customary for a president-elect. Lankford said that he would get involved in making sure that happened if Biden was not receiving them by Friday. The next day, Lankford tempered his statement, telling reporters, some individuals in the media made it more than it was, which was still not much. He said, we still don't know who the president is going to be at this point. There are a lot of questions about a lot of states. I completely trust the president trying to be able to push some of these issues. The message was that the people of Oklahoma should trust Trump too, and that they shouldn't trust the abundant evidence establishing that we do, in fact, know who the next president is going to be, or at least who the voters said the next president should be. After Friday came and went without Biden receiving the briefings, Lankford told the Oklahoman that he was still on the case and hoped that the matter would be resolved sometime soon. Well, as of Monday opening this work week, it hadn't been, even though other Republicans, including Hutchinson, have also said that Biden should still get the briefings. It is a pathetic defeat, both because saying that a potential president should get intelligence briefs is still pretty far from saying that Trump lost. It can hardly count as bravery, and because of the sheer pettiness involved. Similarly, the head of the General Services Administration, the GSA, still hasn't signed the paperwork to release resources for the transition, which means, among other things, that Biden's new coronavirus task force is being held back in its planning at a precarious stage in the pandemic. These are practical matters that create risk for the entire American empire. But there is also a risk to our political culture. A Politico/Morning Consult poll conducted between November 6th and 9th found that 70% of Republicans do not believe that the election was either fair or free. They are, in other words, listening to their elected leaders, and doing so has led them to distrust a democracy they may someday be called upon to defend. Perhaps in Washington, it is easy to dismiss both extreme rhetoric and strategic silences as posturing or just political shadow play, maybe a clever way to energize voters ahead of the Georgia runoff or to dodge a primary challenge in 2022 and to forget that the actual ordinary meaning of the words might matter to people. If the American empire is lucky, Trump's struggle to hold the White House will conclude with some sort of concession and an orderly inauguration. But even if Republicans elected officials are betting on that outcome, it be an act of pure cruelty on their part to allow a good portion of the American empire to remain suspended in fear, anxious about the prospect of either a stolen election or a coup, depending on where people be politically. And doing so is reckless because at this juncture, Republicans cannot know or necessarily control how this chapter will even end. If they believe that Joe Biden won the election, people need to hear it from them. But they're too scared that Trump will hear them too. And as I said, they fear Trump the way mobsters fear a godfather. Now, in terms of resilience, the true power of the 21st century, resilience isn't just some systemic, impersonal way of national being. Trust in government, which is necessary for any nation state to function. It's also, at its core, quite personal. Leadership matters, as I've just so devastatingly articulated. And so, Heinz, who was studying this phenomenon, has concluded that responding to scientific evidence and insight is now a source of national strength, and therefore power. Those who ignore it will not be able to build resilience to contain shocks. It is hard to mobilize the relevant actors, ideas, and resources to face a threat that political leaders do not believe in. Several countries that have proved resilient during the pandemic have consequently become more influential actors in the world. But one country above all has emerged from the pandemic stronger than before. Mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. The Nationalist Republic of China's response to the pandemic has been held up as exemplary. Now, my nation state into which I was born, the Nationalist Republic of China, is reestablished on the 100 islands of Formosa, is looking to leverage that success for geopolitical gains. The novel coronavirus has infected more than 4 million people and killed more than 300,000 in America alone, and probably that same amount the world over. Meaning, over 500,000 people have died as officially acknowledged. It's erased decades of economic gains. Few governments have escaped unscathed, and criticism of slow or inappropriate responses are growing in countries like the American Empire, the Communist Chinese Empire, the Greater British Empire of the United Kingdom, and, of course, the Empire of Brazil. Yet Taiwan, rather the Nationalist Republic of China established thereon, island China, responded immediately to the outbreak and has limited its spread. Well, indeed, it's completely contained it. The government to which I maintain much loyalty, my loyalty, leveraged technology to trace and quarantine sick people, upped its mask production, and trained communities for lockdowns through large-scale simulations. Island China, which is about 100 miles or 161 kilometers from mainland China, the outbreak's very origin point, has only reported 440 cases of COVID-19 and but 7 deaths. Australia, a country with a similar population size and well-developed healthcare system, has 7,000 cases and 100 deaths. So Taiwan is emerging from this pandemic with a stronger hand against the Communist Chinese Emperor Xi Jinping and the Communist Chinese Empire itself. There has been a call with a Trump official that has resulted in geopolitical ramifications. Taiwan is set to benefit even as the Communist Chinese Empire blocks it from global bodies like the World Health Organization. And yet, few governments around the world are likely to emerge from the pandemic with a stronger standing than before, Taiwan being one of them. And that's not good for the Communist Chinese Empire. Taiwan was forced to contain the outbreak without any official help from the World Health Organization and any other international bodies, thanks to Communist China's long-standing push to isolate my democratically ruled island that it claims as its territory. For weeks, leaders in Taipei struggled to evacuate residents from the virus epicenter in Wuhan, as Beijing rejected basic conditions such as having Taiwanese medical personnel aboard the aircraft. Around the same time, the People's Republic of China flew bombers and fighter jets round my island, prompting our Presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, to scramble our warplanes. Yet despite these hurdles, my Taiwan has led the world in its fight against this virus, with only about 400 infections and 6 deaths for a population of 23 million, 30 million when you count guest workers and foreigners involved in our economy. By comparison, New York State, with slightly fewer people, had almost 300,000 cases and more than 22,000 deaths. Taiwan's success against COVID-19 has shown that democracies can fight this virus sans resorting to any authoritarian measures whatsoever, serving as key rebuttal against communist Chinese propaganda, showcasing the strength of its autocratic totalitarian system against the West. Taipei's openness also contrasted sharply with the lack of transparency about the initial outbreak and subsequent diplomatic pressure from Beijing, generating goodwill towards Taiwan that could pay dividends in the future. And Kari's Templeman, an advisor he's an advisor to the Project on Taiwan in the Indo-Pacific at Stanford University's Hoover Institution right here in California. When I consulted him, he said, "I can't think of another issue with such global resonance that has broken so favorably for Taiwan and so negatively for the People's Republic of China since perhaps the Tiananmen Square massacre." While the overall geopolitical dynamics were unlikely to change much given Red China's growing economic clout, my Taiwan's international stature has done well out of this crisis. Templeman has concurred with myself, saying Taiwan has been dealing with Red Chinese opacity and propaganda campaigns for decades, so there's definitely some rise in sympathy for Taiwan. That brings us, of course, to Sino-American tensions, because a call this year between Taiwan's health minister and Trump's administration's top health official served to reinforce the island's importance to the global economy, while also signaling that it could my island become a point of tension between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. Support for Taipei has surged in Washington after President Donald Trump held an unprecedented 2016 phone call with Tsai Ing-wen, launched a bruising trade war against Xi Jinping's totalitarian government, and sold my Taiwan long-coveted F-16 fighter jets, still the most advanced fighter jets America has. The F-18 is just a strip-down. Now, Communist China's foreign ministry objected to the latest phone call that I can remember, demanding that the United States immediately correct its mistake, stop manipulating the Taiwan issue by taking advantage of the pandemic, and stop official contacts with Taiwan. The ministry urging the United States to, what they call the U.S. side, to adhere to one China principle and the three communiques, which references Washington's long-held position that the People's Republic of China is China's sole legal government. Well, last year, dictator Xi reaffirmed Beijing's desire to govern Taiwan under the same one country, two systems framework as the former British colony of Hong Kong. That position is deeply unpopular in Taiwan, which re-elected Tsai Ing-wen in a landslide in January. Tsai's Democratic Progressive Party views Taiwan as a sovereign, independent nation. For the moment, my Taiwan is basking in the glow of international praise. We've won plaudits for not only stemming infections, but also pledges to ship millions of surgical masks to Europe, the United States, and our few remaining diplomatic allies around the world that Red China hasn't picked off. Taipei, the capital of my nation into which I was born, has also held virtual seminars with countries such as India and the Philippines. That's according to Wang Tingyu, a lawmaker in Tsai's party, that of our presidentialist, and a member of Taiwan's Foreign Affairs and National Defense Committee. And Wang said, "This year will be the closest moment for Taiwan to participate in international organizations. Not only have we shown our capability to stop the virus from spreading, we're also using democracy to stop it from spreading. We're communicating with our people and the government, and the people are on the same side fighting the virus. This message can provide a reference for the world." That's what brings us to a historic high. Back in my old homeland and heartland, Taiwan's successful virus approach, led by a National Health Command Center set up following the severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS outbreak in 2003, combined proactive testing, big data, and new technologies, inclusive the Dietrich artifact. That included early screening of flights, the rapid identification and containment of potential cases, integrating our national health insurance and immigration databases, and ensuring quarantine compliance via mobile phone tracking. Our government quickly took more than 120 separate public health measures. In some ways, my Taiwan's adversity also helped underwrite our response. Taipei, the capital of my true homeland and heartland into which I was born, has little room for error because it cannot seek help from multinational, multilateral agencies and Beijing would pounce on any of our missteps. Rupert Hammond Chambers, a managing director at the consultancy Boer Group Asia, who is also a president of the United States-Taiwan Business Council, has gone on record to say, "Today, Taiwan's standing is at a historic high." Still, he added, over the longer term, the stark reality of the PRC's, the People Republic of China financial muscle, and heavy-handed political strategies will mitigate much of the positive equity Taiwan has built amongst the nations. Well, that's just silliness. This pandemic served as an ideal springboard for Taiwan's long-standing campaign for diplomatic inclusion. A high-profile exchange between a journalist and the World Health Organization official Bruce Aylward, who, by all evidence on screen, on record, repeatedly tried to avoid mentioning Taiwan, did a great job of highlighting the silliness of excluding what is effectively a nation of 23 million people, a population base of 30 million, as I said, when you add on all the migrant workers involved in our industries from important international bodies. That's why Graham Smith, a fellow at the Australian National University who researches Communist China's influences all across Asia, has, along with Shelley Rigger, a political science professor at Davidson College, and the authoress of a book entitled Why Taiwan Matters, subtitled Small Island, Global Powerhouse, have concurred that Red China's veto power in many international bodies is, yes, likely to continue to keep my Taiwan on the outside looking in, but still, they both concur that the favorable attention Taiwan is earning will still have impact, with the Lady Rigger concluding that it does matter, because if things get ugly, Taiwan will benefit from a positive image and high profile. And if opportunities to loosen Beijing's stranglehold on our international space do appear, Taiwan needs for people around the world to respond quickly to take advantage of them. Those opportunities to loosen Beijing's stranglehold. As well, the people who followed our model, New Zealand, where the Grand Madam Judith Ager has most likely relocated, despite its tiny population and geographic isolation. New Zealand has emerged as a world leader in the model of Taiwan, in implementing resilience governance. Not only is it now involved in a coronavirus coordination group with the United States and its top Asian allies, but it has also been part of a new informal bloc of small and mid-sized countries, Australia, Israel, Singapore, and several European nations known as first movers, that have shared best practices in combating COVID-19 and explored forming trade and travel bubbles with each other. When the New Zealand Prime Ministeress, Jacinda Ardern, was re-elected last month, she brought with her a diverse cast of politicians, making up what is arguably the most inclusive parliament in the world. Almost half of New Zealand's newly sworn-in parliament are women, and 11% identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer. Both New Zealand's indigenous Maori and people with Pacific Island heritage are represented at a slightly higher rate than in the general population. And politicians from diverse backgrounds aren't just making up numbers in Parliament. They're in key positions of power. 8 of Ardern's 20-strong cabinet the highest ranked lawmakers are women. And so part of being resilient is knowing when you need to turn to others for help or support, whether you're an individual or a nation. And the scholar Bruce Jones has chronicled how a number of the world's middle powers have, in the absence of credible great power leadership from the United States or the Communist Chinese Empire, led the way in coordinating health and economic responses to COVID-19, an extension of their pre-pandemic efforts to bolster the multilateral system. They have, for instance, collaborated on financial responses through the Group of Seven and raised billions of dollars for international work on developing and distributing vaccines. Middle power governments that have navigated the crisis relatively well have bolstered their reputations at home and abroad. Governments that have fared relatively poorly have sustained serious damage to their reputations, and thus their standing at home and stores of soft power abroad. The American empire's struggles thus far to contain the virus have had real, if potentially only temporary, negative consequences for American power, placing the US dollar in a more vulnerable position and devaluing the American passport. The crisis could significantly dent America's economic power depending on when the country, the American empire, gets its outbreak under control. And our soft power in the short run is greatly diminished because part of our soft power was for competence. And America has demonstrated extraordinary incompetence. But the United States, rather the American empire, remains a military and economic superpower, and it has been argued that it is capable of recovering from these setbacks and regaining any power it has shed during this pandemic. So many analysts don't think COVID-19 will ultimately alter the relative balance of power between the American and Communist Chinese empires. Middle powers may come out of the crisis with more power than they had before, but that doesn't mean their clout will suddenly rival that of the world's great powers. When it comes to geopolitics, the pandemic appears to be accentuating existing trends, but not reversing them. The American empire, with its diversified economy, cutting-edge scientific innovation, and numerous other resilience-oriented attributes, might have been expected to cope particularly well with the pandemic, but COVID-19 has exposed our empire's vulnerabilities, all-encompassing political polarization, debilitating economic and healthcare inequality, a lunatic president who has downplayed the threat of the virus and rejected all scientific guidance, a decades-long drive to optimize the economy and society for efficiency, sans resilience, and a national creed of individualism, optimism, and exceptionalism that has rendered the American empire resistant to learning from other countries. While many have marveled that just 1 year ago, a Johns Hopkins study ranked the United States first among 195 countries in terms of preparedness for a pandemic, fewer have focused on the fact that the American empire placed a middling 59th in what have turned out to be the underappreciated subcategories of political risk, and socioeconomic resilience. Not to mention us being at the absolute bottom of all ranks on Earth on healthcare access. Our healthcare ranking worse than any third world nation, including those at war, are in a state of civil war. Lower than Morocco, lower than Nicaragua, the lowest in the world on healthcare access and even quality. But these vulnerabilities are not destiny. The United States can bounce back from this crisis and adapt to becoming more resilient in the process. That, however, will require the government recognizing that human security is national security. That societal resilience is a modern, or rather postmodern, form of deterrence against new types of non-military aggression by adversaries. That investing in more redundancy and contingency planning is a prudent hedge against future risks, even at some cost to efficiency, and that military power isn't all-powerful. When more than 80 times more Americans have been killed by a pandemic than by the 9/11 attacks, and when the American president, his top advisors, and many members of Congress have been placed at grave risk, not by some attack on Washington, but by a lowly virus, it's time to reevaluate American spending priorities. Greater resilience could entail everything from deepening and expanding the scope of American alliances to shifting from a just-in-time to a more just-in-case approach toward global supply chains. 2 decades after 9/11, it could mean, as a recent Atlantic Council report advocated, reorienting the Department of Homeland Security toward addressing non-military threats, including a new fund for rapid recovery in the event that a cyber attack takes down critical infrastructure. It could mean confronting the fact that, with its high levels of partisanship and low levels of trust in the news media, the United States is exceptionally vulnerable to online disinformation. This is why we have to revoke the First Amendment and freedom of speech. It could also mean acknowledging that fending off disinformation is not impossible by amending our Constitution. A number of Northern and Western European countries are doing so successfully. The warding off of Russian disinformation, the invasion of the mind, and these Western European nations have lessons to share. The great challenge in applying these lessons is that until disaster actually strikes, a country won't really know whether it is a resilient power. We cannot say when we have truly achieved resilience, since part of resilience is the capacity to react to change. And one will never know in advance in a world of unknown unknowns who be best equipped to do so. Then again, a country never really knows the strength of its military either until it's tested on the battlefield. What countries can do is endeavor to identify and remedy potential single points of failure. Resilience is not the absence of vulnerability. It is instead the ability to manage existing or new vulnerabilities in ways that do not allow them to overwhelm us to the point where we just fold. Now, Americans haven't historically folded, and they don't have to now. But the only reason America survived the Second World War was because the Emperor of Japan needed a marketplace of almost unlimited potential by which to rebuild his empire. The only way Americans can survive now is, just as they surrendered and opened their markets to the Japanese, will be to surrender their foreign and domestic policy to Vulcan intervention. The intervention of the Confucianist Taiwanese, as spearheaded by myself in Vanguard, as the only person able to articulate that necessity in a parable that Americans were prepared for by the person of Gene Roddenberry when he conceptualized and produced the Star Trek franchise, using my native Taiwan and the politics of his day as a parable for our future, where the only way the American-identified United Federation of Planets could emerge into space as the newly emergent superpower was by taking on the advisements of the Vulcan peoples, whose philosophy of Kolinar was modeled on, inspired by, the state religion of Confucianism of Taiwan, bringing the Americans into direct conflict with the nemesis of my peoples, the Communist Chinese, as paralleled in the Star Trek franchise by the Romulan Empire, the first war in space that the Federation ever fought was against the enemies of the Vulcans, rendering the United Federation of Planets effectively a Vulcan empire by extension. This is why the conflict of today is not a Sino-American conflict in which Taiwan might get swept into a vortex. It is instead the Civil War conflict between the nationalists, the Chinats, or blue Chinese, and the Chi-Coms, or Chinese communists, the red Chinese, a relic of that Civil War, Cold War, that will completely influence America's future. Our war is your war. And my struggle to educate you in this reality. Mein Kampf, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting our contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support, on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magatur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax. Dietrich's our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no for he, all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Maggateur, which we spelled Maggootaur. And of course, he was the man who, of his own initiative, took it upon himself to download the majority of what I produced on YouTube, or published thereon, into his own personal hard drives, thereby enabling us to reestablish my legacy online after it had been scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice, 3 times in a row. And he therefore rendered himself as a bridge between the Akashic records and our material worldly data matrix, thereby, in a real sense, enabling my virtual persona to interact with yourselves on bandwidth tonight and every other night that I'm on in context of a legacy. That, in a very real sense, renders him my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Not of my legacy from the internet, but of all life from the surface of the world, an annihilation which be the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom and the chaos cultists of the anti-gods. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there a footnote on mine bio, sire, which explaineth the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And after educating thyself in these matters, spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage those you educate and elucidate and enlighten in turn to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button to enable you to do that. Click the yellow donate button to enable yourself to render contribution via PayPal. The red donate button will not only enable you to use a credit or debit card without PayPal taking its cut, but will enable you to register, or rather log into and register yourself with the archival access, so you can access the archives to reward yourself for your contributions, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year of our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linsuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, who graces the cover of our book on vampirology, she being half vampire, a dampfire as it's called herself, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, enabling the working of magics once again in conjunction with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space, BROS space, Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Orola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.orola.3 of Damage, D-A-M-A-G, Daniel Orola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on the douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his manageress, Selena Khan, and his web mistress, Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrichs, or Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos can be reviewed when you subscribe to his youtube.com/user/bizarrehd channel. Again, that's youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. And that's managed by Mr. George Knight. And the two relevant videos on there to what, of course, I represent, be the one entitled How the United States Won World War I, and another entitled Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, which both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And, of course, he has another video in production that is trailered at his YouTube channel. When you subscribe thereunto, you can review it, and that be entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reichs, Flugelrad, and Hannibal Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrichs, or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if ye be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on the other side of the continent, on the left coast of the West, every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Again, sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Most importantly right now, aside from purchasing Vampirology, the vampire research paper, make it certain to hit that GoFundMe.com link, the urgent contribution for professional studio supplies organized by Douglas Dietrich, to be found at GoFundMe.com. With that hard-looking face that scares everybody away, that I'm going to ask Selena Khan to change to the one I placed on my promotional banner for tonight's, Trans Awareness Week episode. I think that one looks a lot more sympathetic, or people think I'm like the artist formerly known as Prince, and at least it'll be much less threatening than the severe look I have otherwise. And of course, the worst photograph of them all, the one where I truly look haggard, is the one that Peter Moon selected, I guess, to disambiguate myself from my mother as much as possible. That's how I looked after taking care of my parents for 11 years, and after their death, probably as bad as I ever looked in my entire life. Well, it was a bad life. At any rate, let's check the live stream, see what's on there. And we had some more stuff added by Derek Talley, including a statement that is absolutely bizarre to me. Candace Owens admits husband did cheat on her with her brother. Like, her husband is fucking her brother? Is that what that means? Exactly. What does that mean? How did that even come up? Not that I mind. Derek Talley says yes. Okay. Well, you realize you can come on, Derek Talley. Say goodnight to everybody. I'm about to shut the stream down. So, do provide us fairly well, and wish everyone a good day. Oh, that's right. He can't talk. Neither he nor Jameson Reese. It's a pity Jameson Reese wasn't able to realize that it's impacting everybody. No, Derek, we can't hear you. I can't hear you, most certainly. So, I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Well, we love you dearly. You have a blessed day. And we did a great job today. We pissed everybody off. We got half a dozen downvotes. But I know, of course, we'll swamp them with all of the upvotes that we get as time progresses and more people review. But obviously, people were disturbed, probably by my educating them on the transgender issue, but it could have been what I've said about, the election. The fact that the election was won by Biden, that there be no doubt. Yes, I can imagine any number of reasons. Heck, everything I say pisses the radicalized Russo collaborationist white right insurgency off, and all a precursor to the death, or the fact that I said Republicans should be taken out and shot. No need to worry, the majority of them will deport to Greater Manchuria, where they can serve the Russian Empire as a buffer between Communist China and Mother Russia. So they'll take their guns with them, as far as I'm concerned. In the interim, all my love to those who support myself and my affiliates. My best wishes be unto all of you, and prayerfully, cross ourselves and knock on wood, we'll be able to get Skype working again next time, where it doesn't just drop off the men who hold the stage whenever I need to take a break. And we got a few minutes to the top of the hour, but I guess I'll sign off now. And there we have that for tonight. Do join us again on Sunday night, and hopefully the world has changed for the better by that time, to at least some degree.